BookEmpathy.com presents Ghost by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The fluorescent strips hummed a flat, dead note, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the fillings of his teeth and resonate in the hollows of his sinuses. Their light pooled in oily, shimmering circles on the stained concrete, leaving the spaces between the endless rows of pillars in deep, swallowing shadow, black as a well. Sublevel 3 of the federal garage was nearly empty at this hour. Just a few dark sedans and a yellow maintenance cart parked far away by the elevator bank, their tires looking soft in the low light. The air was cold and still, smelling of old exhaust fumes, damp cement, and the faint, oily tang of hydraulic fluid from a leaking pump somewhere. It was the smell of a place that never saw the sun, a tomb for machines. Paul Regan's footsteps echoed, a solitary metronomic tap-tap-tap that bounced off the low, duct-riddled ceiling and the endless lines of painted pillars, returning to him as a faint, mocking chorus. He was a thin man of 54, his overcoat a little too large on his shoulders, the wool collar turned up against the garage chill that seeped through the fabric. His face was pale and drawn under the harsh light, the skin around his eyes tight and webbed with fine lines, a fatigue that was more than physical, etched into the bone. He carried a standard-issue, scuffed leather briefcase in his left hand, his grip so tight the tendons stood in ridges, white-knuckled on the handle. His right hand was shoved deep in his coat pocket, thumb working compulsively over the smooth, cool plastic of the thumb drive, tracing its rectangular edges, its USB port, as if memorizing its shape for the last time, a blind man reading Braille of his own folly. He had spent the last 2 hours in his office on the 7th floor, shredding 3 years of working files. The industrial shredder in the document room had eaten the paper with a low, hungry growl, its mechanical teeth reducing audit trails, interview notes, and cross-reference spreadsheets to a soft, curling rain of confetti into the clear plastic bin. He'd fed it methodically, his shoulders and arms aching from the repetitive motion of lifting, aligning, and releasing, the dust of pulverized paper coating his fingers with a fine gray grit and rising in a haze to tickle his throat, making him cough dryly into his sleeve. Each file folder had felt like a piece of his own history, a case closed, a question answered, a small order imposed on the chaos. Now they were just noise, a slurry of meaningless fiber. Between batches, he had wiped the thumb drive using a Department of Justice protocol, a 7-pass overwrite that turned the data into meaningless digital noise. The progress bar on his screen had crawled with agonizing slowness, pixel by pixel, and he'd watched it, his knee jiggling under the desk, his ears straining for any sound, a footstep, a cleared throat, in the silent, empty hallway outside his door. The only thing left was in the briefcase now. A single, unmarked manila folder, its contents a distillation of all that shredded paper and wiped data. The conclusion. The single, damning question that had started it all. The text had come at 9:47 p.m., the buzz of his personal phone against the wooden desk a physical shock in the quiet room, making his heart stutter against his ribs. From a number he didn't recognize, just 10 digits with no area code he knew. He picked it up, the device cool and slick in his palm, expecting a spam alert or a wrong number. The message was 3 sentences. Stop asking. Go home. Forget. He had stared at the screen, the blue-white light washing over his face in the dark office, the words not computing. He read them again, his lips moving silently. And a third time, parsing each word as if it were in a foreign language. His mind, trained to deconstruct complex financial statements and follow labyrinthine audit trails, stumbled over the blunt, brutal simplicity. Stop asking. About the 1997 file. To go home and do nothing. Forget. As if memory was a switch to be thrown, a file to be deleted. For a full minute, he was perfectly still, his breathing so shallow his chest barely moved. Then the cold had settled in his stomach. Not a chill, but a solid, leaden weight, as if he'd swallowed a piece of machinery, a cold engine block. He felt a sharp, involuntary intake of breath that hitched in his chest, his free hand going to his abdomen, pressing against the wool of his coat as if he could push the sensation away. His mouth went dry, his tongue a thick, clumsy thing sticking to the roof of his mouth. The phone's screen dimmed, then went black, leaving him in the solitary, orange pool of his desk lamp, the shadows in the corners of the room seeming to press closer. He was a mid-level auditor with the Inspector General's office. His job was to follow the money, to trace the lines on a spreadsheet to their logical, and often illogical, conclusions. He was a bloodhound for decimal points, a finder of ghosts in the machinery of government. He had been asking questions about a sealed 1997 case file, a procurement anomaly during a joint agency operation that had been officially written off as a clerical error, a rounding mistake in a time of paper records. His questions, polite and persistent in the way of auditors, emails phrased as seeking clarification, memos requesting, supporting documentation, had led him down a rabbit hole of interagency, budget transfers, and reappropriated funds. He found a series of unauthorized expenditures, a quiet, consistent diversion of funds over 2 decades, siphoned off in amounts just small enough to avoid automatic flags, but regular as a heartbeat. The numbers were not astronomical, but they were precise. They were professional. They told a story of patience and purpose, a story of a hidden tenant living in the walls of the budget, and that story had now answered him with 3 terse commands on a phone, a response more terrifying than any angry phone call or official reprimand. He was not going home. The weight in his gut told him that home was no longer a sanctuary, just another location, another set of doors and windows that could no longer be trusted. He was driving to a journalist's house in Bethesda. Martin Clay. He'd met him twice at policy forums, a rumpled man with a skeptical eye and a reputation for digging, a man who asked the questions everyone else pretended not to hear. A calculated risk. The only one left. The only move that felt like forward motion instead of surrender, a pass thrown into the end zone when the clock was running out. His car, a 4-year-old sedan in a nondescript gray the color of primer, was parked in its assigned spot, B34. The space felt like a trap now, hemmed in by the rough, cold concrete of the pillar on one side and a faded yellow line on the other, a coffin slot. He used the fob, his thumb pressing the button with deliberate force. The locks clunked open with a sound like a hammer strike in the profound stillness, the noise echoing once and dying. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the shadows between the pillars, his neck stiff, seeing nothing but stationary cars and concrete and the occasional dark puddle of indeterminate origin. He opened the driver's door, the hinge creaking slightly, a familiar, unoiled sound. He tossed the briefcase onto the passenger seat, where it landed with a soft thud on the gray cloth, sliding a few inches toward the door. He slid behind the wheel, the familiar, worn feel of the seat settling around him, the cushion giving with a sigh. The air inside held the familiar, permanent scent of stale coffee from a spilled travel mug months ago, undercut by the smell of synthetic leather, and the faint, dusty odor of the cabin air filter, with a top note of his own sweat, sharp from the long, tense day. He inserted the key, the metal cold and slightly rough against his fingers, and turned it. The engine coughed, caught, and rumbled to life, the vibration coming up through the seat and into his spine. The dashboard lights glowed a soft green and orange, illuminating the speedometer and the fuel gauge, which showed just under half a tank. The check engine light was on, a persistent, amber eye, as it had been for weeks, a minor sensor issue he kept meaning to fix, a mundane annoyance that now felt like a part of the car's character. He blew out a long breath, watching it fog the air for a second before dissipating. He reached for the gear shift, his hand closing around the familiar, worn plastic knob, his palm fitting into the grooves. He moved it from park, the mechanism clicking with solid, mechanical certainty. The wire came from behind, over the headrest. There was no warning rustle of clothing, no intake of breath from the backseat. Just a sudden whisper of something slicing the air near his right ear, a faint hiss of friction, and then a line of cold, terrible pressure against his throat, settling into the hollow just above his Adam's apple. It was thin, coated, efficient, like a bicycle brake cable. It looped around his neck and pulled back in one fluid, brutal motion, the force slamming the back of his skull against the headrest with a dull thump. It cut off his breath and his shout simultaneously, reducing the gasp in his lungs to a choked, wet click, a sound that died in the closed space of his throat. Regan's hands flew up, instinct overriding terror, his fingers scrambling, clawing at the garrote. They found not a length of cord he could pry up, but a wire already embedded in the swelling flesh of his neck, slick with his own sweat and unyielding as a steel bar. His nails scraped uselessly against his own skin, against the thin, deadly strand, raising fiery lines of pain on his neck but gaining no purchase. A burning line of fire, immediate and intense, encircled his throat, a necklace of pure agony. His body convulsed, a violent, uncoordinated jerk, his spine arching against the seat. His legs kicked out, his dress shoes jamming against the brake and the accelerator pedals simultaneously, the sole of his left shoe squeaking against the rubber. The engine roared, a sudden, deafening scream in the enclosed space, the tachometer needle spiking into the red. The car, still in drive, lurched forward with a jerk that strained the parking brake. The front left quarter panel struck the concrete pillar beside the parking space, with a dull, metallic crunch crack of buckling metal and shattering plastic. The impact threw him forward against the constricting wire, which bit deeper, then slammed him back into the seat, his head snapping. The engine stalled abruptly, the roar cutting off into a shocked silence broken only by a rapid, metallic pinging from the hot engine block. The headlights died, leaving only the sickly yellow of the overhead fluorescence bleeding in through the windshield, painting the dashboard in stark, shadowed relief. The check engine, light glowing brighter in the sudden gloom. The struggle was brief, a frantic, terrible puppetry. Auditors do not have the musculature for such contests. His thrashing, the drumming of his heels on the floor mat, the frantic clawing at his neck, the desperate, fish-like arching of his back, weakened rapidly, becoming spasmodic, uncoordinated twitches. A pounding roar filled his ears, the sound of his own desperate blood rushing, a waterfall in a cave. Black specks danced at the edges of his vision, which began to tunnel, the periphery darkening into a velvet blackness that crept inward, focusing with a terrible, narrowing clarity on the single, glowing amber icon on the dash, the check engine light. It pulsed in his dimming sight, a distant, unwavering star. The burning in his throat was everywhere now, a full-body ache for air that would not come, his lungs screaming vacuums in his chest. He tasted copper, he'd bitten his tongue, the blood warm and salty at the back of his mouth. A final, wet gurgle escaped him, a sound that was less than a sigh, a bubble bursting. Then a deep, heavy lethargy washed over him, and stillness settled, heavy and absolute, a blanket of light. The figure in the backseat maintained pressure for a 30 count, leaning forward, gloved hands steady on the wire handles, applying constant, even tension. Professional. No theatrics, no unnecessary tightening to sever anything, just sustained, lethal force, a clinical deprivation of oxygen. Then precisely, the wire went slack. One gloved hand, black leather, released its handle, letting it fall silently onto the seat beside Regan's slumped shoulder. The other hand reached forward, past Regan's head, its movement economical, avoiding contact with the body. It unlatched the briefcase with a quiet snick, lifted the manila folder out, and withdrew, the paper making a soft whisk sound. The figure did not look at Regan's purpling face, the open eyes already filming over. There was no need. The job was the folder. The rest was simply cleanup, the removal of a faulty component. The driver's side door opened with a soft, precise pull, the interior dome light not coming on. The bulb had been removed earlier in the evening. The figure stepped out into the chill garage air, closed the door with a gentle but firm push until the latch clicked home with a solid, final sound. The figure adjusted the cuff of a dark jacket, then walked at a normal, unhurried pace toward the stairwell exit at the far end of the aisle, the soles of practical shoes making soft, almost inaudible scuffs on the concrete. The footsteps, solid and even, echoed for a moment between the pillars, then faded as the figure turned a corner, disappearing from the immediate frame of the tragedy. A heavy metal door side shut with a deep, muffled thump and the definitive sound of a lock engaging, a heavy clunk. In the security office on sublevel 1, a small, windowless room lit by the ghostly glow of a bank of monitors, the screen for camera 17 showed a frozen, unchanging image. An empty aisle between pillars, the same gray sedan visible at the edge of the frame, taken 47 minutes prior. The digital time stamp in the corner blinked steadily, advancing seconds that did not match the stillness of the picture. The loop was seamless, a perfect digital lie. The other angles showed nothing of consequence. A vacant entrance ramp lit by a single bulb, an empty elevator lobby with scuffed linoleum, a still life of parked vehicles under the unchanging fluorescence. Paul Regan sat slumped against the steering wheel, his head tilted at an awkward, broken angle, his left cheek pressed against the cold, textured plastic. His eyes were open, staring without sight at the darkened dial of the speedometer, frozen at 0. His hands had fallen to his lap, palms up, fingers slightly curled as if in vague supplication. The briefcase sat open on the passenger seat, empty, its interior a void of black nylon webbing. The manila folder was gone. The garage was quiet again, save for the persistent, low hum of the lights, that same flat, dead note. A faint wisp of steam or condensation escaped from the front of the car's crumpled hood near the grille, a ghostly breath that curled once, white against the gray, and dissipated quickly in the cold, still air. Under the hum, a new, faint sound emerged. A slow, rhythmic drip, drip of coolant or perhaps transmission fluid from the wounded car, hitting a small puddle on the concrete, marking time in the emptiness. It was a cleanup operation. It was complete. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The low brick buildings of the Federal Correctional Facility in Alderson were stark and squat against a bright, cold West Virginia sky. Razor wire coiled along the tops of chain-link fences glittered with a crust of morning frost, catching the low sun like broken glass. Katie Ford guided her rental car into a visitor's slot, the tires crunching over gravel frozen hard as cement. She turned the key, and the silence after the engine cut felt heavy and deliberate, a vacuum she had to force herself to break. She hadn't told Nina. She certainly hadn't told Director Vance. This visit was a breach of protocol, a personal debt, and a professional risk, all knotted together in a tight, uncomfortable ball in her stomach. She'd rehearsed what to say on the 2-hour drive, the words sounding hollow even in the privacy of the car. "I owe you a report." That was all. That was the cover. But the real reason was a compulsion, a need to look into the eyes of the woman who had handed her a puzzle made of shadows and see if the shadows looked back. Katie's fingers tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles pale, before she released it and reached for the door handle. The metal was shockingly cold, even through her gloves. She stepped out into air that smelled of distant wood smoke and damp earth, the wind slicing through her wool coat. A distant, metallic clang echoed from somewhere within the facility, followed by a muffled shout. Normal prison sounds. They did nothing to settle her nerves. Visitor processing was a numbingly standard ritual, but today each step felt amplified, scrutinized. She presented her FBI credentials and driver's license to a corrections officer behind thick plexiglass. His eyes, bored and heavy-lidded, flicked from her photo to her face and back. He pushed a clipboard through a metal slot. A sign in. Purpose of visit. Attorney consultation, Katie said, her voice flat and professional. She printed her name, the date, the time. The lie was a minor one, a technicality given her status, but it still felt like a first, small crack in her foundation. Briefcase, the guard asked. No. All personal items in the locker. Keys, phone, wallet. A weapon. Katie nodded, working the combination lock on a small, battered locker. She placed her phone inside, then her wallet. She unclipped her service weapon from her hip, the weight of it familiar and reassuring. Laying it in the metal box felt like surrendering a piece of her authority. She closed the door with a solid clunk that echoed in the tiled room. Through there, the guard said, jerking his thumb toward a heavy metal door. Another officer, a woman with a stern, impassive face, waited. Arms out. Katie complied, standing spread-eagle as the guard passed a wand around her body. It buzzed sharply near the metal zipper of her coat. The guard patted her down with efficient, impersonal hands. Clear. Follow me. They moved through a series of buzzing doors, each one sealing behind them with a definitive thud of magnetic locks. The air changed, growing warmer closer, carrying the faint, ever-present smells of institutional life. Old coffee, industrial floor wax, bleach, and beneath it all, the sour tang of crowded humanity. The hallway was lit by flickering fluorescent tubes that cast a sickly greenish light on the scuffed linoleum floor. The attorney visit room they led her to was a small, soundproofed box. The walls were a dull beige, padded with a material that absorbed sound, giving the space an eerie, dead-aired quiet. A single bolted-down table, its surface scratched and stained with old coffee rings, dominated the center. Two vinyl-padded chairs, the orange vinyl cracked and repaired with silver tape, were fastened to the floor on opposite sides. There was no window, only a recessed light in the ceiling behind a wire cage. The room was cold, a dry, artificial chill that seeped through her clothes. Katie took the chair facing the door, placing her hands flat on the cold tabletop. As she waited, the door buzzed and opened. Marin Solis entered with a quiet guard who took up a post just inside, his back to the wall, his expression blank. Marin was thinner than she had been at her arrest 6 months ago, her cheekbones sharp beneath skin that had lost its outdoor hue, gone sallow under artificial light. The orange jumpsuit hung on her frame. But her calm was absolute. It wasn't the serenity of peace. It was the stillness of a settled fact, a boulder that had come to rest and would not be moved again. She moved with a deliberate, unhurried grace, as if the concrete and steel around her were of no more consequence than the weather. She sat, the vinyl sighing under her weight, and folded her hands on the table. Her nails were short, clean. Her eyes, a pale, focused gray, found Katie's and held them. She offered a small, acknowledging nod, nothing more. Agent Ford. I didn't expect to see you again. Katie felt the guard's presence like a physical pressure. She kept her posture straight, her shoulders squared, the model of official business. She let a beat pass, her own gaze steady. I owe you a report, she said, her voice low but clear in the muffled room. She watched Marin's face for any reaction, any crack in that composed surface. There was none. 2 of the 3 journalist copies of your dossier were intercepted. The packages were tracked, rerouted, and disappeared. They never arrived. The 3rd recipient has gone silent. No response to secure attempts at contact for over a month. Marin absorbed this. Her eyes didn't widen, her breathing didn't hitch. She simply blinked once slowly, as if processing a mildly interesting but not unexpected piece of data. And the 1997 file. My father's murder. Sealed, the word was a stone dropped in the quiet room. Federal classification. Level above my clearance. Locked 3 days after his death. Katie leaned forward slightly, her elbows on the table, her voice dropping further, forcing Marin to lean in minutely to hear. Who has that kind of reach, Marin? To classify a small-town sheriff's homicide file as a matter of national security decades after the fact. To make it vanish from its own system. A faint, weary smile touched Marin's lips, a dry crack in desert soil. It held no humor. You're asking the wrong question. You're asking who, you should be asking how. The network isn't a person. It's a system. A process. A self-preserving organism. She paused, her gaze steady and unnervingly direct on Katie. Her hands remained folded, perfectly still. Your father wasn't the only investigator who looked into these anomalies over the years. The misplaced funds. The ghost contracts. The witnesses who changed their stories or vanished. Some were silenced like mine. Some were bought promotions, early pensions, quiet consulting gigs that paid too well. And a very few, learned to operate inside the system, to wear its uniform, to speak its language, to protect the organism from within. They're still there. In offices like yours. In records departments. In classification committees. They're why that file is sealed. Not a person. A function. The words landed not with a dramatic crash, but with a cold, logical weight, like an ice block settling in Katie's gut. It was the confirmation of a fear she had carried since her father's own frustrated, whispered suspicions, a fear she had never voiced, not even in the privacy of her own thoughts, that the enemy wasn't just outside, a foreign agent or a criminal syndicate, but woven into the very fabric she was sworn to protect. The fabric of her own life. Her hands, still flat on the table, felt suddenly cold. She resisted the urge to pull them back, to rub them together. She kept them there, a testament to her control. Why tell me this? Katie asked, her voice carefully neutral. She tilted her head a fraction. You've given me a problem with no tools to solve it. A ghost in the machine. What am I supposed to do with that? I'm offering you a trade, Marin said, her tone shifting from lecturer to negotiator. It was subtle, a slight hardening around the eyes, a new precision in her words. The starting point. You want names. I'll give you a path to them. Not a gift. A transaction. Investigate something for me. Something current. Something your own work may have inadvertently triggered. Katie remained silent. She didn't nod, didn't encourage. She just waited, her body perfectly still, her eyes locked on Marin's. The hum of the overhead light was the only sound. Marin watched her for a 3 count, reading her silence as assent to continue. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper that the soundproofing swallowed greedily. There have been 4 deaths in the last 6 weeks. Men found dead in their vehicles along the I-95 corridor in Maryland. Ruled as heart attacks, carbon monoxide poisoning from faulty exhaust, a single-car accident where the driver supposedly fell asleep. Non-specific. Tidy. The kind of deaths that generate a police report, a brief obituary, and no further questions. Katie's mind immediately presented the image of Paul Regan, slumped in his car in a government garage. The silenced auditor. Her pulse, which had been steady, gave a hard, single thump against her ribs. She kept her expression impassive. How do you know about this? You're in here, she gestured slightly with her chin, indicating the walls. I read the news. All of it. Local papers, police blotters, traffic incident reports that get a single paragraph online. Marin's voice was dry. I cross-reference. I have time. These men had disparate lives on paper. A retired accountant from Bethesda, a freelance IT consultant from Baltimore, a former long-haul trucker, a small business owner selling security equipment. But they shared a certain vocational history. Private logistics. Inventory management for sensitive materials. Security consulting for defunct government contractors whose names only appear in archived budget appendices. Marin's eyes were sharp now, lit from within by a fierce, intellectual intensity. Your Book 3 investigation, the one about procurement fraud and the private military pipelines through Eastern Europe. You filed subpoenas, you interviewed former procurement officers. You rattled the cage, Agent Ford. You asked questions in channels that hadn't been disturbed in a long, long time. I believe these men were silenced because your questions prompted someone, somewhere, to start a quiet audit of their own. To review old connections. To clean house. Clean house. The phrase echoed in the silent room. Katie's mind raced, connecting dots with swift, clinical efficiency. The murder of Paul Regan in his government garage. A series of tidy, unremarkable highway deaths. Both were methods of silencing. One was a blunt message, a bullet in a deserted place. The other was a quiet erasure, a making the problem go away. The pattern. Her professional instinct, the part that sifted chaos for order, seized on it. But alongside it rose a cold splash of personal dread. Your own work may have triggered this. If Marin was right, she hadn't just been investigating. She'd been poking a beehive, and now people were being stung to death. Give me the details, Katie said, the decision made in the space between heartbeats. Her voice was all business. She pulled a small, black moleskine notebook and a cheap ballpoint pen from the inside pocket of her jacket. The familiar actions were grounding. Marin didn't hesitate. She recited dates, approximate mile markers, vehicle makes and models. A silver Lexus, a blue Ford pickup, a white panel van, a green Jeep Cherokee. She listed the names the men had died under. Alan Cray, Robert Duvall, Marcus Green, Samuel Finch. Katie wrote swiftly, her handwriting tight and angular, pressing the pen hard enough to leave indentations on the page. The information was precise, memorized. This was no theory, this was intelligence. And in return, Katie asked without looking up from her notes. She filled in a margin, underlining a vehicle description. You find the thread, Marin said, her voice low and urgent. The thread that connects these roadside graves to the people who buried them. You follow it. Use your resources. Follow the money, the shell companies, the security clearances that shouldn't have been granted. And when you have a name, a real name, not an alias or a front, you come back. You tell me. And I'll give you the next one. The one inside the machine. Katie finished writing and finally looked up. The guard by the door, who had been a statue, shifted his weight. It was a small movement, the squeak of a rubber sole on linoleum, a slight adjustment of his shoulders. A silent signal that time was short. Both women registered it. Katie saw Marin's eyes flicker toward the guard and then back to her, the unspoken understanding passing between them. The negotiation was over, the deal was struck. Katie closed her notebook with a soft snap. The sound was final. She stood, sliding the notebook and pen back into her coat. She met Marin's gaze one last time. No gratitude passed between them. There were no nods of mutual respect. This was a transaction, an alliance of necessity forged in a cold, quiet room. Katie was the hand on the outside, Marin was the eyes on the inside. That was all. I'll look into it, Katie said. I know you will, Marin replied, that weary, knowing smile touching her lips again. She didn't move to stand. It's what you do. The guard stepped forward, his keys jangling. Time's up. Katie turned and followed him out without a backward glance. The door buzzed and thudded shut behind her, sealing Marin's solace back into her world of concrete and silence. Processing out was the ritual in reverse, a slow unlocking. Retrieving her items from the locker, she clipped her service weapon back onto her belt. The weight was a relief, a return of self. She signed out on the clipboard, her signature a quick slashing line. Then she was through the final door, stepping back into the world. The cold morning air hit her like a slap, sharp and cleansing after the stale, climate-controlled interior. She drew in a deep breath, the cold burning her lungs. The sky was still that hard, bright blue, the sun higher now, doing little to warm the earth. Her footsteps crunched loudly on the gravel as she walked back to her rental car, the sound stark and solitary. She unlocked the car, slid inside, and closed the door. The interior was icy, the seats stiff with cold. She didn't start the engine. She just sat, her gloved hands resting on the cold curve of the steering wheel, her breath pluming in small, quick clouds in the still air. The notebook lay on the passenger seat, a simple, black-covered object containing a lethal hypothesis. It seemed to radiate a danger all its own. Her mind replayed the meeting, not in words, but in sensations and implications. 2 intercepted packages vanished without a trace. A small-town murder file, sealed for decades under a national security stamp. A murdered federal auditor in a government garage. Now 4 men, dead on the highway, their deaths arranged to look like nothing. Marin's theory echoed like a cold chant in her mind, a self-preserving organism. It meant the thing she was hunting was alive. It had instincts. It could feel threat. And it was cleaning house, methodically, quietly, ruthlessly. It had been doing so for decades. And her investigation, her diligent, by-the-book FBI work, might have been the spark that started this latest round of killings. The weight of it settled over her, immense and invisible. It was no longer a case file, a series of irregularities to be documented and presented. It was a war, hidden in plain sight, waged in paperwork and parking garages, and on the shoulders of interstate highways. And she had just accepted a mission from a general in prison blues. A mission that would require her to turn her tools against the very institution that provided them. A shiver that had nothing to do with the cold traced its way down her spine. She reached out, her movement slow, and turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed to life. The heater fan blasted air that was, at first, even colder than the ambient chill, then slowly began to warm. She had to move. She had to start. But for one more long moment, she just sat, her eyes on the stark brick buildings and the glittering razor wire, feeling the architecture of the conspiracy not as a diagram, but as a presence. It was in the sealed file, in the silent journalist, in the dead men on I-95. It was in the system itself. And she was now committed to finding its heart, knowing that with every step she took, she might be forcing it to clean house again. The notebook on the seat beside her was no longer just a notebook. It was a map into a labyrinth, and she had just agreed to walk in alone. In Chapter 3. In Chapter 3. In Chapter 3. The pothos on her windowsill was the only thing in the apartment with any will to live. Its vines trailed over the cheap plastic pot, leaves of vibrant, defiant green against the beige wall. Katie sat at her kitchen table, the glow of her laptop the sole light in the room, a blue-white rectangle that bleached the color from her hands and cast long, distorted shadows of the salt and pepper shakers across the table. Its cord snaked across the worn linoleum floor to an outlet, a tripping hazard she never bothered to secure. Her go-bag, a compact, weathered black duffel, waited by the front door like a patient dog. She could see its outline from where she sat, a familiar shadow in the deeper dark of the hallway. Marin's tip was a pebble in her shoe. A persistent, grating pressure. Check the highway deaths. She took a slow sip of cold coffee, grimaced at the bitter, oily taste, and set the mug down. It left a faint, ghostly ring on the laminate tabletop. Her fingers began to move, the click of the keys loud and deliberate in the thick quiet. The apartment held its breath. The only other sound was the faint, constant hum of the refrigerator from the kitchenette. She started with a simple news search. I-95 rest stop fatalities, Maryland, Virginia. The results loaded with a soft chime, a blur of minor accidents, DUIs, a hit and run from 6 months ago. Useless. She exhaled, a short puff of frustration that fogged the screen for a second. She refined it, adding dates, narrowing the window to the last 3 weeks. The search engine thought, a spinning wheel of blue dots. 3 articles surfaced, each from a different local news affiliate, none making more than a ripple. Headlines in bland, serious fonts. Man found deceased at Jessup Rest area, tragedy on I-95, fatal carjacking at Lorton stop. She opened the first. Howard County, Maryland. The page was cluttered with autoplay video ads for a local car dealership. A man in a too-bright suit grinned silently after she muted the tab. The article was 4 paragraphs. A man found deceased in his sedan at the Jessup Rest area off I-95. Found by a state trooper on routine patrol just after dawn. Apparent cardiac events. Victim, Martin Riggs, 44, a logistics manager for a regional shipping firm. Survived by wife and 2 children. Police reported no signs of foul play, no forced entry, nothing disturbed. The car was locked from the inside. A tragic, natural end for a man pulling over, perhaps feeling unwell. Katie's eyes scanned the text twice, her index finger tracing the lines on the screen, looking for the crack. The name of the trooper. The exact time. The make of the sedan. Nothing. It was smooth, sanitized copy. She leaned closer, squinting at the single, grainy Associated Press photo of the rest area entrance, a generic sign under a gray sky. She opened the second tab. Prince George's County, 2 days later. Another man, another sedan, this time at the College Park northbound service plaza. Found by a family stopping for bathroom breaks, the kids had noticed the man slumped over the wheel. This one was ruled a possible carbon monoxide leak from a faulty exhaust, though the medical examiner's report was pending. Victim, David Chen, 41, an insurance adjuster. Married, 1 child. The article was slightly longer, the tone tinged with more uncertainty. It mentioned Maryland State Police were looking into possible connections to the Riggs case, but the quote from the spokesperson was pure boilerplate, said in bold, "We are exploring all avenues as part of a thorough investigation." No details. No commitment. Katie scrolled to the comments section, a barren wasteland of 3 generic thoughts and prayers posts. As she closed it, the third tab was across the river in Virginia. Fairfax County. A week after Chen. This one had a different flavor. The headline was bolder, in a heavier font, "Carjacking turns fatal at Lorton Rest Stop." The victim, identified as Samuel Porter, 46, a dispatcher for a long-haul trucking fleet, was found in his SUV with a single gunshot wound to the head. His wallet, phone, and a briefcase were missing. Virginia State Police and county authorities were treating it as an armed robbery. The article quoted a detective, saying the rest stop was known for occasional petty theft, but nothing this violent. No mention of the Maryland cases. No connection drawn. A closed loop. Katie's jaw tightened. She could feel the muscles along her neck cord with tension. A carjacking with a single gunshot to the head, execution style, and nothing else taken from the vehicle. It was a narrative that prioritized neatness over sense. Katie leaned back, the old wooden chair groaning a protest under her weight. She stretched her arms over her head, feeling the pull in her shoulders, the stiffness of sitting too long in one position. 3 men. All in their 40s. All married fathers. All driving alone on I-95, the great concrete artery that threaded the coast. A logistics manager, an insurance adjuster, a fleet dispatcher. Jobs that spoke of spreadsheets, routing slips, invoices, and middle management. Not high-risk profiles. Not diplomats or couriers. Civilians. The kind of men who drove to work, drove home, drove to see family. The backbone of the mundane. She minimized the browser and brought up the FBI's internal database on her work laptop, the screen flickering to life with the official seal. The blue light seemed harsher, more clinical. She ran a low-level query on the 3 names, a background ping that wouldn't raise flags, the digital equivalent of a casual glance. The system churned, a progress bar inching across the screen. She watched it, her thumb tapping a slow, absent rhythm on the edge of the table. Results: no criminal records. No red flags for financial crimes, terrorism watch lists, or protective details. No obvious links between them. Different employers in different industries, different hometowns, different daily commutes. Martin Riggs lived north of Baltimore. David Chen lived in Silver Spring. Samuel Porter in Springfield, Virginia. 3 points on a map. But the geography was a stitch. A line drawn straight down the spine of the eastern seaboard. In Jessup. College Park. Lorton. She could visualize it, the exits blurring past. And the timing, 2 weeks, 3 deaths. The Maryland cases were a whisper of a pattern, a question mark hanging in the dry official language. Virginia had slapped a convenient, closed label on theirs: carjacking. Case neat, boxed, shelved. Too neat. Coincidence was the lazy answer. It usually was. But Marin Solis from a prison cell had pointed her here. That meant the pattern was visible from the inside looking out. It meant someone else somewhere thought these men were connected too. The thought was a cold spot in the room, a draft that raised the fine hairs on her forearms. Katie rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands, pressing until she saw bursts of color. The screen's glare left phantom streaks on her vision, green and purple ghosts floating in the dark. She could hear the distant, rhythmic thump of bass from a neighbor's stereo, a muffled annoyance through the walls that seemed to sync with the slow, anxious pulse in her own temples. Her phone rang, the vibration a sudden, aggressive buzz that skittered the device across the tabletop, shattering the silent focus. It rattled against her coffee mug. The screen flashed, Robert Vance. She let it ring a second time, a full, resonant cycle, a beat to compartmentalize, to shift from solitary researcher to agent. She drew in a breath, held it, and let it out slowly through her nose before answering. A director. Ford. Where are you? Vance's voice was all business, a blunt instrument. She could picture him in his office at this hour, the desk lamp on, casting a pool of yellow light on a polished wood surface, paperwork in a precise stack at his elbow. Home, sir, she kept her voice flat, neutral ground. Good. You're with Shaw, it wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, a deployment order. I'm sending you both a case file now. Maryland State Police have formally requested assistance. 3 fatalities at I-95 rest areas over the past fortnight. They've got 2 they can't explain. Virginia has a 3rd they're calling a robbery. The locals are spooked, think it might be a serial, but they don't have the resources to tie it together. He paused, and she could hear the faint rustle of paper. You read the briefing. Not yet, sir. Just got in. The lie came easily, a smooth stone. Oh, it's thin. Autopsies are inconclusive on the first 2. The 3rd has a bullet. No witnesses, no useful forensics at the scenes. Just 3 dead men in cars, another pause longer. She could feel him weighing something. The MSP, Major Crimes Lieutenant, is a former MP. By the book, but he's asking for help, which means he's worried. I want you 2 on a plane to Baltimore first thing. Liaise, assess, and get a handle on this before it turns into a media circus or someone decides it's a highway phantom. Understood. Katie's hand tightened around the phone, the plastic case creaking slightly in her grip. Her stomach performed a slow, cold roll, a visceral lurch that made her press her free hand flat against her abdomen, as if to hold herself together. The coffee she drank threatened to come back up, acidic in her throat. She took a deep breath, but the air in her sparse apartment seemed to thin, tasted stale and metallic. She was acutely aware of the darkness pressing at the edges of the laptop's glow, the empty chair opposite her, the sheer, staggering coincidence that was now crashing down with the weight of official sanction. Understood, sir. The I-95 cases. She kept her voice level, a neutral report, forcing her jaw to unclench. What's the threshold for escalation? Your judgment, Ford. But if this is a pattern, I want it identified and contained before a 4th body shows up. Shaw will handle the local politics. You find the thread. The file has what little they've got. Scene photos, witness statements from the finds. Make it more. Keep me updated. There was no goodbye, no pleasantry. The line went dead with a soft, definitive click. She lowered the phone slowly, staring at the dark screen as her own reflection. Pale, features blurred and hollowed by the overhead kitchen light, stared back. The case Marin had dangled, the one she'd just spent the last hour piecing together from public scraps and gut feeling, was now her official assignment. It was no longer a curiosity. It was a directive printed on bureau letterhead, a case number, a per diem allowance. The coincidence was gone, vaporized, replaced by the cold, grinding machinery of procedure. Vance's order had just legitimized the very trail Marin wanted her to follow. The prison inmate was now, indirectly, tasking the FBI. The symmetry was perfect, and it felt like a trap whose walls were still invisible, a path laid with two convenient stepping stones. A chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature traced her spine. She sat there for a full minute, motionless, listening to the hum of the laptops and the fading echo of Vance's voice in her head. Then she stood, her movements automatic, pushing the chair back with a harsh scrape against the linoleum that made her wince. Before she could think too hard about the implications, before the questions of how and why could fully root and tangle, she walked to her bedroom. The floorboards sighed under her weight. The bedroom was dark, the bed neatly made, a dark gray comforter pulled taut. The streetlight from the alley behind her building sliced through the blinds, painting bars of orange yellow light across the floor. She booted up her personal laptop, a sleek silver machine never connected to the bureau network. It hummed to life quietly, a softer, gentler sound than the workhorse on the kitchen table. The glow from its screen was warmer. She logged into her FBI portal from it, the process requiring the dual-factor authentication that chimed on her government phone, now lying on the kitchen table. She waited, her fingers drumming on the edge of the laptop. She navigated through the directories, past the flashing red icon of the new case file from Vance, past current cases, past administrative files, down to the archival search function. The cursor blinked in the blank field, a steady, patient pulse. She typed the file name, each letter a deliberate, heavy tap that echoed in the quiet room. REGANTHOMAS. HOMICID. 1997. As she hit enter, the system processed for a moment, a spinning icon of a tiny, turning vault door. Her breath caught, held in her chest despite herself. A foolish, childish hope flickered, that this time with this new case swirling around her, a key might have magically turned. Then the same stark banner filled the screen, black text on a gray background. Access D and IED. Classification level exceeds user authority. File sealed under National Security, Protocol 12A. No change. No crack in the wall. No additional line of text. No hint of who had sealed it or why. No list of authorized personnel. Her father's death remained a black box, its contents deemed more dangerous than the truth. She stared at the words until they lost meaning, dissolving into abstract shapes on the screen. A part of her, a young girl's part buried deep, still expected something to change, for a door to swing open. The adult agent, the one who had seen how the machinery worked, knew better. The denial was the only fact that mattered. Her right index finger hovered over the print screen key. She glanced over her shoulder at the bedroom door, half open, leading to the dark living room. She listened, not for a sound, but for a quality of silence. The normal sounds, the refrigerator's hum, the faint traffic murmur from 6 stories down, were still there, but they felt like a curtain now, a screen. The silence behind them felt watchful, charged. She turned her head slowly, scanning the slice of dark living room she could see. Nothing. Just the familiar shapes of her couch, the table, the duffel bag by the door. Still, her heartbeat was a thick drum in her ears. As she pressed the key, the screen flickered almost imperceptibly, a quick digital blink. With quick, precise movements, her fingers suddenly steady, she opened a basic photo editing program, pasted the screenshot, and cropped it to just the access denied banner and the file name. The image was a perfect, sterile replica of the wall she could not scale. She saved the image not to the laptop's hard drive, but to a small, matte black encrypted thumb drive she kept buried in a box of old charging cables and dead headphones in the bottom drawer of her nightstand. She dug it out, the cables cool and tangled, and plugged the drive in. The computer chimed softly. She dragged the file over. A progress bar zipped across the screen and vanished. She labeled it not with her father's name, but with a string of meaningless numbers and letters she would remember. XJ722, Q883. Ejected the drive. The physical act of pulling it from the USB port felt final, like chambering around. The drive was warm from the transfer. She walked back to the front hall, her socks whispering on the floor. She unzipped the main compartment of her go bag, the sound loud in the stillness, and felt along the interior lining until she found the small, sewn-in inner pocket, its opening secured with a subtle Velcro flap. She peeled it back, slipped the thumb drive inside, her fingers brushing against the folded, waxy texture of the cache and the smooth, laminated cover of the backup passport already stored there. She pressed the Velcro closed, ensuring it was secure. The actions were a ritual now, performed maybe twice a year. A tiny, futile rebellion against the DENIED. It proved nothing, changed nothing. But it was a record. Her record. A whisper in a vault saying I was here, I asked, I was denied. She turned her attention to the bag itself. It was time to make it more than a shadow by the door. She hefted it onto the kitchen table, the weight familiar and comforting, a solid anchor. Unzipping it, she began the methodical, tactile check. Her hand went first to the side pocket, feeling through the tough nylon for the hard, rectangular shape of her backup firearm, a compact Glock 26, wrapped in a soft, oiled cloth. Next to it, 2 loaded magazines, the cool metal of the cartridges just detectable through the polymer. She didn't unwrap it, just confirmed its presence, the weight and shape correct. Her fingers traced the interior seams to the hidden compartment along the back panel, finding the bundle of cash, 5,000 in mixed, non-sequential bills, and the 2 alternate IDs, their laminated faces strangers with her eyes. She pulled them out, held them under the kitchen light. She flipped through them, a driver's license from Pennsylvania for a Karen Mitchell, a private investigator's credential from Delaware for Dana Shaw. The names were bland, forgettable. The photos showed her with different hair, a blanker expression. She studied them for a moment, committing the details to muscle memory, then slid them back into their sleeve. She moved to the main compartment. A change of dark, durable clothing, jeans, black tee, gray sweater, socks, underwear, all rolled tightly to save space. A basic first aid kit, smaller than her palm, zippered shut. A multi-tool, its hinges stiff. A high-lumen flashlight. She clicked it on, a blinding white spot that illuminated the ceiling before she shut it off. A power bank and a tangle of cables. A small, hardcover notebook and 2 black pens. A box of 9 ammunition, the heavy cardboard box sealed with a paper strip. She brought it close to her face, checking the seal under the light. It was intact, the glue unbroken. Every item had its place, secured with straps or elastic loops to prevent shifting and rattling. This was the architecture of readiness, built over years of sudden departures, of nights ending with a phone call and a scramble. She ran her hands along the interior, a final tactile sweep, pressing into every corner. Nothing loose. Nothing missing. The bag was a promise of self-sufficiency. She zipped the bag shut, the sound a long, satisfying rasp that seemed to seal her intent, and slung it over her shoulder. The weight settled against her hip, a grounding, familiar pull. She adjusted the strap, the padded nylon ruff against her palm. The pothos on the windowsill was a dark silhouette against the city's sodium vapor evening glow, the vibrant green of the leaves now a deep, velvety black. She walked over to it, reached out and touched a leaf. It was cool, waxy, resilient. It needed water. She'd forgotten. Oh, again. She gave the empty apartment one last look. The clean table with its lone coffee ring, the dark laptop screens like blind eyes, the single plant that thrived on neglect. Her home was a place to sleep and store gear, a way station. She had never bothered to make it more, and now, standing there with the bag on her shoulder, she understood why. It was easier to leave a shell. She reached for the light switch on the wall, the plastic cool and slightly gritty under her thumb. And she switched it off. The blue-white glow vanished, plunging the room into a deeper gloom. Shapes resolved slowly from the ambient light bleeding around the window blinds. The couch became a hulking mass, the table a square shadow. Her eyes adjusted. She turned, her shoes quiet on the linoleum, and grasped the cool metal of the front door handle. She opened the door. The hallway air was different, cooler, carrying the faint, chemical smell of lemon-scented disinfectant and the older, deeper odor of dust trapped in the carpet pile. She stepped out, pulling the door closed behind her until she heard the latch click. She turned the deadbolt with her key, feeling the heavy, solid mechanism engage with a deep, resonant thunk that echoed slightly in the tiled corridor. She tested the handle, pushing and pulling. Locked. Secure. In the hallway, the door locked behind her, a final barrier between herself and the empty space. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting a sickly greenish pallor. The case was waiting, a file now buzzing on her official phone in her pocket. The highway was waiting, a stretch of asphalt dotted with rest stops that had become quiet, unmarked graves. And somewhere in the dark, the reason these men had died was waiting, too, a truth that had already reached out from a prison cell to tap her on the shoulder, a truth that had now been handed to her on a silver platter by her own boss. The coincidence was a knot in her stomach she couldn't untie, not yet. She adjusted the strap of the duffel, the weight a comfort and a burden, and started down the hall towards the elevator. Her footsteps were the only sound in the long corridor, a soft, steady tread on the worn industrial carpet. Each step was a step closer to the stitch of geography, to the points on the map, and to the questions that lay at their center, waiting in the silence of parked cars. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The Washington field office briefing room smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner, undercut by the sharp, astringent scent of the lemon-scented gel someone had used to wipe down the whiteboard. The ghost of the previous case's work, names, dates, arrows in red and black, still smudged the surface in a faint, chaotic palimpsest. Katie arrived just after 8, the dull, persistent ache in her shoulder, a constant companion beneath the structured wool of her jacket. The room was utilitarian and cold. A scuffed laminate table that reflected the harsh fluorescent tubes overhead, a wall-mounted monitor powered down to a blank, dark eye, and a single, high window offering a sliver of gray DC. Sky. The air was dry and still, carrying the faint, metallic hum of the building's climate control. Nina Shaw was already there, standing at the head of the table with a manila file open in her hands. She didn't look up at the sound of the door. Her focus on the pages was absolute, one finger tracing a line of text. Ford. You're late. Traffic on the bridge, Katie said, her voice flat as she let the door swing shut behind her with a soft hydraulic sigh. They both knew it was a lie. The real delay had been the physical therapy appointment in a sterile, bright clinic room an hour before. She could still feel the clinical press of the therapist's hands guiding her arm, the sharp, electric protest of her healing muscles as she worked through the careful, painful rotations. Again, Katie. Slow and controlled. You're regaining range, not winning a race. The wound from Mimic was healing, but it was a slow, stubborn process that announced itself with every twist and reach. The session had run long, the therapist insisting on one more set of resisted exercises that left her jaw clenched and her palm damp with sweat. She'd driven straight here, the steering wheel a challenge to turn, the familiar streets a blur of pain-fueled focus. A third person sat at the table, a man Katie didn't recognize. He was in his early 30s, with a quiet, observant stillness that seemed to absorb the room's energy rather than contribute to it. His suit was a mid-gray, crisp and perfectly fitted, his posture erect without being rigid. His hands rested on the table, fingers laced loosely. He gave her a polite, professional nod as she entered, his eyes, a cool, assessing blue, tracking her movement to a chair. His gaze was a quick, comprehensive sweep. Her face, the slight stiffness in her left side, the way she held her arm close to her body. It lasted only a second before returning to the file in front of him, but it felt like an inventory. "This is Agent Cole Braddock," Nina said, finally glancing up. She closed the file with one hand, the sound a dry slap in the quiet room. Her expression was its usual impassive mask. Transferred from Counterintelligence Division 2 weeks ago. Director Vance assigned him to assist while you're recovering. She let the last word hang, a clinical term that covered a multitude of sins. Her tone was neutral, but the slight pause before it was a deliberate placement, a marker on the conversational map. The name landed with a quiet thud in the silent room. Counterintelligence. Vance's old division. Katie felt the pieces click into place with an almost audible snap. She pulled out a chair, the metal legs scraping against the thin industrial carpet with a sound like tearing fabric, and lowered herself carefully. She controlled the descent, using her good arm for support, masking the slight wince as her shoulder protested the motion. She kept her expression neutral, a practiced blankness, but her gaze held Braddock's for a half-second longer than strictly necessary, taking in the clean line of his jaw, the perfectly trimmed hair, the utter absence of anything out of place. His tie was a solid navy, knotted with geometric precision. "Agent Braddock." "Agent Ford," he said. His voice was calm, measured, with a neutral mid-Atlantic accent that gave nothing away. He didn't smile. His mouth moved just enough to form the words. "I've reviewed the preliminary files from Maryland State Police." He paused, his eyes meeting hers again, a flicker of acknowledgement that felt procedural. "I took the liberty of compiling a timeline." He leaned forward slightly, the movement economical, and slid a single printed sheet across the table toward her. His fingers were long, clean, with neatly trimmed nails. There was no wedding band. Katie reached for the paper, her own movement slower, more deliberate. The sheet was warm where it had been resting under his hand. It was meticulous, cleanly formatted with columns for times, locations, and known facts about the two I-95 homicides. The font was small but legible, the data points aligned with precision. It was the work of someone who valued order above all, who believed the chaos of violence could be captured, contained, and understood through spreadsheets and chronologies. In the margin, in the same precise script, was a note, "Digital forensics pending, devices sent to Quantico." "Competent," Nina remarked from the head of the table. She hadn't moved. It was a note of faint, grudging surprise in her tone, the closest she usually came to praise. She tapped the file in front of her with a blunt fingernail. 2 victims. Both men. Mid-40s. Both found in their vehicles at rest stops along the I-95 corridor in Maryland. First was Martin Riggs, 44, a sales manager from Wilmington, found Tuesday last week just after dawn. Second was David Chen, 41, a freelance IT consultant from Baltimore, found early Thursday morning. She opened the file again, her eyes scanning. Multiple stab wounds to the torso. No robbery, wallets, phones, laptops present. No obvious signs of struggle in the vehicles. No broken glass, no blood spatter suggesting a fight. It's as if they just sat there and let it happen. Katie studied Braddock's timeline, her finger tracing the cold, hard facts. The 2 locations were highlighted in soft yellow. In Jessup. College Park. Close proximity, she said, thinking aloud. 3 days apart. Same MO. Almost the same time of discovery. Pre-dawn, she looked up at Braddock. What's the estimated time of death window? For Riggs, between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., Braddock said without consulting his notes. His hands returned to their laced position on the table. Chen, between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. Both were discovered by rest stop maintenance or early morning travelers. The vehicles were locked from the inside. Maryland State Police's primary theory is a highway predator, Braddock continued, his voice even, delivering facts. They're leaning toward the use of a dating or hookup app as a lure. Establish contact, arrange a meeting, get the victim to pull over for a rendezvous, then attack. It would explain the lack of forced entry and the minimal defensive wounds noted in the ME's initial report. The victim is expecting company, just not the kind they get. It's a workable hypothesis, Nina conceded, closing the file with a soft thwap. She leaned back, the chair creaking under her weight. But it's thin. App-based lures usually leave a digital footprint: messages, profiles, GPS pings. MSP's cyber unit hasn't found anything concrete on the victim's devices yet. No new contacts in the days prior. No suspicious app downloads. She looked at Braddock, her dark eyes sharp. And it doesn't explain the selection. Why these 2? A sales manager and an IT consultant. Different worlds. Her gaze shifted to Katie, a silent command to weigh in to confirm she was tracking and up for it. Katie held Nina's look and gave a single, short nod. She turned back to Braddock. Families. Any reports of distress, changes in behavior. Braddock shook his head once, a tight, economical motion. Riggs was divorced, shared custody of a teenage daughter. According to his ex-wife, he was reliable, predictable. Chen was single, lived alone. His sister said he was a homebody, worked long hours remotely. No known conflicts. No debts beyond a mortgage and student loans. Both men were, by all accounts, unremarkable. Unremarkable men don't get carved up in highway rest stops, Nina said flatly. She pushed the file away from her, as if it were contaminated. We need to see the scenes, talk to the medical examiner, get a feel for the ground. Ford and I will handle the field work in Maryland. Her gaze locked onto Katie again, this time lingering on the set of her shoulders, the careful way she held herself. It was an assessment, not of readiness, but of durability. You're cleared for light duty. Observation and consultation. You don't touch anything unless I say so. Understood. Understood, Katie said, the word coming out tighter than she intended. She felt Braddock's eyes on her, that cool blue assessment again. She kept her own hands still on the table, resisting the urge to rub the ache that was now a hot knot beneath her collarbone. Nina looked back at Braddock. You're on DC. Support. I want you running the background deep dive. Phone records, financials, any digital forensics the locals have pulled but maybe haven't connected. Cross-reference the victims' lives. Look for intersections beyond geography. Jobs, hobbies, alumni networks, online affiliations, charitable donations. Did they use the same bank? Shop at the same grocery store. Get their cars serviced at the same chain. Anything that links Martin Riggs to David Chen besides a stretch of asphalt. Understood, Braddock said. He pulled a legal pad closer, uncapped a black pen, and made a note with precise, efficient script. No flourish. The pen made a soft, consistent scratch. I'll coordinate with the cyber team and have a preliminary report by end of day. I'll also request full evidence logs from both jurisdictions for cross-referencing. The MSP detective in charge is a Lieutenant Grayson. I've already established contact. Of course you have, Nina muttered, almost to herself. She stood up, the legs of her chair squealing against the linoleum floor. The sound was jarring in the contained space. Our flight leaves from Reagan in 90 minutes. Grab your go-bags, Ford. We'll cab together. I want to be on the ground in Baltimore before the local detectives have their second coffee and start getting proprietary about their crime scenes. She began gathering her own things: a slim tablet, a charger, the manila folder. Katie pushed back from the table, using her right hand to lever herself up. The movement sent a fresh, hot twinge from her shoulder down to her fingertips, a bright wire of pain. She controlled her breathing, kept her face smooth, a mask of mild concentration. She caught Braddock's eye as she stood. He was already looking at her, having finished his note. He offered another slight, polite nod, his expression one of focused professionalism. No warmth, no curiosity, just a machine awaiting its next input. But in that brief glance she saw it, the complete absence of concern for her pain, or even acknowledgement of it as a human factor. It was just another data point, a variable with potential to affect efficiency. Safe travels, agents, he said, his voice perfectly modulated, a recorded message from a very polite system. Get me those intersections, Braddock, Nina said, not looking back as she headed for the door. In the hallway, the atmosphere changed. The oppressive, recycled quiet of the briefing room was replaced by the distant, rhythmic hum of printers, the muffled murmur of phone conversations from open doorways, the squeak of shoes on polished linoleum. The light was the same harsh fluorescence, but it felt different without the confines of the four windowless walls. Nina fell into step beside her, their pace brisk, a synchronized march toward the elevators. He's efficient. I'll give him that, Nina said, her eyes forward, watching the numbers above the elevator door descend. He's from counterintelligence, Katie said, keeping her voice low, beneath the ambient office noise of a ringing phone and a burst of laughter from a break room. I read his jacket. Vance's personal recommendation. Makes logical sense. You're not at full capacity. He is. He has a clearance that lets him see everything, and he knows how to organize chaos. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. They stepped in alone. The doors closed, sealing them in a brushed steel box. It just feels calculated, Nina finished for her, a hint of dryness in her tone as she pressed the button for the sublevel. She glanced sideways at Katie, her profile sharp in the elevator's dim light. Everything Vance does is calculated. It's why he's the director. Your job is to heal and get back to work. My job is to solve 2 homicides before this guy sticks a third. His job, she said, with a minimal jerk of her thumb back toward the upper floors, is to push paper and connect digital dots until you're back at 100%. Don't overcomplicate it. The elevator descended, a slight drop in the stomach. Paranoia is a counterintelligence agent's tool, not ours. We deal in evidence. The doors opened to a colder, concrete-scented air. The parking level was mostly empty, their footsteps echoing sharply. They reached the bank of gray metal lockers lining one wall. Katie stopped at hers, number 147. The familiar routine was a small anchor in the morning's disquiet. She stood before the locker, taking a brief moment. She could feel Nina's impatience like a physical pressure a few feet away, but she ignored it. She spun the combination lock left, right, left again, feeling the metallic clicks through her fingers, the familiar resistance of the dial. The latch released with a solid, satisfying clunk. She pulled the heavy door open, a small puff of stale air wafting out. Inside, her ready kit sat on the top shelf. A black, durable duffel, its nylon straps worn smooth in places from years of use. Next to it was her armored vest, folded neatly into a tight rectangle. She ignored the vest for now, knowing the constricting pressure on her shoulder would be unbearable for a long cab and plane ride. She lifted the duffel out by its handle, feeling the satisfying, substantial heft of it, the weight of her spare clothes, toiletries, notebook, charger cords, a compact flashlight, the basic tools of her trade. She maneuvered the strap over her good shoulder, the weight settling against her ribs with a familiar, almost comforting pressure. She closed the locker door, the metal echoing in the cavernous space, and secured the lock with a final twist. Nina was already walking toward the pedestrian exit to the street, her own small roller bag trailing behind her with a steady, rhythmic rumble. Katie fell in step, the duffel bumping gently against her hip with each stride. Out on the street, the cold DC. Air was a slap, carrying the damp, gritty smell of city winter and exhaust. The sky was a uniform sheet of pale gray. Hailing a cab took only a moment. Nina stepped off the curb, arm raised, and a yellow sedan swerved over with practiced indifference. 40 minutes later, they were in the back of that cab, its interior smelling of overpowering pine air freshener and old, cracked vinyl. The driver had argued briefly about the fare to Reagan National, claiming the airport traffic was a nightmare, his voice a weary grumble. You take the tunnel, maybe better, but is extra, with the toll and the time, you understand. A single, steely, silent look from Nina in the rearview mirror had shut down the negotiation. He'd muttered something inaudible and pulled into traffic. Now they were merged into the sluggish, stop-start flow of morning traffic on the 14th Street Bridge. The Potomac stretched out beside them to the right, steel gray and choppy under the flat sky, dotted with white caps that looked like chips of ice. To the left, the monumental core of the city receded, the Capitol dome a pale ghost in the haze. The city blurred past Katie's window, a monochrome streak of concrete, glass, and the bare, intricate skeletons of winter trees. She watched without seeing, her mind circling back to the briefing room like a needle finding a groove. Braddock's impeccable timeline. His calm, uninflected voice, which hadn't risen or fallen once. The way he'd looked at her, not as a person, not as a wounded colleague, but as a data point, a variable in an equation he was solving. A potential liability to be factored. Nina was probably right. It was logical. Vance needed the case worked, She was impaired, so he sent a capable replacement part. But logic from Vance always had a second, hidden layer, a move being made on a board only he could see. She consciously relaxed her shoulders, feeling the deep, familiar pull of the scar tissue, a tightness that had settled into her very bones. She let out a slow, quiet breath that fogged the cold window glass for a second, obscuring the view. Nina was silent beside her, scrolling through messages on her phone, the blue-white glow illuminating the sharp planes of her face, the tight line of her mouth. Her thumb moved with rapid, impatient flicks. The only sounds in the cab were the deep rumble of the engine, the intermittent hiss of the police scanner under the dash, and the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of tires over the bridge's expansion joints. The driver had the heat on too high, and the dry, blowing air made Katie's eyes feel gritty. The traffic finally broke free of the worst congestion near the Pentagon, the cab speeding up along the George Washington Memorial Parkway. The river view gave way to wooded slopes, the trees a blur of brown and gray. Soon, the signs for airport terminals began to flash by in quick succession. Terminal A, B, C parking. The cab swung into the departures lane, joining a chaotic, noisy ballet of vehicles. Hulking airport buses belching diesel fumes, families wrestling with oversized suitcases, shuttle vans cutting across traffic with aggressive honks. The air outside, when Katie cracked her window an inch, was a complex cold cocktail of burnt exhaust, sharp jet fuel, and the damp, oily smell of wet asphalt. As they pulled up to the curb for their airline, the cab lurching to a halt behind a line of cars, Katie shouldered her bag, the duffel strap pressing a deep groove into the wool of her jacket. She pushed the door open, the outside noise rushing in, a roar of engines, shouted greetings, the distant, echoing loudspeaker announcements. She climbed out into the brisk, chaotic air, her boots hitting the concrete with a solid tap. She leaned back in, grabbing the printed receipt from the driver, and handed a share of the fare through the window to Nina, who was already out on the curb, her roller bag upright, scanning the terminal doors as if assessing a breach point. The cab pulled away, immediately swallowed by the relentless river of traffic. Katie hefted her bag into a more comfortable position, the muscles in her neck protesting. She glanced back, her gaze instinctively drawn southeast, across the river. The sleek, modern lines of the FBI's Washington Field Office building were just visible in the distance, a geometric slab of glass and steel reflecting the dull sky like a monolith. It looked small from here, impersonal. Somewhere in a windowless interior office on one of those floors, Cole Braddock was already at work, building his orderly timelines, tracing digital ghosts through phone records and financial statements, establishing contact with Lieutenant Grayson. A competent, polite stranger, placed exactly where the director wanted him. A placeholder. The monitor. A solution to a problem she wasn't sure she understood. She turned away from the view, the movement final, a physical severing from the headquarters gaze. Nina was already striding toward the automatic doors, which slid open with a whisper to admit a stream of people. Katie followed, her boots clicking on the concrete, the noise of the airport rising up to meet her and then enveloping her. The echoing, tinny announcements about security and final boarding calls, the whine of electric baggage carts, the deep, visceral rumble of a plane taking off nearby that vibrated in her chest. The itch of suspicion didn't fade. It settled deeper, transforming from a nagging thought into a cold, familiar weight in her gut, a lodestone of caution she would carry with her onto the plane and into the Maryland case. It was the weight of knowing the landscape you operated in was never just about the crime in front of you. It was about the unseen structures behind you, the quiet men in crisp suits who mapped everything into neat columns, and the directors who moved them like pieces on a board only they could see. She adjusted the strap on her shoulder, felt the ache bloom anew with the pressure, and walked into the terminal's bright, artificial light, leaving the cold gray day behind. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The Northgate rest stop was a small, self-contained world pressed against the roar of I-95. A gas station, a convenience store, and a low-slung diner with tinted windows formed a triangle of worn, oil-stained pavement, humming with the comings and goings of travelers. The air carried the tang of diesel fumes and the faint, greasy smell of fried food from the diner's vents, undercut by the dry, dusty scent of gravel and exhaust. It was a place of transience, of quick bathroom breaks and overpriced coffee, not tragedy. Yet yellow police tape, stark and fluttering in the midday sun, cordoned off the rear staff lot behind the diner, declaring the latter. The tape snapped and popped in the steady wind, generated by the endless stream of tractor-trailers barreling down the highway, a sharp, plastic sound that cut through the low-frequency rumble. Katie Ford killed the engine of the rental sedan, the silence that followed feeling thin and brittle. The 2-hour drive from D.C. had been filled with a tense, professional silence that did nothing to quiet the turmoil in her head. Braddock had driven, his posture rigidly correct, his eyes constantly scanning the road and mirrors with an intensity that felt more like surveillance than navigation. The only sounds from him were the precise clicks of the turn signal and the soft rustle of his suit jacket against the leather seat. Nina had spent most of the ride on her phone, her low, clipped conversations providing a meaningless soundtrack. Understood, send it to the server. No, that's not a priority. Each phrase was a brick in a wall between them. Katie had stared out the window, watching the bland landscape blur past, feeling every bump in the road telegraph through her aching shoulder, a deep, persistent throb that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. Marin Solis's proposition, a trade of information for investigation, was a live wire in her thoughts, sparking with a dangerous voltage every time she closed her eyes. She saw the woman's hollow stare in the prison visiting room, heard the rasp of her voice. "They're not random." Katie had said nothing to Nina. The secret felt like a physical weight lodged behind her sternum, a betrayal with every mile that clicked by on the odometer. She found herself adjusting her posture in the passenger seat, turning slightly away from Nina, as if the truth might be visible on her profile. Her fingers tapped a restless, staccato rhythm on her thigh until she forced them still, clenching them into a fist in her lap, her nails biting into her palm. "Let's see what Maryland has for us," Nina Shaw said, her tone all business as she unbuckled her seatbelt with a sharp, definitive click. She didn't wait for a reply, pushing her door open and stepping out into the gusty, traffic-loud air, the wind immediately catching and lifting the hem of her blazer. Katie followed, the stiffness in her shoulder making the motion awkward. She took a moment to stretch it subtly, rolling it back, feeling the pull of scar tissue, a tight, hot band beneath her skin. Braddock was already out, surveying the perimeter with his hands loose at his sides, his suit jacket unbuttoned. He didn't just look, his head turned in slow, methodical arcs, his gaze cataloging the gas pumps, the diner's roof line, the tree line beyond the lot. He looked like he was expecting an ambush, not a crime scene walkthrough. A Maryland State Police cruiser, its white and gold paint bright in the sun, was parked just outside the tape. Leaning against its fender, sipping coffee from a paper cup, was a woman in a crisp uniform. She had a no-nonsense posture, shoulders squared, and watchful eyes that tracked their approach with the weary patience of someone who'd done this too many times. Her gaze swept over Nina's authoritative stride, lingered on Katie's careful movement and the subtle favor of her right side, and flicked dismissively over Braddock's overly polished appearance, her mouth turning down slightly at the corners. "Agents," she said, not as a question. Her voice was gravelly, worn smooth by cigarettes and command. "Sergeant Donna Harwick. I'm your local liaison," She pushed off the fender and extended her hand to Nina first. Her handshake was firm, dry, and brief, a single, solid pump. Her gaze was assessing, taking their measure without apology. She looked like she'd been waiting for them for a while, and the coffee cup in her hand and the slight tightness around her eyes, a network of fine lines that deepened as she squinted against the sun, suggested she wasn't entirely thrilled about it. Got the call from your ASAC this morning. Federal interest in a state-level homicide. She took a slow sip of her coffee, her eyes never leaving Nina's. Always a joy. Means my case just got complicated. Agent Shaw. This is Agent Ford and Agent Braddock, Nina said, ignoring the jab, her own expression neutral, a polished mask of professionalism. We appreciate you meeting us on short notice. We'll try not to get in your way. Harwick gave a short, perfunctory nod that said she'd believe it when she saw it. The scene has been processed. Body has been gone since early this morning. Emmy's office in Baltimore has it. But I can walk you through the layout. She turned and lifted the tape for them, her movements economical, her forearm corded with muscle. Watch your step back here. The pavement's cracked. And there's gravel. Easy to turn an ankle. She led them under the tape. The rear lot was emptier, a forgotten space of dumpsters leaking the sour, sweet smell of rotting food, sealed delivery doors, and stained asphalt slick with rainbow-hued oil patches, bordered by a thin, struggling line of pine trees that did little to muffle the relentless highway noise. The sound was a constant, oppressive wall of white noise, the hiss of tires on hot pavement, the deep, guttural groan of engines straining up a grade, the occasional blare of a horn that was swallowed almost instantly by the din. A large, dark patch of asphalt, uneven and textured, was marked with a small forest of numbered, plastic evidence placards. The wind caught one, tilting it over until its spike caught again in a crack with a faint plastic tap. Victim was Wesley Bailey, Harwick began, her voice raised slightly to be heard over the traffic. She pulled a small, leather-bound notebook from her breast pocket, but didn't open it, her thumb rubbing a worn spot on its cover. 32. Insurance adjuster for Liberty Mutual, home office in Wilmington. Married to Elaine Bailey for 6 years. One daughter, Charlotte, age 4. She recited the facts like a grocery list, but her eyes stayed on the stained ground, her focus inward, as if she were seeing the man, not the statistics. Katie noted the details, her mind automatically sketching a profile. Stable. Mundane. A man with a mortgage, a car payment, a daughter in preschool. The kind of life built on predictability, on assessing risk for others. What was he doing here at 2 a.m? She asked, raising her own voice, the wind snatching at her words. This isn't on any direct route from Wilmington to anywhere obvious. It's a pit stop. That, Harwick said, her mouth pressing into a flat, unimpressed line, is the million-dollar question. He was found in his vehicle, a dark blue, late-model Ford Explorer, right there. She pointed a blunt finger at the cluster of placards, marking the outline of the tires and the driver's side door. Driver's side door was locked. Windows up. Engine off. Multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdomen. She held up her hand, fingers close together, miming a stabbing motion. Coroner's preliminary puts time of death between 1:30 and 2:00 a.m. Weapon was something thin and sharp. No serrations. Likely an ice pick or a similar tool. Went through the ribs like butter. Perp knew what they were doing or got lucky. Who found him? Nina asked, her eyes scanning the dumpsters, the diner's back door, a single dim security light housed in a wire cage above it. Diner employee, Javier Ruiz, taking out the trash just after 2. He saw the interior dome light was on, thought it was odd for a car just sitting. Peeked in the window. Harwick's expression tightened, the skin around her eyes crinkling, a deep weariness settling into her features. She took a final, long sip of her coffee and stared at the crumpled cup, her jaw working slightly. Said the man was just sitting there, slumped toward the window, eyes open. Not something you forget. Kid's 19. He's on paid leave, but I doubt he's coming back. Voice was shaking so bad I could barely get his statement. Katie walked slowly to the center of the marked area, her shoes crunching on grit and tiny fragments of gravel. She stopped where the driver's seat would have been, trying to superimpose the scene from the case file photos she'd reviewed in the car onto the bland, stained asphalt. She closed her eyes for a second, shutting out the highway roar, and imagined it. The hum of the engine cooling, ticking softly. The glow of the dashboard lights casting a soft greenish pall on his face. The smell of the pine-scented air freshener dangling from the rearview, mixed with the coppery, thick scent of blood. A man sitting in his car, maybe finishing a call, maybe just thinking, his hand perhaps resting on the steering wheel. Then movement. A shadow rising from the back. Sudden, violent, intimate attack in a confined space. No room to swing, no room to flee. Her own shoulder twinged in sympathy, a phantom memory of penetration, a hot lance of pain that made her breath catch. No signs of forced entry to the vehicle? She asked, opening her eyes and looking at the placard marking the door lock, her voice steady despite the tightness in her chest. None, Harwick confirmed, shaking her head. Doors were locked. Windows intact. We had to use a slim jim to pop the driver's side to extract him. No damage to the locking mechanism, no scratches on the paint around the window seal. Nothing. So he either let the attacker in, Nina mused, walking a slow, deliberate circle around the imaginary vehicle, her heels clicking on the pavement, or the attacker had a key or knew how to get him to unlock it remotely. Or coerced him. Open the door or I shoot, something like that. Or the attacker was already inside, Katie said quietly, the theory forming as she spoke, fitting the lockbox puzzle. Both women looked at her. Braddock, who had been standing a few paces back observing the tree line, his head tilted as if listening for something beyond the traffic, turned his head to listen, his body still. It's a possibility, Katie continued, meeting Harwick's skeptical gaze. He's lured to the location, or arrives for his own reasons. The attacker is waiting, hidden in the back seat or the footwell. He gets in, closes the door. It's over in seconds. No struggle outside the car. No need to force a lock. Harwick considered it, her jaw working slightly as she chewed on the idea. She gave a slow, conceding shrug, the fabric of her uniform pulling across her shoulders. Would explain the lack of disturbance outside the vehicle. No footprints in the oil spills, no scuffle marks, no broken glass. But it's tight. Requires timing. And balls, she shook her head, a gesture of professional respect for a ruthless play. Still no robbery. Wallet with about $200 in cash and credit cards was in the center console. Expensive Tag Heuer watch on his wrist. Phone was on the passenger seat. Katie's head came up sharply. The phone was on. Not just powered but active. Screen illuminated. Harwick nodded, her eyes narrowing at Katie's intensity, a spark of interest finally cutting through her bureaucratic fatigue. Screen was lit up when my first unit arrived, yeah. Battery died before our forensics team could get a full download on site, but they managed a physical image of the memory before it flatlined. It's with our techs in Pikesville. Why? What was on the screen? Katie pressed, taking a step closer. The wind whipped a strand of hair across her face. She hooked it behind her ear with an impatient finger. The call log. A text message thread. The map. I don't have the granular detail, Harwick said, her tone defensive. The report says screen illuminated. Could have been the home screen, could have been an app. The tech report will specify if it captured the state before the battery died. I'd like a copy of that forensic image, Sergeant, Katie said, her voice leaving no room for debate. Immediately. And we need the full call detail records from the carrier, not just the logs from the device. Text message content, data pings, cell tower triangulation for the last 24 hours, the works. Today. Harwick studied her for a long beat, her eyes flicking from Katie's intent face to Nina's, assessing the chain of command and the urgency, weighing the hassle against the potential. That's a state-level request. Paperwork, warrants for the carrier, my captain's signature, the DA's office. It's not a faucet you just turn on. We can expedite the warrants through the federal court, Nina interjected smoothly, stepping beside Katie, presenting a united front. I'll have the paperwork to your captain within the hour. But we need your people to make the formal request to the tech unit and the carrier. Use our interest as the reason for the rush. Tell them it's a potential nexus to an interstate investigation. Harwick's lips thinned, a pale line in her weathered face. She looked from one agent to the other, then let out a short breath through her nose. I'll make the call. But my techs are backed up. Immediately, in my world might mean end of day. Maybe tomorrow morning. That'll have to do, Nina said, though her tone, flat with an edge of steel beneath, made it clear it wasn't preferred, merely accepted under protest. She turned her attention back to the scene, her arms crossing over her chest. What about traffic cams? This close to the highway, there must be something. And the diner's security footage. Even if it doesn't cover this lot, it covers the entrance. Who came and went? Harwick barked a short, humorless laugh, the sound like dry wood cracking. Traffic cams are a quarter-mile north and south, pointed at the highway lanes, not the rest stop exits. You might get a blur of vehicle headlights exiting or entering around the relevant time, but make and model. Forget it. The diner has 2 cameras. One pointed at the front register, one at the main entrance. The owner's idea of security. Nothing covers this lot, or even the side of the building. We checked. The night footage shows a few truckers, a family with crying kids, and our victim buying a large black coffee at 1:47 a.m. He was alone. Looked normal, according to the cashier. Just a tired guy getting coffee. While Nina continued questioning Harwick about witness statements from other travelers and the diner's night staff, a fruitless line of inquiry that yielded nothing but vague descriptions of maybe a few cars, Katie let her gaze travel. The facts swirled like leaves in the wind, refusing to settle. A married insurance adjuster with a 4-year-old daughter. A highway rest stop in the dead of night. A violent, intimate killing with a specialized weapon, no forced entry, no robbery. The pieces refused to cohere into a recognizable pattern. A random act of violence by a transient or a carjacker seemed grotesquely incongruous with the locked doors, the untouched valuables, the precision of the wounds. This felt specific. Targeted. It felt like an execution. Marin's voice echoed in her memory, cutting through the highway drone. They're not random. Look at the places. Look at the people. Someone is cleaning house. Katie pushed the thought away physically, giving her head a small, sharp shake as if dislodging water from her ear. She focused on the concrete, the stained asphalt, the flapping tape. She bent down, ignoring the sharp protest in her shoulder, a bolt of pain that made her hiss a breath through her teeth, and looked at the dark patch. It wasn't just oil. There was a granular, blackish texture to it in the center, a porous quality that absorbed the light. She didn't need to touch it to know what it was. Blood soaked into the porous asphalt, mixed with motor fluid. "Sergeant," she said, straightening up slowly, one hand pressing briefly against her thigh for leverage. Was there anything in Mr. Bailey's history? Anything at all that might explain why he was here? Affairs, gambling debts, trouble at work. Any recent changes in behavior? A secrecy. Unexplained cash. Clean as a whistle, according to our prelim, Harwick said, crushing her empty coffee cup in her fist with a sharp, final crackle of paper. She walked to a nearby dumpster, its metal side dented and streaked with rust, and tossed it in. The cup landed with a soft thud on a bag of trash. Coworkers described him as a straight arrow, a company man. Devoted to his kid, his phone background was a picture of her, according to the wife. His wife is devastated and completely baffled. He told her he was working late on a complex claim file, might be very late not to wait up. She believed him. Said he'd been stressed about work lately, but nothing out of the ordinary. And his phone's location data? Nina asked, pulling her own small notebook from her pocket and jotting a note. You said it pinged from Wilmington to here. Any stops? Any slowdowns? Consistent with a direct drive from his office in Wilmington to the I-95 on-ramp to this exit, Harwick confirmed, pulling out her own notebook again and flipping a page, her eyes scanning her own handwriting. No deviations. No stops at other locations. He was on the move for about an hour and 10 minutes, steady speed, then he was here. And then he was dead. The last ping from the cell tower serving this rest stop was at 1:52 a.m. After that, the phone either went into a dead zone or was turned off. But since it was found on, the battery likely just died. Nina turned to Katie, her professional mask firmly in place but a keen, probing curiosity in her eyes, a silent demand for synthesis. She crossed her arms, blocking the wind, her body a solid, expectant silhouette against the shimmering heat rising from the pavement. And so, what's your read, Ford? The question was quiet, almost conversational, but it carried over the noise, aimed directly at her. It was a test, not just of deduction, but of instinct, of loyalty to the process versus the whispers in her head. Walk me through it. What was a married insurance adjuster with a young daughter, a man with no obvious vices or enemies, doing at a highway rest stop at 2 a.m? And why did he die here like this? Give me the profile. The question hung in the air, heavy and unavoidable, mixing with the diesel fumes. The obvious, sordid possibilities were there: a clandestine meeting with a lover, a paid encounter with a sex worker, a drug buy. The geography of a rest stop, anonymous and transient, supported it. But the violence felt excessive for that. A jealous lover might shoot or bludgeon in a rage. A drug deal gone bad usually involved a gun or a quick, panicked robbery. This was close-up, repetitive, penetrating violence. It felt clinical. Or it felt like anger. Like punishment. Like a message being sent, not just a life being taken. Katie met Nina's gaze, the secret of Marin's information burning on her tongue like acid. She could almost taste the words, because he was one of three. Because someone is killing people who know something, and this is where they're doing it. A rest stop in Jessup, a townhouse in College Park, a highway shoulder in Lorton. They're connected. She swallowed them down, feeling the weight in her chest increase, a hard, cold stone of deception. She chose the careful, factual, by-the-book path, the one that wouldn't invite the questions she couldn't answer, the one that kept Nina's trust for now. "I don't know yet," she said, her voice level, betraying none of the internal storm. She looked back at the stained ground, then at Harwick, then at the fluttering tape. But the phone isn't just key, it's the center. People meet for all kinds of reasons, personal, professional, illicit. The reason, the why here, why him, is almost always in the phone. The last call. The last text. A map app with this location plugged in. A calendar appointment. That's what tells the story. She paused, forcing herself to think like the agent she was supposed to be, not the one tangled in a convict's web, her mind racing through the sparse details of the other two victims Marin had named. The lack of robbery and the locked car suggest he knew his attacker, or at least didn't perceive them as a threat until it was too late. The weapon suggests premeditation, not a crime of opportunity. You don't carry an ice pick by accident. You carry it because it's quiet, it's easily concealed, and it's devastating at close range. She finally looked back at Nina, holding her supervisor's scrutinizing gaze. "We need that phone data. And we need to see the second scene. Today. Before the trail gets any colder, before the local jurisdictions start circling the wagons." Harwick watched the exchange, her eyes shrewd, missing nothing. She pulled out her notebook again, scribbled something with a short, stubby pencil, and tore off the page with a crisp rip. "My direct number. Cell and desk. Call me when you're done at the College Park scene. I'll have an update on the phone image by then, one way or another." She looked at the three federal agents, her expression unreadable, a blend of resignation and lingering suspicion. "It's about 40 minutes south, just off the Beltway. More of the same, but different. A different victim, a different method, a different county jurisdiction trying not to step on our toes." She gestured toward her cruiser with a jerk of her chin. "I'll drive ahead. You can follow. Try to keep up, I don't wait for lost feds." Without another word, she turned and walked back to her car, her boots making firm, measured sounds on the asphalt, leaving them standing in the wind and the noise and the shadow of what had happened there. In Chapter 6. In Chapter 6. In Chapter 6. The temporary office at the Maryland State Police Barracks was a box of worn-out air and institutional beige. The smell hit Katie first. Stale coffee grounds left to sour in a carafe, layered over the sharp, astringent scent of industrial cleaner, the kind that left a chemical tang at the back of the throat. Beneath that was the faint, dusty odor of old paper and defeat. Two gray, government-issue desks were pushed against opposite walls, their laminated surfaces scratched and cloudy with age, marred by the ghostly rings of forgotten coffee cups. Katie's shoulder gave a low, persistent throb as she shrugged off her jacket and set her bag down, the weight pulling at the healing muscle. She moved carefully, lowering the bag to the floor beside her chair with a controlled motion to avoid the sharp twinge. She plugged in her laptop, the cord snaking across the dusty, speckled linoleum floor to the only outlet, its plastic faceplate cracked and yellowed with age. Across the room, Nina Shaw dropped her heavy leather satchel onto the other desk with a solid, weary thud that echoed in the sparse space. She didn't just sit. She sank into the creaking office chair, her movements deliberate and slow, as if each one required a conscious decision. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting a pale, unflattering glow that sharpened the lines of exhaustion on Shaw's face. Smudges the color of old bruises underlined her eyes, and her skin had a taut, pale quality, like parchment stretched too tight. She ran a hand through her short, dark hair, a gesture that seemed to take effort. Katie took the seat opposite, the chair's wheels squeaking a protest on the linoleum. She watched her partner for a beat, the silence between them not uncomfortable, but thick with the residue of the crime scene and the long drive back. It was a silence filled with the smell of cold earth and police tape, the image of that lonely staff lot etched behind their eyes. "Long night?" Katie asked, her voice cutting through the hum. Shaw let out a breath that was more sigh than answer, a slow exhalation that seemed to deflate her frame slightly. She powered on her desktop computer. The machine whirred to life with a grinding fan noise, a sound of reluctant labor. She brought her hands up, pressing her thumbs hard into her temples, her eyes squeezed shut. Her knuckles were white with the pressure. "Long month," she grunted. The words were rough, scraped from a dry throat. She lowered her hands, staring at the blank monitor as if it held some immense, tedious task. "Quit drinking." She said it to the screen, the statement flat and factual, then finally turned her head, her dark eyes finding Katie's. The weariness in them was profound, but beneath it was a new, brittle clarity. "Withdrawal's a bitch. Headaches you wouldn't believe. Hands shake sometimes." Katie paused, her fingers hovering over her own keyboard. The admission landed in the quiet room with unexpected weight. Shaw wasn't one for personal revelations. Her life was a sealed file, classified and compartmentalized. Katie noticed the slight tremor in Shaw's fingers as they rested on the desk, the way she deliberately curled them into a loose fist to still them. "Seriously?" Katie asked, keeping her tone neutral, careful not to inject too much surprise. "When?" 3 weeks ago." Shaw swiveled her chair fully to face Katie, the casters groaning under the shift of weight. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and laced her fingers together, interlocking them tightly. Her gaze was direct, unwavering, but the skin around her eyes was pinched. "My daughter had a baby." A boy, a faint, almost imperceptible softening touched the corners of her mouth and eyes, there and gone like a shadow passing over stone. "I went down to Richmond. I held him. He was so small, Ford. Just this warm weight. He smelled like, I don't know, powder and something brand new. Like the air before a storm, but clean." She looked down at her own hands, calloused and capable, now clasped tightly as if in prayer or restraint. "I was holding him, and this thought just arrived. Didn't even feel like my own. It just was. I want to be around when he's old enough to hear my war stories. The old ones and the ones I'm still collecting." She looked back up, her jaw setting, the muscles tightening along her neck. "Booze doesn't fit that picture. It blurs the edges. Makes you miss things. I've missed enough. I can't afford to miss things anymore, not for him." The confession hung between them, raw and unvarnished. Katie felt a surge of respect, sharp and clean, cutting through her own fatigue. This wasn't a complaint, it was a statement of principle, a line drawn in the sand of a messy life. She saw the raw honesty in Shaw's posture, the slight forward lean, the unblinking eye contact that dared Katie to offer pity which she wouldn't. "Congratulations, Nina," she said and meant it, her own voice softening. "That's huge." "Really?" "It is." Shaw acknowledged it with a single, slow nod, her throat working as she swallowed. Then she gave a tight, genuine smile that reached her eyes for the first time all day, transforming her tired face, carving out a warmth that the fluorescent lights couldn't bleach away. It was a glimpse of the woman beneath the agent, a woman who had just found a new compass point. She seemed to shake herself back into the room, the moment of vulnerability receding behind her professional mask as she straightened up in her chair, rolling her shoulders back with a faint crack. All right. Enough of that. Let's see what we've got before my brain fully seizes up. Katie unzipped her bag, the sound loud and rasping in the quiet office. She reached in and carefully pulled out the 2 victim files, their manila folders cool and smooth under her fingertips. She laid them side by side on the scratched desk surface, aligning their edges with a sense of ritual, making sure they were perfectly parallel. These were lives condensed to paper and ink. She opened the first one, the tab creaking, the folder releasing a faint scent of photocopier toner and old paper. Inside, a professional headshot of a smiling, dark-haired man was paperclipped to the top left corner. The photo was slightly glossy. Wesley Bailey, Katie read, her voice dropping into a steady work cadence, a deliberate anchor in the emotional wake of their previous conversation. 34 years old. Married to Elaine Bailey for 9 years. 2 sons, ages 8 and 5. She scanned the personal summary, her eyes tracking the typed lines. Lived in Colombia. Worked in insurance for 12 years. A senior claims adjuster with the same firm since he graduated. She felt the familiar, hollow pang, a cold little void opening behind her sternum. She touched the edge of the photo, her finger resting near the man's smiling face, feeling the slight ridge of the paper clip. Left a family, she said, the words simple and devastating. She let her finger linger for a second before pulling it back, leaving a faint smudge on the gloss. Shaw had opened the second file. She didn't just look at it, she absorbed it, her eyes tracking line by line, her head tilted slightly. Daniel Severn. 35. Married to Jessica Severn. A daughter 7 and a son 3. She flipped a page, the paper rustling like a dry leaf. Lived in Ellicott City. Logistics manager for a regional medical supply distributor. Started in the warehouse, worked his way up over 15 years. She looked up, her sharp eyes meeting Katie's across the space between the desks, the connection tangible. You see a pattern emerging. These aren't drifters. They're not high risk. They're bedrock guys. Career, wife, kids, mortgage, probably a dog and a lawn that needs mowing. The whole predictable, middle-class American package. She gestured at the files with a flat hand. Salt of the earth. The guys who keep the lights on and don't make waves. Which makes the manner of death and the location even more incongruous, Katie said, turning a page in Bailey's file. The crime scene photos were beneath a summary sheet. She didn't lift it, she didn't need to see the blood again right now. The stark, clinical language of the medical examiner's report was graphic enough. Both stabbed. Single, precise wounds, according to the medical examiner's notes. Perforation of the aorta. Fast, efficient, clinical. She tapped the relevant line on the page. Both found in the driver's seats of their own vehicles at I-95 rest areas. Bailey at the Jessup southbound rest stop, Severn at the Chesapeake house on the northbound side. She looked up, holding Shaw's gaze. No overt signs of robbery mentioned in the preliminaries. Their wallets, watches, phones were all present and accounted for at the scene. Nothing disturbed. Clean records, Shaw continued, picking up the thread. She leaned back, the chair protesting with a sharp squeal. She picked up a cheap ballpoint pen from a dusty cup on the desk, a pen advertising a local plumbing company, and began tapping its blunt end against the laminate in a slow, rhythmic tap-tap-tap. It was a thinking sound, a metronome for her deduction, each tap marking a point of consideration. No financial red flags beyond a manageable mortgage. No known criminal affiliations. No history of violence. Not even a DUI. The tapping stopped abruptly, the pen held poised an inch above the desk. So we have two foundational questions. What were two ordinary family men, with every reason to be home in bed, doing at remote rest stops in the middle of the night? And why did the same person, because it is the same person, the wound placement is a signature, want them dead? This wasn't rage. This was a task. The phones, Katie said, leaning forward, her own chair creaking in response. She pointed a finger not at Shaw, but at the evidence logs clipped inside each file. Her finger hovered over the identical line item in each document. Item 7, cellular telephone personal. They were both recovered from the vehicles, logged as personal effects. That's our best shot. Our only shot right now. If they were lured there, or if they were coordinating something, the digital trail is it. Texts, calls, location history, app data. Even if it's deleted, the ghost is there. If they were smart, they used encrypted channels, Shaw said, the pen resuming its soft, insistent tapping. Tap. 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 But everyone leaves a trace. A metadata ghost. A purchase receipt for the app. A login from a specific IP. Something, as if summoned by the topic, Shaw's personal phone buzzed against the desk, a sharp vibration on the hard surface that made the pen jump. She glanced at the screen, her eyebrows lifting a fraction, a tiny crack in her concentration. Speak of the devil. It's Braddock. She scooped up the phone, her movements quick and sure now, and put the call on speaker, setting it down carefully in the space between the two open files, right on the scratched laminate that separated Wesley Bailey from Daniel Severn. Shaw and Ford. What have you got, DC? We're on speaker. Cole Braddock's voice came through, crisp and focused, devoid of its usual undercurrent of easy confidence. There was a tautness to it, a clipped efficiency. We've got a thread. A strong one. They could hear the faint, rapid clack of a keyboard in the background, fingers flying over keys. I've been imaging the devices from both scenes. The full forensic bit-for-bit copies. It's preliminary, but it's definitive on this point. Both phones have the same encrypted messaging application installed. It's not Signal. It's not Telegram or WhatsApp. It's called Signal Vault. Signal Vault, Nina repeated, testing the name on her tongue. She shook her head slowly, her eyes narrowing. Never heard of it. Not in any standard threat briefing. You wouldn't have, Braddock said, and there was a new gravity in his tone, a weight that compressed the air in the temporary office. It's military-grade, invitation-only access. Used by certain Tier 1 government contractors, specialized intelligence units, people who need to talk and have the conversation disappear into the ether. The kind of people who, if they're compromised, start wars or stop them. The encryption protocol is a proprietary step beyond even standard FBI forensic tools. It's a black box. He paused, and they could hear him take a sip of something, likely coffee. The app was running in the background on both devices at the approximate time of death, but the chat histories are self-deleting by design. The logs are clinically clean. No contacts, no message history, no cached images. It's like the app itself is a sterile room. You go in, you talk, you leave, and the room disinfects itself. The room went still. Not just quiet, but still, as if the air molecules had stopped vibrating. The persistent, unnoticed buzz of the fluorescent lights seemed to amplify, filling the sudden void of speech, becoming a high-pitched whine in Katie's ears. The dust motes, caught in a slant of light from the half-closed blinds, seemed to hang suspended. Katie felt her breath catch in her chest, a hitch that made her ribs press against the ache in her shoulder. The puzzle pieces, which had been scattered, bland rectangles of information, family man, rest stop, stabbing, family man, rest stop, stabbing, suddenly clicked together. But it wasn't a gentle fit. It was a sharp, metallic snap, like a bolt being driven home into a lock, and the picture it revealed had a dangerous, jagged edge. She felt a cold trickle down her spine, a visceral chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Her eyes widened slightly, her pupils dilating as she stared, unblinking, at the two smiling photos on the desks. Her hand, resting on the desk, curled slowly into a fist. "Military-grade encrypted comms," she repeated slowly, forcing the words out past the tightness in her throat. Her voice sounded strange in her own ears, flat and distant. "On the personal phones of an insurance claims adjuster and a medical supply logistics manager." She looked from Bailey's department store smile to Severn's confident grin, the images now seeming like masks, expertly crafted. "That's the connection," Braddock confirmed, his voice tight, "all business now. It's not circumstantial. It's a binary fact sitting in their hardware. A 1 or a 0. And on both devices, it's a 1. I'm escalating this to the cyber division immediately. They might have backdoors, or at the very least, more context on who is officially cleared to use this platform. But as of this moment, this is our first tangible, forensic link between Bailey and Severn. They weren't just killed in a similar way. They were communicating, or prepared to communicate, on a secured channel specifically designed to leave no footprint. A channel for secrets. Except the footprint of the app itself, Shaw said. Her pen was utterly still now, held poised in her fist like a weapon, her knuckles pale. She hadn't moved an inch since he said, "military grade." "Exactly," Braddock said, the word crisp. "It's a flag. A big, red, classified flag planted on two otherwise spotless lawns. It tells us their ordinary lives were a facade, or at least had a very deep, hidden compartment. A safe room built into the foundation of their split-level colonials." "Good work, Braddock," Shaw said, her eyes locked with Katie S. across the desk. The look they shared was one of grim, instantaneous understanding. It was a paradigm shift, visible in the hardening of Shaw's gaze, the slight tilt of Katie's head. The case had just shed its skin. "Keep us posted the second cyber has anything." "I mean the second. Don't wait for a memo." "Call. Will do." "I'll be in touch." The line went dead with a soft, definitive click. For a long moment, the only sound was the oppressive electric hum of the lights, and the faint, grating rush of air from the desktop computer's overworked fan. Dust motes drifted in the slants of pale light from the window blinds, moving in a lazy, unconcerned dance, indifferent to the seismic shift that had just occurred. Katie stared at the two open folders. The professional headshots of Wesley Bailey and Daniel Severn smiled up, frozen in a time before a knife found them in the dark. A generic department store portrait background, a fake library shelf behind Bailey, a plain gray studio wall behind Severn. Family men. Bedrock guys. The kind of faces you'd see coaching Little League or grilling in a backyard, their smiles practiced for the camera, for their wives, for the world. She looked at Bailey's eyes, a warm brown trying to see a secret in them, a shadow of duplicity. She looked at Severn's confident smile, the crinkles at his eyes, searching for a crack, a strain behind the expression. She saw only normality. It was the most unsettling thing of all. Nina broke the silence. She didn't just speak. Her voice emerged low and deliberate, reshaping the quiet in the room, giving it a new, harder texture. "Forget the escort theory," she said, dismissing it with a sharp wave of her hand. "The secret gambling. The midlife crisis affair. The drug deal gone bad." She leaned forward, her chair rolling an inch with the motion, and tapped a single, emphatic finger on the desk in the space between the two files. The sound was a sharp punctuation mark in the humming stillness. Tap. "This isn't about a secret life of vice, tap. This is about a secret life, period." She let her hand rest, palm flat, covering part of both men's files as if physically holding down the truth, smothering the smiling photos. What were these ordinary men, these predictable packages, doing with tools issued to spies and soldiers? Who gave them the key to that room? Katie looked from the photos to the blank, dark screen of her laptop. In her mind's eye, she saw not a screen, but an icon. Something sleek, anonymous, and impenetrable, a simple padlock on a dark background. The ghost of the encrypted app seemed to linger there in the reflection on the black screen, a digital specter that had connected two dead men across miles of highway. The question Braddock's call had unleashed hung in the chemically scented air, heavier and far more toxic than the smell of old coffee. It reshaped everything they had seen that morning. The mundane rest stop with its litter and diesel fumes, the ordinary sedans, the extraordinary, precise violence. It transformed two victims into potential operatives, their deaths from a tragic, violent mystery into a potential national security incident, a silent breach. The question was no longer just who or why. The who was likely a professional, a ghost with a knife. The why was now buried in classified protocols and hidden agendas. The question, humming in the air louder than the lights, was what? What were two ordinary family men doing with military-grade encrypted comms? What compartment of their lives required that level of secrecy? And what did they know, or what were they doing, that got them killed with such clean, clinical efficiency? Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The brick row house in Arbutus was a modest, narrow thing, squeezed between its identical neighbors like a forgotten book on a shelf. Its white aluminum siding was tinged with gray from road grime, and the black shutters framing the front windows were closed tight, the curtains behind them drawn against the afternoon sun. Katie parked their sedan a few houses down, the engine giving a final shudder and a series of metallic ticks as it cooled. The street was quiet, a midday lull broken only by the distant hum of a lawnmower and the faint, rhythmic click of a sprinkler system a few yards away. It felt like 1,000 other streets in 1,000 other suburbs, all normalcy and clipped grass, which made the dread pooling in her gut feel out of place, a slick, cold oil spill on clean pavement. In the passenger seat, Nina Shaw was already scrolling through her phone, her thumb flicking upward in short, sharp jabs. The glow of the screen highlighted the new, deep lines of fatigue around her eyes, etching them in pale blue light. Her focus was absolute, locked on the digital footprint of the second victim, Daniel Severn. The silence between them was a practiced one, a buffer against the emotional weather ahead. "You want me in there?" Nina asked, not looking up. Her voice was flat, all business, a tone Katie recognized as her shield against the raw human mess they were about to enter. She finally glanced over, her dark eyes assessing the shuttered windows. "Two of us might get more traction." Katie unbuckled her seatbelt, the click loud in the quiet car. The vinyl strap retracted with a soft whir. "Let me take the temperature first," she said, her gaze fixed on the closed-up house. A grieving widow, two federal agents descending on her, it can feel like an ambush. One face might be less threatening. She flexed her right hand, feeling the familiar, dull ache in her shoulder blade radiate down her arm. A reminder of her own vulnerability. Nina gave a short, pragmatic nod, her attention already back to the screen. "I'll run the plates on the neighbors' cars. See if anything feels out of place." She said it like a routine task, but Katie knew it was more than that. It was Nina establishing a perimeter, scanning for threats in the mundane. Katie pictured her, after a moment, stepping out to lean against the car's fender, pretending to check a message while her eyes cataloged every vehicle on the block. The minivan with the soccer sticker, the aging sedan with mismatched hubcaps, the too clean SUV with tinted windows, assessing which belonged and which was a silent sentinel. It was a dance they both knew, a way of mapping safety onto a seemingly benign landscape. Katie opened her door and the humid Maryland air wrapped around her, thick and still, carrying the green scent of cut grass and hot asphalt. She walked up the short, cracked concrete path, her low heels making soft, definitive sounds on the pavement. The flower beds on either side were neat but sparse, hostas with edges browned by the sun, their leaves dusty. She reached the small concrete stoop, its surface gritty underfoot, and knocked firmly on the steel-reinforced door. The sound was a dull, dead thud swallowed by the dense brick, leaving a vacuum of silence in its wake. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then a faint rustle from within, the scuff of a slipper on a hard floor. The door opened a scant 3 inches, stopped by a polished brass security chain that gleamed dully in the dim interior light. A single, terrified eye peered out from the shadowy crack. The eye was wide, the whites visible all around a pale blue iris. It flicked over Katie's face, then past her shoulder to the street beyond, scanning with a frantic, animal intensity. "Cynthia Severn?" Katie kept her voice low, non-confrontational, the tone she used for startled witnesses. She held her credentials up to the crack, letting the woman see the badge and the photo. She kept her body angled slightly sideways, less imposing. "Who are you?" The voice that came through the gap was thin, frayed at the edges, like cloth worn too thin. It trembled on the last word. "Special Agent Katie Ford, Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm assisting with the investigation into Daniel's death." Katie lowered the credentials but kept them visible. "May I come in? I just have a few questions. I won't take much of your time." The eye studied her, the pupil contracting slightly as it moved from Katie's face to her badge and back. Katie could hear the woman's shallow, rapid breathing, a faint whistle through her nose. The door closed abruptly with a soft thump. Katie waited, hearing the metallic rattle and scrape of the chain being slid from its track. Then the door opened again, just wide enough for her to slip through, and a hand gestured frantically from the darkness within. Cynthia Severn was a slight woman, maybe 40, but she looked a decade older. She wore faded jeans and a loose, long-sleeved t-shirt, though the house was warm and close. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a haphazard ponytail, strands escaping to frame a face that was pale and drawn, the skin taut over her cheekbones. Her movements were quick, bird-like, a head tilt, a glance, a step back, all radiating a nervous energy that seemed to vibrate the air around her. Her gaze darted past Katie to the empty street once more, her lower lip caught between her teeth, before she stepped back into the dim hall, gesturing for Katie to enter. She immediately closed the door, her hand lingering on the deadbolt as she engaged it with a solid, final thunk. She then slid the chain back into place with a quieter, more definitive click. The living room was a tomb. The heavy, floral-patterned curtains were drawn tight, their thick fabric blocking all but a few slivers of defiant sunlight that cut through the gloom like laser lines, illuminating swirling motes of dust. The air was stale and close, carrying a faint, lingering scent of lemon cleaner over something deeper, like closed-up dust, old grief, and the faint, sweet-sour smell of forgotten laundry. A sofa and a recliner, both in a beige microfiber that showed the faint shadows of wear, faced a dark television screen. On the coffee table, a child's sippy cup lay on its side next to a remote control and a half-folded newspaper from over a week ago, the headline blurred. The room was too neat, yet frozen, as if life had been paused mid-motion. A single suitcase, a small hardshell roller in navy blue, stood upright by the front door like a soldier awaiting orders. The house was silent in a way that spoke of profound absence. No television murmur, no radio, no hum of an appliance. Just the oppressive, waiting quiet, broken only by the low hum of the refrigerator from another room and the frantic, almost audible beat of Cynthia Severn's fear. Katie moved slowly into the center of the room, giving Cynthia space. The worn carpet fibers whispered under her shoes. The woman didn't sit. She remained standing, arms wrapped tightly around her midsection, hands clutching her own elbows so fiercely her fingertips were bloodless. She was making herself small, compressing her body into the least possible target. "Your children?" Katie asked gently, nodding toward a framed photo on the mantel of two young boys, gap-toothed and grinning, frozen in a summer that felt a century ago. "At my mother's." In Delaware, Cynthia's voice was a monotone, stripped of inflection. She didn't look at the photo. Her eyes kept drifting to the front window, as if she could see through the curtains, tracking invisible threats. "That's probably for the best, given everything," Katie said, taking another slow step, not approaching, just altering her angle to stay in Cynthia's line of sight without crowding her. "Cynthia, I know this is incredibly difficult. I'm not here to cause you more pain." She paused, letting the words settle in the thick air. "I'm here because I need to understand what happened to Daniel. You said on the phone you had concerns." Cynthia's brittle laugh was a sharp, shocking sound in the silent room, a crack in the porcelain stillness. "Concerns?" She shook her head, a quick, jerky motion that sent a loose strand of hair swinging across her forehead. "You shouldn't have come here. They might have followed you." Her voice dropped on the last sentence, becoming a conspiratorial whisper that was more frightening than a shout. A cold finger traced Katie's spine. She kept her voice low, calm, a steady counterpoint to Cynthia's jittery fear. "Who might have followed me, Cynthia?" The woman's eyes finally locked onto Katie's, wide with a disbelief that Katie even had to ask. "The people who killed my husband." "Who do you think?" She hugged herself tighter, her knuckles standing out like white marbles under her skin. A muscle in her jaw twitched. "They watch." Daniel said they always watch. "From cars. From other houses. They just watch." Katie nodded slowly, acknowledging the fear without immediately challenging it. She let the silence stretch for a beat, a space for Cynthia to fill. "Tell me about them," she said, her tone inviting confession. "Start from the beginning. How did Daniel get involved?" Cynthia finally sank onto the very edge of the sofa cushion, as if her legs could no longer hold her. She perched there, spine straight, not allowing herself the comfort of leaning back. She stared at a worn spot on the beige carpet, a faint stain shaped like a leaf, speaking not to Katie but to the memory playing out on the floor. Her hands came to rest in her lap, but her fingers immediately began to twist together, a knot of anxious flesh and bone. "It was logistics. That's what he called it. Just moving sealed packages." Up and down I-95, she took a shaky breath that hitched in her chest. 5 years ago, a man approached him at a truck stop diner, the one off exit 80. Daniel drove a delivery van for a regional parts supplier. Reliable routes, known schedule. Her eyes lost focus, seeing the past. The man, he was just sitting there in the next booth. He slid over, started talking like they were old friends. He said he had a side job. Cash. No questions. $3,000 a run. Just take a package from one locker to another, a few hours drive. Never open it. Never be late. Her fingers plucked at a loose thread on her jeans, winding it around her index finger until the tip turned purple. It was supposed to be for a year. Just to get ahead. The medical bills from when Liam was born, we were drowning. The water was over our heads. She fell silent for a moment, her throat working as she swallowed hard. After our second was born, he wanted out. The money was good, too good, and that scared him. He told them he was done. He had his family, he wanted to be clean. Her voice dropped to a whisper, forcing Katie to lean forward slightly to catch the words. They said there was no exit. Not ever. He was a link in the chain. If he broke, the whole chain was compromised. They said they knew where we lived. They knew the boys' names, what school they went to, what time Liam had t-ball practice. She looked up, her eyes glistening in the gloom, capturing a sliver of light from a gap in the curtains. The tears didn't fall, they just pooled, making her irises swim. He was so scared. For the last 2 years, he wasn't my Daniel. He was just scared. Jumping at every noise. Checking the locks 5 times before bed. He stopped taking the boys to the park. Said it was too open, too hard to see who was coming. Katie moved to the armchair opposite her, sitting slowly to avoid startling her. The cushion exhaled a puff of dusty air. Did he ever tell you what was in the packages? Did he guess? Cynthia shook her head vehemently, the ponytail whipping. He never asked. He was too afraid to know. But, she swallowed, her gaze drifting back to that spot on the carpet. Her breathing shallowed. 3 weeks ago. He came home from a run, and he was white as a sheet. He was shaking. He poured a whiskey, his hands were so bad he spilled it all over the counter. She mimicked the trembling with her own hand, holding it up. It quivered in the dusty light. He said someone at the top had gotten spooked. A woman's. A prisoner in some federal facility. She tried to send something out, documents to journalists, and now the network was cleaning house. Securing all the loose ends. A single tear finally broke free, tracking a clean line through the faint powder on her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. It dripped onto the knee of her jeans, leaving a dark, perfect circle. He was a loose end. He knew it. I knew it. We didn't know when. We started sleeping in shifts. One of us always awake, listening. Katie felt the pieces grinding into place with a visceral, almost audible click. Marin Solace. The intercepted dossiers. The panic in the system. This was the bloody fallout, spreading out from Alderson like shockwaves through plumbing, reaching these quiet, desperate pipes. Daniel Severn, a terrified deliveryman, had been caught in the blast. Her own face remained composed, a mask of professional empathy, but inside the connections were welding together, hot and definitive. Cynthia, this is critical, Katie said, leaning forward, her elbows on her knees. Did he give you any names? Descriptions of the man who recruited him, or anyone else? Anything specific? Another shake of the head, hopeless this time, the movement heavy with defeat. He didn't know any. It was all through an app on a phone they gave him. The burner. He had two phones. The one the police have, his personal one, and the one they don't. Her eyes darted to the front window again, a reflexive, paranoid twitch. Then, with a sudden, furtive movement, her hand slipped between the cushions of the sofa next to her. Her movements were tense, precise, a squirrel hiding a nut. She felt around, her face tight with concentration, her breath held. Her fingers closed on something, and she pulled out a cheap, black plastic prepaid phone. It was an older model, small and sleek, a generic slab of technology. She held it in her palm for a moment, staring at it as if it were a live scorpion, her fingers trembling visibly. The plastic caught the dim light. Then, in one abrupt motion, she thrust it toward Katie, arm outstretched, wanting the thing out of her possession, her whole body leaning away from it. "And take it." Katie didn't reach for it immediately. She looked from the phone to Cynthia's desperate face, reading the absolute terror there. "This is evidence, Cynthia. Crucial evidence. You should formally give it to the local detectives working your husband's case. It needs to be logged, processed. That could be the key." "No," the word was a hissed whisper, fierce and full of terror, sprayed from between clenched teeth. Cynthia leaned forward, her body coiled, the phone trembling in the space between them. "They'll trace it back to me. To my boys. The local police, the state troopers, they have the other phone. Daniel said the messages on this one, they can be tracked remotely if it's turned on. He said everything is on there. The pickup locations, the drop points, the messages, the codes. He kept it all. He said if anything happened to him, to give it to someone who could actually do something, someone outside whatever this is." Her eyes pleaded, the desperation in them so raw it was painful to witness. The glistening wetness made them look huge in her pale face, wells of pure panic. "You're federal. You take it. Take it and leave. Now. Before they see your car sitting out there and wonder why the FBI is at my door. Please." The fear in the room was a physical presence now, cold and dense, thickening the stale air until it was hard to breathe. Katie could feel it pressing against her skin, a clammy pressure. She could see it in the tight, corded line of Cynthia's shoulders, hear it in the ragged, shallow edge of her breathing. This wasn't just grief. This was the terror of a hunted animal in its den, knowing the hunters have its scent. Katie slowly extended her hand, palm up. Her fingers closed around the cool, lightweight plastic of the phone. It felt inert, harmless, a simple tool, yet it was a repository of secrets and, as Cynthia believed, a death sentence. The transaction felt monumental, a transfer of peril. Without breaking eye contact with Cynthia, she slipped the phone into the inner pocket of her blazer. It settled against her ribcage, a small, hard rectangle of immense weight, its outline pressing into her side. "You're leaving," Katie stated softly, nodding toward the solitary suitcase by the door. "Tonight. As soon as it's fully dark." "We're gone tonight." Cynthia stood abruptly, a clear, unequivocal signal that the audience was over, that every second Katie remained increased the danger. She walked quickly to the front door, her socked feet silent on the carpet, her hand going to the deadbolt but not unlocking it until Katie was right behind her, close enough to smell the faint scent of her sweat and fear. Please. Just go. And don't come back. For your sake and mine." Her voice broke on the last word. Katie gave one last nod, a silent promise she wasn't sure she could keep, and stepped back out onto the small concrete stoop. The door shut instantly behind her, followed by the solid click-clunk of the deadbolt and the swift, metallic rattle of the chain being hastily resecured. She was alone in the humid afternoon. The sunlight felt unnaturally bright, assaultive after the suffocating gloom. The normal sounds of the neighborhood, a dog barking 2 streets over, a car door slamming, the relentless hum of the lawnmower, were jarringly loud, crashing against her ears. Katie walked back to the sedan, each step measured, her senses hyperalert. The weight of the phone against her ribs felt immense, a ticking secret. She could feel the ghost of Cynthia Severn's terror clinging to her, a psychic residue that made the warm air feel chill. She scanned the street herself now, seeing it through Cynthia's eyes, every parked car a potential surveillance post, every curtained window a hiding spot. Nina was leaning against the driver's side fender, her phone in her hand, but her eyes were scanning the street, tracking a passing postal truck, noting a woman walking a dog. She straightened as Katie approached, her body language shifting from observational to engaged. She read her partner's face, the slight stiffness in Katie's shoulders, the careful neutrality of her expression, the way her right hand stayed close to her body, near her blazer pocket. Katie slid into the passenger seat, the vinyl creaking under her weight. She pulled the door shut with a solid thump, enclosing them in the quiet, air-conditioned space. The sudden contrast from the humid outside was a shock. The scent of Nina's coffee, long gone cold in the cup holder, mixed with the faint, clean smell of the car's interior and the ever-present hint of gun oil and vinyl. Nina got in behind the wheel, the car dipping slightly with her weight. She didn't start the engine immediately. She placed her phone in the center console and looked over, her dark, assessing eyes missing nothing, traveling from Katie's hands to her face. "Well," Nina's voice was calm, professional, a neutral prompt. "Is she cooperative?" Katie fastened her seatbelt, the click echoing in the quiet. She kept her face a careful mask of professional detachment, the one she'd perfected over years of delivering bad news and interviewing traumatized witnesses. She looked straight ahead through the windshield at the unremarkable street, at a kid now chasing the sprinkler's arc. Terrified, she said, and that much was true, a bedrock fact she could build her lies upon. The children are already at her mother's in Delaware. She's packing a bag, plans to join them tonight. She paused, constructing the narrative. She confirmed Daniel had a standing poker game with friends on Thursday nights, but he wasn't there the night he was killed. She didn't know where he was. Just said he'd been more stressed than usual lately, distracted. Katie delivered the lines evenly, weaving the lies in with the truth, building a plausible, sanitized version of the interview. Her voice was steady, a flat repertorial tone. She gave some background on his routine, his stress levels over the past few years. Financial pressure. She's convinced his death was related to some side work, but she claims she has no details. Just a feeling. A wife's intuition. Nina absorbed this, her gaze still on Katie's profile. Katie could feel the weight of that look. Side work? Nina asked, her fingers beginning a slow tap on the steering wheel. Did she elaborate at all? What kind of work? Katie shrugged one shoulder, a casual gesture that felt like a betrayal of Cynthia's whispered confession, the weight in her pocket making the motion feel false. Cash jobs. Under-the-table delivery gigs. She thinks he might have gotten involved with moving something he shouldn't have, maybe ripped off the wrong people, or saw something he wasn't supposed to. She turned her head to meet Nina's eyes, selling the next part, forcing her own gaze to remain clear and direct. It's an angle. We should have the analysts cross-reference his known delivery routes and times from his legitimate job with any unsolved truck hijackings or warehouse robberies along the I-95 corridor over the last 5 years. See if there's a pattern of opportunity, places where he could have made an unauthorized stop. Nina was silent for a long moment, her fingers tapping that slow rhythm. The air conditioner blew a steady, cool stream across their faces. She finally turned the key, the engine turning over with a subdued purr. She pulled away from the curb smoothly, her eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, then the side mirror, a constant, automatic threat assessment. The brick row house shrank in the mirror, its shut windows like closed eyes. "It's thin," she said as they drove slowly down the tree-lined street. The neat, anxious houses of Arbutus began to slide by, a parade of normalcy. "But it's more than we had this morning." A motive, however vague, is better than a vacuum. She paused, navigating a turn onto a slightly busier road, her hands precise on the wheel. The phone text might pull something from his personal device to give it some shape. Call logs, texts, maybe he got sloppy and discussed it with a friend. A name, a location. Something we can pull on. Katie looked out her window, watching the kid on the bicycle disappear behind a hedge. Her right hand rested lightly on her thigh, just inches from the blazer pocket that held the second, secret phone. She could feel its presence like a burn, a point of heat against her side. Every word she'd just spoken to Nina was a brick in a wall she was building between them, a wall to protect a source, to follow a lead, to honor the terror in a widow's eyes. The weight of the deception sat heavily in her stomach, sour and cold, a lump of guilt she had to ignore. The passing world, a woman unloading groceries, a man washing his car, felt suddenly alien, a stage set she was no longer part of. "Yeah," she said, her voice sounding distant even to her own ears, muffled by the lie. She kept her gaze fixed on the passing scenery, a tableau of a life that felt impossibly remote. They might. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The room was beige. The walls, the cheap laminate of the desk, the heavy curtains drawn against the afternoon light, all beige. The low-pile carpet was a slightly darker, dirtier shade, stained with the ghosts of other occupants' spills. A rusty brown circle that might have been soda, a smudge of gray ground into the fibers near the bed. The only color came from the cool, blue-white glow of a tablet screen and the black nylon duffel bag lying open on the chenille bedspread, its texture rough and institutional under his fingertips. The contractor sat at the desk, the tablet propped before him on a cheap stand. Highway noise from I-95 was a constant, dull rush beyond the sealed window, a sound that passed for silence after 3 weeks of listening to it. It vibrated through the floor, a subaudible hum in the bones. The screen showed a simple list. 5 names. The first 2 were crossed out with a clean digital line. Bailey Wesley. Severn Daniel. The third name was highlighted in a soft, pulsing yellow. Holt Martin. 44. Fleet Dispatcher. The contractor's eyes, a color somewhere between gray and hazel that changed with the light, moved to the attached file. He tapped it open. Martin Holt. Married, 2 children, Ethan, 12, and Chloe, 9, in middle school. Commuted weekly between Richmond and Baltimore. Drove a white Ford Transit van, Maryland commercial plates, for a regional plumbing supply company. His pattern was established, predictable. He stopped at the same Maryland service plaza every Thursday evening between 7:15 and 7:45 p.m. to use the restroom and purchase a large black coffee and a packaged muffin, either banana, nut, or blueberry. He always parked in the same row, favoring the shadowed area near the dumpster enclosure at the far end of the staff lot, away from the brighter lights of the fuel canopy. He was a creature of quiet, unremarkable habit. The file included 3 photographs, one lifted from a company directory, showing a man with a tired smile and receding hairline. 2 were grainy stills from service plaza security footage, capturing him in a windbreaker, head down, walking from his van toward the diner. The activation had come 3 weeks ago via a Signal Vault message that dissolved upon reading. The handler was a string of numbers. The instructions were clear: 5 men, 5 locations, 5 clean removals. No collateral, no spectacle. The compensation was substantial and already partially deposited, in untraceable increments, across 3 offshore layers. The contractor had asked no questions. The method was the message. The connecting tissue, interstate rest stops, victims found in their vehicles, was deliberate. The handler wanted a pattern, a scent trail for the authorities to follow. The contractor understood the assignment: build a phantom. Let the FBI chase the profile of a highway predator, a ghost in the rest stop system. The real thread, the one connecting these specific men to whatever they knew or had done, would be lost in the noise. It was elegant in its simplicity. Create a monster to hide a purpose. The contractor powered down the tablet, his movements economical. He wiped the screen and the stand with a microfiber cloth from his pocket, then placed both in the desk drawer. He did not slide it shut. The room would be cleaned, the drawer opened. Let them find nothing but generic electronics. He turned to the duffel on the bed. From its main compartment, he removed a pair of thin, medical-grade latex gloves, still in their sterile paper sleeve. He inspected the seal, then set them aside on the bedspread. Next came a compact tool roll of heavy waxed canvas, about the size of a paperback book. He unrolled it carefully on the beige surface. The items inside were nestled in individual loops. A 6-inch length of stainless steel cable with molded plastic grips on each end, a small vial of clear liquid with a dropper top, a preloaded syringe capped in orange plastic, a flat digital key fob, a lockpick set no larger than a credit card, and a miniaturized frequency scanner. Each tool was clean, unmarked, and served a discrete purpose. The cable was for controlled, quiet force. The vial contained a fast-acting paralytic derived from shellfish toxin, undetectable in standard panels. The syringe held a concentrated potassium chloride solution, mimicking cardiac arrest. The key fob could clone and emulate most proximity signals for vehicles and doors. The picks were for mechanical overrides. The scanner was for detecting wireless surveillance, public or private. He checked each item in sequence, a pre-operation ritual. He tested the flexibility of the cable, examined the vial for cloudiness, ensured the syringe's plunger moved smoothly. He powered on the scanner and let it sweep the room once more, its single green LED confirming the ongoing, expected electronic noise of the hotel, Wi-Fi, cell signals, nothing focused. He powered it off. Each item was then returned to its specific loop in the roll. The order mattered. In low light, under pressure, muscle memory would find what was needed. He fastened the roll with its leather tie. From a side compartment of the duffel, he removed a dark gray windbreaker, nylon, water-resistant without being shiny. It was unremarkable, the kind sold in a dozen big-box stores along any highway. He checked the seams, the zipper, the emptiness of the pockets. He then packed the duffel. The tool roll went into a padded interior sleeve. The gloves were slipped into the windbreaker's chest pocket. A generic baseball cap, black, was added. A small, powerful flashlight with a red lens filter. A burner phone, charged and silent. A wallet containing a driver's license and credit cards in the name of a real, deceased individual whose identity he periodically refreshed. The process took 4 minutes and 17 seconds. It was methodical, a mental checklist ticked off with robotic precision. There was no anticipation, no distaste, no flicker of anything resembling feeling. It was logistics. A preparation phase. Martin Holt was not a person with a son named Ethan and a taste for banana nut muffins. He was a task to be completed, a set of variables to be managed, a name to be crossed off a list. The file data was no more emotionally resonant than a spreadsheet of parts inventory. He stood, his knees cracking once softly. He shrugged into the windbreaker. It fit without bagginess or tightness, designed to obscure the lines of his body. He zipped it halfway. He lifted the duffel by its straps, feeling its balanced weight, heavy enough to seem normal, light enough for swift movement. He did a final visual sweep of the room. The bed was slightly indented where the bag had lain. The desk drawer was open an inch. The curtain gap showed a sliver of fading daylight over the highway interchange. No personal item remained. He had checked in with cash, using the cloned ID. He would not return. At the door, he paused. The mirror on the back of the closet door showed a reflection. A man of average height and build, the kind that blends into a crowd by default. Features that held no particular distinction. A nose that was neither sharp nor broad, lips of medium fullness, a jawline softened just enough to avoid being memorable. His hair was a neutral, mousy brown, cut short in a generic style that required no maintenance. His eyebrows were the same forgettable shade. His eyes, in this flat fluorescent light, were a nondescript hazel. He wore dark charcoal jeans, black running shoes with worn but clean soles, and the windbreaker. Nothing was new, nothing was notably old. Every item was mass market, forgettable. The face was the kind you forgot moments after seeing it, if you registered it at all. It was a face designed for erasure. In his line of work, it was the most important tool in the duffel, more vital than any syringe or blade. He looked at it now not with pride or disgust, but with a quality check assessment. Satisfied, he gave a small, practiced nod to the reflection, a final calibration of the instrument. The contractor opened the door, his hand in a gloved fist around the handle to avoid prints, though he had wiped it down upon entry. He stepped out into the hallway, letting the door swing shut on its hydraulic arm until it clicked with a soft, final sound. The immediate world of beige and highway roar was sealed away. The hallway was long, lit by sconces with dim bulbs, smelling of industrial citrus cleaner, and underneath, the faint, sweet musty odor of old carpet. The highway's white noise faded to a distant sigh, replaced by the omnipresent hum of the hotel's ventilation system, a steady, breath-like sound from a grill above his head. He walked down the hall, his footsteps silent on the patterned carpet. He passed a room service cart laden with dirty dishes, a maid's cart stocked with towels and tiny soaps. He saw no one. At the stairwell door, he pushed through, preferring the concrete echo of the stairs to the potential confinement of the elevator. His descent from the fourth floor was swift and quiet, the duffel held close to his leg. He pushed out into a blandly decorated lobby. A clerk was bent over a computer behind the front desk, unseen. A family was wrestling with suitcases at the far entrance. The contractor walked past them all, invisible, out through the automatic glass doors into the cool evening air. The parking lot was vast, dotted with cars and long-term trucks. The air here smelled of diesel, asphalt, and the distant tang of fast food from the adjacent strip mall. He walked to a silver Toyota Camry, 5 years old, clean but not spotless. It was parked in a space that offered a clear view of the exits and was not under a light. He used the key fob, the real one, not the tool, to unlock it. The chirp was muted. He placed the duffel on the passenger seat, then settled behind the wheel. The interior held the faint, clean scent of a recent detailing, with a hint of pine air freshener. Nothing personal. No receipts, no gum wrappers, no forgotten sunglasses. He started the engine, a quiet purr. The digital clock on the dash glowed 5:47 p.m. He had synchronized it with the world clock function on the burner phone. The drive to the Northgate Service Plaza, according to the GPS he now activated on the phone, would take 53 minutes in current traffic. He pulled out of the lot, merging smoothly into the stream of vehicles on the access road. As he accelerated up the ramp onto I-95 North, the highway noise, his constant companion for weeks, enveloped the car once more, a roaring, impersonal cocoon. He drove with calm, precise movements. His hands rested at 9 and 3 on the wheel. His eyes scanned mirrors, road signs, the flow of traffic, but his mind was already ahead, running through the variables. The plaza layout. The position of the dumpster enclosure. The lighting conditions at 7:30 p.m. The possible presence of security patrols. The entry and exit routes from the staff lot. The van's door locks. Holt's likely state of mind, tired, routine, distracted. The contractor factored it all, adjusting the plan minutely for each new piece of remembered data from the file. The coffee purchase meant a window of 3 to 5 minutes where Holt would be inside the diner, his van unattended. That was the optimal insertion point. The miles passed, marked by exit signs, billboards, the rhythmic thump of expansion joints under the tires. The sky to the west bled, through a palette of oranges and purples behind the silhouettes of trees and overpasses. Inside the silver Camry, there was only the sound of the road, the hum of the engine, and the quiet, focused presence of the man behind the wheel. He did not think of the list, or the handler, or the phantom he was building. He thought of angles, timings, and physical contingencies. He thought of the feel of the cable grips in his hand, the pressure required. He thought of the quick, clinical motions that would turn a living, breathing pattern of habit into a closed file, another crossed-out name. Martin Holt's schedule was waiting. And the contractor was, as always, exactly on time. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The Maryland State Police barracks smelled of stale coffee, industrial cleaner, and the faint, metallic scent of old radiator heat. Katie stood by the whiteboard, the glossy photographs of Wesley Bailey and Daniel Severn staring back at her with the flat, final gaze of the dead. Pushbins anchored their lives to the corkboard, beside a map of I-95, red string connecting dots at rest stops and service plazas. The hum of the fluorescent lights was a constant, oppressive drone bleaching color from the worn laminate tabletop, the scuffed linoleum floor, the stacks of manila folders. The only other sound was the occasional tap of Nina's fingers on her laptop keyboard, a staccato counterpoint to the light's buzz, until Katie's phone vibrated against the laminate with a sharp, wooden rattle. Cole Braddock's name flashed on the screen. She pressed the speaker icon, the click of her fingernail loud in the quiet room. Braddock, what do you have? Good news, Agent Ford. His voice was crisp, efficient, devoid of any celebratory tone. It was a statement of fact. Cyber Division just cracked the encryption on the metadata from Signal Vault. Took them most of the night. Both victim accounts were activated on the same date. Not just the same week, the same day. October 12th. Nina looked up from her laptop, her eyes sharpening. She removed her reading glasses, letting them dangle from the cord around her neck. That's coordination. Not coincidence. That's a recruitment drive. It gets better, Braddock continued, and Katie could picture him in some sterile office at WFO, his suit jacket perfectly tailored, his desk unnervingly tidy. Both accounts received their initial welcome messages, the setup instructions, from the same originating server cluster. It's a virtual private server, routed through a commercial data center in Ashburn, Northern Virginia. The facility is leased to a shell company called Meridian Logistics Partners, LLC, registered in Delaware. Paper trail ends there for now. We've submitted an emergency warrant application to the Eastern District of Virginia for the subscriber information, payment records, and any server access logs. Meridian Logistics, Katie repeated slowly, letting the name settle into the puzzle. It landed with a cold, familiar click, like a key sliding into a well-oiled lock. Marin's intel in the soundproofed prison visitation room echoed in her head, a ghostly whisper beneath Braddock's clinical report. Follow the logistics. The cleanest routes are the dirtiest. She kept her expression neutral, a mask of professional focus, but her thumb traced the edge of the table, feeling the tiny chip in the laminate. Any hits on that name in our databases? NCIC techs anything. Running it now through all standard channels, Braddock said. There was a faint rustle of papers on his end. Preliminary shows a registered agent in Wilmington, a law firm that handles 10,000 of these, and a PO. A box. The classic ghost setup. No officers listed. No physical address beyond the data center rack. Nina leaned toward the phone on the table, her elbows on the worn surface. Run it through FinCEN's full suite. See if it's popped up on any treasury reports for suspicious financial activity, wire transfers, structuring. And cross-reference with DEA asset seizure databases, ATF, even customs techs. If they're moving product, even digitally, there might be a financial footprint, a customs declaration something. A shell company still needs a bank account. On it, Braddock said, his tone acknowledging the order without subservience. I've already tasked a junior analyst with the FinCEN pull. I'll call as soon as the warrant is signed. Judge Tanaka is reviewing it now. Should be within the hour. There was a brief pause, just a half-beat of dead air. How's the scene there? Quiet, Katie said, her eyes drifting back to the victim photos. Bailey's kind eyes, Severn's tired smile. We're waiting on the warrant with you. Let us know the second you have it. Will do. The call ended with a soft digital click. The room felt suddenly, palpably smaller. The walls, painted a dull institutional beige, seemed to press inward. The connection was no longer theoretical. It was real, tangible, a digital thread stitching two dead men to a server rack in Virginia. It pointed squarely at an organized, technically sophisticated operation. But the how and the why of two ordinary men, a truck driver, a traveling salesman, being recruited, used, and then executed like malfunctioning equipment, still gaped like an open wound in the center of the case. The air in the room grew thicker, harder to pull into her lungs. Katie became aware of the tightness across her shoulders, a familiar band of tension that had taken up permanent residence since the mimic incident. She consciously relaxed her jaw, forced a slow, even breath through her nose, her gaze sweeping the confined space. The overflowing trash can by the door, the whiteboard smudged with erased markers, the single dusty window looking out onto the parking lot. Logistics, Nina muttered, picking up a cheap ballpoint pen and tapping the plastic cap rhythmically against her front teeth. The sound was small and precise. They pick guys with clean records, predictable routes, family men with obvious leverage. They give them a burner app, encrypted and clinical instructions. No names. No chit-chat. It's a courier network. A human routing system. She dropped the pen and spread her hands over the map. But for what? Data packets. Hardware, small drives, chips. Something that doesn't show up on a truck manifest or a sales invoice. Something that needs a handoff in a Perkins parking lot or a men's room stall. Something worth killing for to keep quiet, Katie said, her voice low. Her jacket, a practical wool blend, felt unnaturally heavy on her frame. The specific, solid weight of the burner phone from Cynthia Severn was a secret gravity in her inner pocket, pulling at the fabric, a constant tactile reminder. The official path was unfurling quickly now, efficiently, through Braddock and the warrant, through Cyber Division and the courts. The other path, the one Marin had hinted at with her prison yard eyes, and Cynthia had confirmed with her terrified whisper, was physically in her possession, a cold slab of plastic and silicon holding answers. She needed to see it. She couldn't wait for the warrant, for the bureaucratic machinery. The phone in her pocket was a live wire, and she had to trace it now. I need some air, Katie said, pushing back from the table. The legs of her chair scraped against the linoleum, with a sound that made Nina flinch slightly. Clear my head for when Braddock calls back. The walls are closing in. Nina gave a short, understanding nod, her eyes already tracking back to the glow of her laptop screen, her focus narrowing to the legal pathways of FinCEN searches and warrant precedent. Don't wander far. That warrant drops, we're wheels up for Virginia. Katie didn't answer. She pulled her jacket tighter around her, the motion disguising a pat against her pocket to ensure the phone was secure, and pushed through the heavy door into the hallway. The transition was jarring. The hallway was marginally quieter, the fluorescent hum slightly more distant, but the air was just as stale. She passed a closed door with a frosted glass window, stenciled communications, another marked evidence lock UP. Her boots echoed on the tile. A uniformed trooper passed her with a nod, his duty belt creaking. Katie offered a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. She pushed through the exterior door, a gust of cold, damp air hitting her face. It was bracing, a physical slap after the cloistered atmosphere inside. The afternoon was flat and gray, the sky a seamless sheet of low cloud. The parking lot, a vast expanse of cracked asphalt dotted with oil stains, was half empty. A few Maryland State Police cruisers, their light bars dark and silent, sat near the entrance. A civilian sedan, likely a detective, was parked haphazardly further out. Katie moved with purpose, not toward her own car, but away from the building, angling across the gravel-strewn edge of the lot toward a stand of thin, bare trees that marked the property line. The gravel crunched loudly under her boots, each step a definitive sound in the quiet. The distant, steady roar of highway traffic from I-95 was a constant background whisper, the sound of the normal world continuing, oblivious. The cold seeped through her jacket, a clean, sharp sensation that contrasted with the oppressive warmth inside. She focused on the feel of it, on the solid ground under her feet, on the simple act of moving away from the watchful eyes of the building. She stopped when she reached the shadow of the trees, their skeletal branches weaving a brittle lattice against the gray sky. She positioned herself with her back squarely to the barracks, a calculated move to block the sightline from any windows, and, more importantly, from the security cameras mounted on the tall light poles that dotted the lot. Her breath plumed in the air, faint white clouds that dissipated quickly. She unzipped her jacket a few inches, the cold biting at her throat. Her hands, she noted with detached satisfaction, were perfectly steady. There was no tremor, no fumble. This was a field action, no different from clearing a room or securing a piece of evidence. The only difference was the chain of custody ended with her. She reached into her inner pocket, past the leather of her credential holder, and her fingers closed around the cheap, black plastic phone. It was lighter than her smartphone, flimsier. She pulled it out. The device was unremarkable, a generic prepaid model you could buy at any big box store for cash. She held it in her gloved palm for a second, then pressed the power button on the side. It vibrated once feebly. The screen remained black for a heartbeat, then glowed to life with a garish, low-resolution logo. It demanded a passcode. Cynthia Severn's whispered numbers, 7-2-0-9-1-3, Robert's birthday, he never changed it, were etched in her memory. She tapped them in, her thumb moving deliberately over the rubbery keypad. The screen unlocked with a soft chime. The interface was sparse, stripped of any pretense. A green phone icon for calls. A messaging app. A contacts list with a single entry. A rudimentary calendar. Nothing else. No browser. No games. No camera. This was a tool, not a device for living. She took a slow breath, the cold air sharp in her lungs, and opened the Messages app. The screen displayed a list of threads, but there was only one. It was labeled simply with the number, but in the contacts, that same number was saved as dispatch. As she opened it, the history was a series of terse, clinical commands sent over a period of weeks. Each was a time-stamped bullet point in a secret life. November 3, 14:15. I-95 South. Exit 53. Rest Area Bravo. 14:30. Trash Receptacle, West Side Maintenance Area. Retrieve package. Black plastic bag nodded. Proceed to exit 67. 16:00. Blue Honda Civic, Virginia plates, parking lot of Perkins Restaurant. Place package in trunk. Do not acknowledge driver. Do not linger. Confirm completion by 16:15. November 17. 10:05. I North. Exit 22. Service Plaza Delta. 10:15. Men's room, third stall from entrance. Retrieve payment. Envelope taped to pipe behind toilet. Confirm receipt. December 1. 20:45. I-95 South. Exit 89. Designated location. 21:00. Await further instruction. If no contact by 21:15, abort and return home. Katie's skin prickled, a wave of cold that had nothing to do with the air. It started at the base of her spine, a sharp, electric chill that traveled up her vertebrae and raised the fine hairs on her arms and the back of her neck. Her mouth went dry. The instructions were a map of a secret life, etched into the mundane stretches of highway between his home and his supposed sales calls. They were devoid of emotion, of any human connection. A retrieve. A proceed. A place. A confirm. It was the language of a machine manual. Each message was a gear turning, moving Daniel Severn from point A to point B, a living, breathing component in a system he likely never understood. She swiped up, her thumb moving slowly, precisely. The next message was the last one received. The date was yesterday, December 8. The day Daniel Severn was killed. December 8. 11:03. Protocol 7. Archive all. Stand by for final instruction. Protocol 7. Archive all. The words sat on the screen, stark and ominous. They didn't sound like a delivery order. They sounded like a contingency. So wipe order. Archive all, secure or destroy the evidence of the operation. Stand by for final instruction. The final instruction had been a garrote in a rest stop lot. A deep, cold anger began to solidify in Katie's chest, cutting through the initial shock. This was the blueprint. This was the control mechanism. She needed to preserve it, not just in her memory, but forensically. Her personal iPhone was in her other hand, already unlocked. She opened the camera app, switching it to photo mode. She glanced over her shoulder, a quick, instinctive check. The barracks were a silent block in the distance. A car turned into the far end of the lot, its headlights cutting through the gloom, but it parked, and the driver went inside without looking her way. She began, methodically, deliberately. She positioned the burner phone in her gloved left hand, angling it to avoid the flat gray glare of the sky on the plastic screen. With her right, she focused the iPhone's camera. The electronic shutter clicked silently. She captured the main message thread, showing the list of dates. She then opened each individual message, zooming in slightly to ensure every character, every timestamp was legible in the image. Click. She backed out, opened the contacts list. The single entry, dispatch. Click. She opened the calendar. There were entries corresponding to the message dates, just times and highway exit numbers. Click, click, click. She was not logging this into the FBI's digital evidence management system. She wasn't creating a PDF for the case file. This transfer of information was off the books, from one secret ledger to another. This was for her. This was the thread Marin Salas had told her to pull, the one that started with a whisper in a prison and ended with a dead man's phone in a stand of trees. Each silent click of the virtual shutter felt like a transgression, a step across an invisible line. Her heart beat a steady, accelerated rhythm against her ribs, but her hands remained clinical, steady. When she was certain she had captured every screen, every possible piece of data on the device, she swiped through the camera roll on her iPhone. The images were clear. The evidence was now duplicated, hidden in the most personal of devices. The final step. She looked at the burner phone, its screen glowing with the last fatal message. Her thumb hovered over the power button. There was a finality to this. Once it was off, the digital ghost within would go silent. She pressed the button. The screen flashed a prompt power off, and she pressed again. The glow died, leaching away from the pixels, until the screen was a flat, dark mirror reflecting the bleak sky. The plastic casing, which had grown slightly warm from use, began to cool rapidly against her palm. She slipped the dead phone back into her inner pocket. The weight returned, but it was different now. It was no longer an unknown quantity. It was a known secret, its contents memorized and copied. It was a part of her, a second, silent heartbeat of concealed truth thumping against her side. She zipped her jacket up fully, the sound loud in the quiet, and smoothed the front with her palms, ensuring no telltale bulge was visible. For a long moment, she didn't move. She stood in the cold air, the weight of the photographs in her personal phone feeling heavier, more consequential than her service weapon on her hip. The official investigation was chasing a shell company in Delaware, a server log in Ashburn. It was a top-down view, corporate clean. She was holding the ground-level view, the operational handbook for a dead man, written in the dirt and asphalt of the interstate. They were the same path, she realized, the same malignant organism, just seen from different sides of a mirror. One side was reflected in legal documents and warrants. The other was written in blood and cryptic text messages. A gust of wind rattled the bare branches above her, a dry, skeletal sound. It broke her stillness. She turned, her boots crunching on the gravel again, and walked back toward the barracks. Her breath formed quick, determined clouds that vanished behind her. The walk back felt longer, the building looming larger. She reached the heavy exterior door, its metal handle cold even through her glove, and pushed her way back inside. The wave of warm, stale air was a physical barrier. It smelled of coffee grounds, old paper, and the faint, sweet tang of someone's leftover lunch. The fluorescent hum enveloped her again, a sonic blanket. She walked down the hall, her footsteps echoing, and pushed into the temporary office. Nina glanced up from her laptop. Her face was drawn, the lines around her eyes more pronounced under the harsh light. She had a legal pad covered in dense, angry scribbles next to her. "Get your head clear?" she asked, her tone neutral, but her eyes performed a quick, professional assessment, scanning Katie's face for signs of strain, of the pain from her shoulder, of anything other than focus. Katie met her gaze evenly, pulling out her chair and sitting down by the whiteboard. She deliberately avoided looking at the victim photos for a second, instead focusing on the map, on the strings, on the tangible puzzle. "Clear enough," Katie said, her voice firm. She reached for a dry erase marker, uncapped it with a soft pop, and drew a circle on the board. Inside it, she wrote in clear block letters, "Meridian Logistics." She looked from the circle to the faces of Bailey and Severn, then back to Nina. "Let's find out who Meridian really is, and what the hell they were moving that required Protocol 7. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The rain was a cold, steady hiss against the asphalt, turning the sodium vapor lights of the rest stop into smeared, trembling halos in the pre-dawn dark. Katie Ford stood under the dripping overhang of the service plaza, the collar of her jacket turned up against the damp chill. She watched the crime scene techs move like ghosts in their bulky white suits around the dark, hulking shape of a box truck parked in the far corner of the staff lot. Their movements were slow, deliberate, their figures distorted in the puddles that gathered in the asphalt's cracks. The air smelled of wet diesel, stale fried food from the shuttered diner, and something sharper, a coppery, metallic tang that the rain couldn't quite wash away. Her own drive here had been a silent, tense blur. Nina's call had come an hour ago, pulling her from a shallow, restless sleep in her temporary barracks quarters. Another one's Northgate Plaza. The same MO. The words had been a cold splash of reality. On the drive, the interstate had been a slick black ribbon, her headlights carving a lonely path through the spray kicked up by the few overnight trucks. The wipers had beat a monotonous rhythm, a sound that seemed to sync with the dull, persistent ache in her shoulder. She deparked behind a line of Maryland State Police cruisers, their light bars painting the rain in silent, swirling flashes of blue and red. Now she waited, absorbing the scene. The rest stop was a transient island, a place designed for passage, not permanence. In this hour, it felt abandoned, a stage after the actors had fled. The rain pattered a consistent rhythm on the truck's corrugated metal roof, a sound that made the silence around it feel heavier. Nina Shaw emerged from the gloom between two tech vans, her face a pale, stern mask under the hood of her FBI-issued rain jacket. She walked with purpose, her boots avoiding the deeper puddles, but her shoulders were set with a fatigue that went beyond the early hour. She stopped beside Katie, following her gaze to the truck. Martin Holt, Nina said, her voice flat, a recitation of facts to hold the enormity at bay. 44 years old. Fleet dispatcher for a regional produce company out of Baltimore. Found by a long-haul trucker at 3:15 a.m. Driver's seat. Trucker needed a jump start, saw the rig parked oddly, lights off. Knocked. No answer. Looked in the window. Katie nodded slowly, her eyes tracing the outline of the vehicle. A white box truck with a faded green logo for Chesapeake Fresh Direct on the side. The driver's side door was open now, a tech half inside, a camera flash occasionally illuminating the interior in stark, frozen bursts. Same method, Katie asked, though the heavy, solemn atmosphere, the specific, isolated location, had already given her the answer. Single, deep puncture to the heart. Through the intercostal space between the ribs. Or precise. No defensive wounds on the hands or arms. No signs of a struggle inside the cab. Nina's voice was clipped, efficient, but Katie could see the dam holding back the pressure in the tight line of her mouth, the controlled blink of her eyes as she relayed the information. She spoke with a measured, deliberate pace, as if each word had to be vetted before release. Door was locked from the inside when the trucker found him. Window was cracked about an inch, probably for air. Wallet and phone were on his person. Phone's locked with a passcode, but we'll get into it. I'd bet my pension it has the same app installed. Signal Vault. Katie let out a long, slow breath that fogged briefly in the cold air. 3 men. Paul Regan in his government sedan, tucked away in a sublevel garage. Wesley Bailey in his luxury SUV, parked at a commuter lot. Now Martin Holt in his produce hauler, stopped for a break on his route. Each in their own metal cocoon, a private, vulnerable space turned into a tomb. Each alone in the dark, in the anonymous, sprawling network of I-95's rest areas. A pattern was no longer a theory. It was a chain of evidence, cold and hard. Let me see the personal effects, Katie said, turning towards Nina. Nina gestured to a nearby tech who was cataloging items on a folding table under a pop-up canopy. The tech, a woman with tired eyes, handed Katie a clear, quart-sized evidence bag, holding it by the corner. Katie took it, feeling the crinkle of the plastic through her nitrile gloves. Inside was a small, sad collection of a life interrupted. A key ring with a worn leather fob. 2 car keys, one for a Honda by the look of it, and a single heavier truck key. A few store loyalty fobs for a gas station and a grocery chain. A small, silver multi-tool. And one other item that stood out. A rectangular black plastic fob, about the size of a thumb drive, with a bright blue stripe along its side. The words public storage were etched into the plastic in raised, sans serif letters. A unit number was written in faded blue ballpoint on a small, rectangular paper tag looped through the keyring, 117. Katie angled the bag, letting the sickly yellow glow of the sodium vapor light catch the smooth surface of the fob. The blue stripe seemed to gleam. Nina leaned in, her shoulder brushing Katie's. She peered at the fob, her eyes narrowing. She didn't reach for it, just studied it. Jessup, Maryland, she said after a moment. That's the location code printed on the fob, right there under the barcode. Facility S about 20 minutes south of here, just off the highway. They stood in silence for a long moment, the hiss of the rain on the canopy providing a private, insulating curtain from the low murmur of the techs and the distant hum of the interstate. Katie's mind clicked through the pieces, assembling the profile aloud, the words forming in the cold, damp air between them, making it real. 3 victims. Same precise clinical method. Same eye corridor. Same encrypted app on their phones. This isn't random violence. This isn't a thrill kill. She looked from the evidence bag to the sheet-covered shape, now being carefully maneuvered onto a gurney by the ME's team. Someone is selecting these specific men and killing them where they were already accustomed to being alone at night. The killer knows their schedules, their routes, their habits. He's not chasing them. He's meeting them. He's exploiting a pattern that already existed. Nina absorbed this, her gaze fixed on the middle distance, seeing the map, the dots connecting. She nodded once, then added the next logical, chilling layer, her voice dropping even lower, meant only for Katie. Which means the killer is either part of whatever these men were doing, or has deep, detailed access to whoever directed them. He's not hunting them down. She turned her head, her eyes meeting Katie's. He's culling them. The finality of the word hung in the damp air between them, heavier than the rain. A culling. It implied management. A system. A purpose beyond personal rage or gain. These men weren't just targets. They were components in a mechanism, and one by one, they were being removed, deemed faulty or unnecessary. We need to see what's in Unit 117, Katie said, her voice firm. She handed the evidence bag back to the tech with a nod of thanks. It's a national chain. They have procedures, legal requirements. We'll need a warrant to open it, Nina replied automatically, the rulebook rising to the surface. But even as she said it, she was already pulling her phone from her pocket, her thumb hovering over the screen, her body angled away from the wind. We have exigent circumstances. An active, serial homicide investigation with a pattern suggesting more are imminent. The key was found on a fresh victim. Katie's tone left no room for debate. It was calm, logical, and direct. This is the first physical, tangible lead that isn't a ghost in a phone or a shell company in Delaware. This is a place. Call Braddock. Have him start the warrant paperwork and light a fire under a judge. We're going to Jessup now. We can secure the site, make sure nothing walks away, and wait for the paperwork to catch up to us. Nina held her gaze for a beat, assessing. She preferred the rules, the clean lines of procedure. But Katie saw the calculation in her eyes, the risk of delay against the value of the lead. Nina gave a tight, sharp nod of approval. She respected necessity, especially when it was wrapped in solid logic. All right, she stepped away from the canopy, turning her back to the worst of the weather, and lifted the phone to her ear. Katie could hear the low, urgent murmur of her voice against the steady percussion of the rain. Cole. It's Shaw. We need a warrant for a storage unit. Katie turned back to look at the box truck. The sheet was now fully over Martin Holt, a stark, anonymous outline. The ME's van doors were open, a dark mouth ready to receive him. The dispatcher. A man who coordinated the movement of goods, who knew schedules and routes and drivers. What was he moving that required an encrypted app? And for whom? The culling suggested a cleanup. A severing of connections. The storage unit key felt like a potential map to one of those connections. 15 minutes later, they were in their unmarked sedan, the engine emitting a low growl as the heater fought the pervasive damp. Nina pulled out of the rest stop, the tires slicing through standing water, and merged back onto the Interstate South. The world beyond the windshield collapsed into a tunnel of reflected taillights, and the constant, misty spray thrown up by tractor trailers. The wipers beat their steady, hypnotic rhythm, sweeping arcs across the glass. Katie watched the exit signs blur past. Laurel, Savage, names that meant nothing, just markers in the dark. "Braddock's on it," Nina said, buckling her seatbelt with a definitive click. She adjusted the vent to direct more heat. "He'll call as soon as he has a judge's signature." He also confirmed Holt's phone had Signal Vault installed. Pulled the metadata before it fully locked. Same story. Activated on October 12th. Same day as the others. "A recruitment day," Katie murmured, watching a lone car speed past, its driver oblivious. She shifted in her seat, trying to find a position that didn't pull at the healing wound in her shoulder. Not just an app they downloaded. The roster. They were all put on the same roster on the same day. "A roster of expendable assets," Nina finished, the phrase ugly and precise. She was quiet for a full mile, the only sounds the wipers, the hum of the road, and the rush of passing vehicles. Her hands were relaxed on the wheel, but her knuckles were white. "This storage unit. It could be nothing, Katie. A place to keep old tax files. His kids' sports equipment. Christmas decorations. It could be," Katie agreed, her voice neutral. She stared out at the dark, shapeless landscape beyond the shoulder. "But it's on the keychain of a man who was just murdered in the same, precise, professional way as two other men. Men who shared his secret, encrypted communications app. That's a lot of coincidence to hang on a box of Christmas decorations." The GPS on the dash estimated 17 minutes to the public storage facility in Jessup. As they drove, the rain began to ease, slowing from a steady downpour to a scattered drizzle. Then it stopped altogether, leaving the asphalt gleaming like wet coal under a sky that was shifting from deepest black to a bruised, purplish-gray hint of dawn. The transition from the high-speed anonymity of the interstate to the off-ramp, then onto a local road, felt significant. It was like moving from the public-facing stage of the rest stops, the crime scenes, into the story's back end, the private, hidden machinery where the sets were built and the props were stored. The road here was narrower, lined with skeletal trees and occasional clusters of low, commercial buildings. They passed a shuttered auto body shop, its bay doors down, graffiti tagging the cinder block. A wholesale plumbing supplier with a parking lot full of PVC pipe. The landscape felt worn, functional, and forgotten in the pre-dawn light. Katie's phone, which she'd placed in the cup holder, buzzed with a short, sharp vibration. Her breath hitched, a quick, involuntary intake that felt cold in her chest. Her hand twitched towards it before she consciously registered the pattern. It wasn't her main phone's tone. It was the muted, generic buzz of the burner she'd taken from Cynthia Severn's kitchen, the one now buried in the inner pocket of her jacket. She casually slipped her hand into her jacket, fingers closing around the cheap, plastic device. She pulled it out just enough to see the screen, angling it away from Nina. The message was a single line, forwarded from some archived log within the phone's encrypted memory. It was not a new send, but a retrieved record, package for Holt. Unit 117 is green. Confirm swap by 600. The words were a cold electric current down her spine. Confirm swap. It wasn't just storage, it was a transfer point. The node. Cynthia Severn had given her this thread, had trusted her with it out of fear and desperation. To hand it over now, to introduce this unvetted, illegally obtained evidence from a source she'd concealed, would tangle everything. It would raise questions she couldn't answer without revealing Marin's reach. She needed to follow this thread alone, just for a few more steps, to see where it led before snapping it into the official record. She pressed the button to lock the screen, the faint glow dying, and slid the phone back into her pocket. "What is it?" Nina asked. She hadn't turned her head, but Katie felt the shift in her attention, a subtle tightening in the driver's seat. Nina had sensed the change in her posture, the focused stillness. "Just Braddock," Katie lied. She kept her voice level, matter of fact, and reached for her official FBI phone instead, tapping the screen as if checking a notification. "Says the warrant is with the judge now." Waiting for a signature, she locked her screen and put the phone back in the cup holder, hoping the action looked natural, routine. Nina was silent for a few seconds. Katie could feel her gaze flick over, then back to the road. The silence stretched, filled only with the road noise. It wasn't a comfortable silence. It was a space where doubt could grow. Finally, Nina simply said, "Almost there," her voice giving nothing away. They turned into a more concentrated commercial zone, a grid of streets lined with fenced lots and long, low buildings. The public storage facility appeared on the right, a sprawling complex that covered several acres. Row upon row of identical, orange roll-up doors sat behind a high chain-link fence, crowned with coils of razor wire that glittered wetly in the growing light. A bright yellow sign identified the place. The office was a small, dark building near the entrance. The whole place was quiet, utterly desolate in the pre-dawn. It felt less like a repository for belongings and more like a prison for objects. Nina pulled into the empty visitor parking lot, the gravel crunching under the tires. She killed the engine. The sudden silence was profound, broken only by the faint, metallic ticking of the engine cooling. For a long moment, neither woman moved. They just sat, looking through the windshield at the silent, orderly rows of storage units. The sky was lightening to a pale, sickly gray leaching color from the world, making the scene look like a faded photograph. "However this plays out," Nina said quietly, her hands still resting on the wheel, her gaze fixed on Unit Row G, where 117 would be, "we've moved from cleaning up a mess to walking into the middle of the factory that made it." She finally turned her head to look at Katie. The fatigue was more evident now, in the lines around her eyes, the pallor of her skin in the grim light. But the resolve was solid, unwavering. Katie unbuckled her seatbelt, the click echoing loudly in the stillness of the car. She reached for the door handle. "Then let's see what they're manufacturing." They got out, the cold morning air biting after the car's warmth. It smelled of damp concrete, wet gravel, and distant, decaying leaves. Katie zipped her jacket up to her chin, her breath pluming. Nina did the same, then opened the trunk to retrieve 2 heavy maglights. She handed one to Katie. "Gates probably locked until office hours," Nina said, nodding toward the pedestrian entrance next to the vehicle gate. A keypad box was mounted there. "We're not waiting," Katie said. She walked toward the fence, not to the pedestrian gate, but along its length, shining her flashlight beam over the units, looking for numbers. The complex was laid out in a grid, with letters for rows and numbers for units. They found the entrance to row G and followed it down. The units were all the same. Corrugated steel doors, heavy padlock hasps, some sealed with the storage company's own locks, others with private, heavier-duty locks. Unit 117 was about halfway down the row, on the left. It was a standard 10x10, its orange door identical to its neighbors. The hasp held a large, serious-looking master lock, not the flimsy disc lock the company often provided. It was a lock that said the renter had something to protect. Katie played her flashlight beam over the door, the lock, the concrete apron in front. The ground was wet but showed no fresh footprints. The door itself was dusty, with a few cobwebs in the upper corners. It hadn't been opened recently. She stepped closer, examining the seal between the door and the concrete floor. No visible disturbances. Nina stood back, one hand resting near her sidearm, her head on a swivel, scanning the other rows, the rooftops, the fence line. The place was a maze, full of blind corners and deep shadows even in the growing dawn. See anything? Just a good lock, Katie said, straightening up. She turned, shining her light down the long, narrow canyon between the rows. The beam illuminated motes of dust and moisture in the air. We secure the perimeter. Wait for the warrant and the tactical team. This isn't a door we kick in alone. Nina nodded in agreement. I'll call Braddock for an ETA. You watch the unit. She moved back toward the mouth of the row, pulling out her phone, putting some distance between them for a clear signal and a better field of view. Katie was left standing alone in front of Unit 117. The silence here was even deeper, muffled by the tall walls of the units. She could hear the faint, far-off sound of a train whistle. She trained her flashlight beam on the lock again, then slowly swept it down the door, across the number stenciled in black. 117. A simple integer. It felt like a combination waiting to be dialed, an answer waiting to be given. What was inside? Documents. Money. Weapons. The package mentioned in the text. Her shoulder gave a low, persistent throb. She adjusted her stance, ignoring it. Her mind raced ahead, playing scenarios. If this was a dead drop or a swap point, would there be counter-surveillance? Was the killer, the culler, aware this key had been found? Would he come to clear the unit? The text said confirm swap by 600. That deadline had passed. The swap was either completed or aborted. The minutes stretched. The sky continued to lighten, turning a flat, uniform gray. The world gained dimension, but no warmth. Katie heard Nina's voice, low and steady on the phone. Understood. We'll hold position. Have them stage out of sight until we have the paper in hand. Katie kept her eyes moving, her hearing straining. A bird chirped somewhere, a lonely sound. A truck rumbled on a highway not too far away. Normal sounds that felt alien in this tense, waiting space. Nina walked back, her footsteps crunching softly on the gravel. Braddock says the judge is reviewing. Could be 20 minutes, could be an hour. He's alerted the Baltimore field office for a tactical support unit. They're mobilizing but won't deploy until we have the signed warrant. Standard op. We wait, Katie said. It wasn't a question. We wait, Nina confirmed. She leaned against the corrugated metal of the opposite unit, crossing her arms, her flashlight now off and clipped to her belt. Her eyes never stopped moving. You think he knows? The killer. Katie considered it. If he's part of the system, if he has the same access that let him find Holt, then he might know about the unit. But knowing Holt is dead is one thing. Knowing we have his key and are here, she shook her head slowly. That depends on how good their internal security is. If they're cleaning house, they might be cutting losses, not protecting assets. Let's hope they're arrogant, Nina muttered. Arrogant makes mistakes. Another stretch of silence settled between them, but it was different from the tension in the car. This was a professional, shared vigilance. They were partners in a foxhole, watching the same threat axis. Katie felt a pang of guilt for the burner phone in her pocket, for the secret she held. She pushed it down, compartmentalizing. The priority was the unit. What came out of it would dictate her next move. Time passed with the slow creep of dawn. The gray light became stronger, revealing the rust stains on the unit doors, the weeds pushing through cracks in the concrete, the sheer, mundane bulk of the place. Finally, after what felt like an hour but was likely only 40 minutes, Nina's phone buzzed. She looked at the screen, her posture straightening. "It's Braddock," she answered, putting it on speaker. "Sure." "We're on speaker with Ford." "Warrant is signed and filed." Cole Braddock's voice came through, clear and alert despite the hour. "I'm emailing the PDF to you both now. The tactical team from Baltimore is 10 minutes out. Their commander will link up with you. They have a bolt cutter and the authority to proceed." "Copy that," Nina said. "We're at the unit now. Row G, Unit 117. No activity. We'll wait for the team." "Understood. I'll stay on the line until they arrive." They waited again, but now with a defined endpoint. The tension shifted from speculative to anticipatory. Katie flexed her fingers around the flashlight, feeling the cold metal. She watched the entrance to the row. Right on time, they heard the soft crunch of multiple footsteps on gravel. A moment later, a team of 6 FBI agents in dark tactical gear, helmets, and carrying compact rifles appeared at the mouth of the row. They moved with quiet, practiced efficiency. The lead agent, a tall man with a serious face, approached Nina and Katie, his weapon pointed at the ground. "Agents Shaw Ford. I'm SAIC Miller, Baltimore ERT. We have the warrant." Nina showed him the email on her phone. He gave it a cursory glance and nodded to his team. 2 agents moved to flank the ends of the row, providing security. 2 others took up positions covering the unit's door. The remaining agent, carrying a large hydraulic bolt cutter, stepped forward. "On your go," Miller said to Nina. Nina looked at Katie, who gave a single nod. "Do it," Nina said. The agent with the bolt cutter positioned the jaws around the thick shank of the master lock. He squeezed the handles. There was a loud, sharp crack that echoed off the metal walls, startlingly loud in the silence. The lock fell to the concrete in 2 pieces. Another agent stepped up, gripped the bottom of the orange roll-up door, and heaved. The door rattled upward with a grinding, metallic shriek, revealing darkness within. Miller shone a powerful flashlight into the opening. Dust motes swirled in the beam. The space was not empty. Katie and Nina moved forward, flanking the entrance, their own flashlights joining Miller's. The light pooled inside, illuminating the contents of Unit 117. It was not Christmas decorations. The unit was packed, but neatly, professionally. Against the left wall were stacked about 24 identical, dark green, hard-sided plastic cases, the kind used for shipping sensitive electronics or instruments. They were stacked 4 high and 6 deep. Each case had a simple, white barcode label. In the center of the unit, taking up most of the floor space, were several large, wheeled industrial pallet jacks. And on the right side, lined up on metal shelving, were rows of smaller cardboard boxes, also unmarked. But what drew the eye, what made Katie's breath catch, was what was propped against the back wall, separate from the rest. It was a long, rectangular object covered by a heavy gray tarp. The shape underneath was unmistakable, a rectangular box, roughly 6 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 2 feet deep. Miller stepped inside first, his weapon now at a low ready, scanning the corners. Clear, he called after a moment. Katie and Nina entered, the concrete floor cold under their feet. The air inside was still, dry, and carried a faint smell of plastic, ozone, and dust. Katie went directly to the nearest green case. She knelt, ignoring the protest in her shoulder, and examined the latch. It was sealed with a small, numbered plastic security tag. Intact. She looked at the barcode label. It was just a serial number, MLP 4417889. Meridian Logistics Partners, she said aloud, the name from the shell company dropping into place with a solid, logical click. Nina was already at the shelving, using a pocket knife to slit the tape on one of the smaller cardboard boxes. She pulled back the flaps. Inside, packed in dense foam, were dozens of small, sealed static shield bags. Through the clear plastic of one bag, she could see the glint of a circuit board, a cluster of chips. Electronic components, she said. High grade. Military or aerospace spec, if I had to guess. Katie stood and moved toward the tarp-covered object at the rear. Miller was there, his light on it. You want me to? He asked. Yes, Katie said. Two of the tactical agents stepped forward and carefully gripped the edges of the tarp. They pulled it away in one smooth motion. Underneath was a large, heavy-duty Pelican case, the biggest model made. It was black, with reinforced corners and multiple latches. It also bore a barcode label, this one with a red stripe across it. Stenciled on the side in white paint were the letters, Protocol Nightshade. Handle with extreme care. The room went still. The tactical agents exchanged glances. Miller's face was grim. Don't touch it, Nina said, her voice hushed. She looked at Katie. That's not a parts number. That's a project name. Katie stared at the stenciled words. Protocol Nightshade. The name felt cold, official, and deeply ominous. This was no simple swap point for contraband. This was a storage facility for something organized, funded, and named. The green cases, the electronic components, this sealed container, this was the factory. This was what men like Martin Holt, Daniel Severn, and Paul Regan had been moving, or facilitating, or protecting. And someone was killing them to keep it secret. Miller, Katie said, her voice firm in the quiet. Seal this unit. No one in or out. We need a full forensic team, an EOD unit for that case, and someone from Defense Intelligence or the Pentagon's Acquisition Office. This just became a national security crime scene. Miller nodded sharply and began barking orders into his radio. Nina stepped close to Katie, her shoulder almost touching hers as they both looked at the ominous black case. Factories open, Nina murmured, the words barely audible. Now we find out what poison it makes. Katie didn't answer. She just watched as the tactical team secured the area, her mind already racing ahead, trying to fit Protocol Nightshade into the grim puzzle of culled men and encrypted messages. The dawn had fully broken now, a cold, gray light filtering into the unit, illuminating the dust and the stark, serious shapes of the secrets within. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The fluorescent lights in the public storage facility buzzed like a swarm of trapped insects, casting a sickly, green-tinged pallor over the endless rows of identical orange roll-up doors. The air was tomb-cold and smelled of concrete dust, damp cardboard, and the faint, metallic tang of rust. Katie stood with Nina and Harwick before Unit 217. The key from Martin Holtz affects a cold, hard sliver of metal in her gloved palm. The silence of the place was a physical presence, broken only by the distant, intermittent hum of a compressor and the echo of their own breathing in the cavernous corridor. It felt less like a storage facility and more like a modern catacomb, a place where things were interred and forgotten. Harwick shifted the heavy bolt cutters in his grip, the steel jaws gleaming under the unforgiving light. "Warrant's good and signed," he said, his voice lowered as if in a library. Judge didn't even blink. "Let's see what our dispatcher was storing out here in the middle of nowhere." Katie slid the key into the padlock, the action feeling absurdly normal. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. She removed it, handing it to Nina, who bagged it, then nodded to Harwick. He stepped forward, fitted the jaws around the thick shackle and squeezed. The sound was a deafening, metallic crack that shattered the silence and echoed down the corridor, seeming to bounce off every identical door. The noise made Katie's shoulders tense instinctively. It was the sound of something being forcibly opened, a violation. Harwick hooked his fingers under the bottom of the corrugated metal door and heaved it upward. It ascended with a rattling, grinding shriek that set Katie's teeth on edge, revealing a 10 by 10 cube of absolute darkness that seemed to swallow the light from the hallway. Harwick felt along the inner wall, found a switch and flicked it. A single, bare bulb dangling from a wire in the center of the unit winked on, casting a weak, yellow pool of illumination. 16 identical cardboard boxes, sealed with thick bands of heavy-duty packing tape, were stacked in 4 neat, precise rows against the back wall. They were unremarkable, medium-sized moving boxes. But each one bore a single piece of white printer paper, taped squarely to its side, with nothing but a 10-digit alphanumeric code printed in a clean, generic font. Katie stepped inside, the concrete floor gritty under her shoes. The air here was even colder, stale. "Shipping labels," she said, her voice tight. She leaned closer, not touching. "No origin. No destination. No company logo. Just routing numbers." "Like a tracking code for a ghost," Nina murmured from the doorway, her eyes scanning the sterile, ordered stacks. "Let's pull one," Harwick said, his pragmatism cutting through the tension. He moved to the nearest stack, at the front and to the left. He grunted slightly as he lifted the top box from the pile, the sound a soft whump as he set it down in the center of the empty floor space. Dust motes swirled in the bulb's light. Harwick pulled a utility knife from his pocket, the blade snicking out. He inserted the tip under a seam of the thick brown tape and sliced through it with a long, ripping sound that was oddly satisfying. He did the same on the other side, then folded back the cardboard flaps. On top, a layer of clear bubble wrap was neatly tucked over the contents. He pulled it back. Beneath were standard, bulk office supplies, 2 sealed reams of bright white copy paper, a cardboard box of black ballpoint pens, a stack of manila file folders still in their plastic wrapping. Harwick rocked back on his heels, frowning. "Office supplies." He rented a storage unit to hoard copy paper. "What, was there a sale at Staples we missed?" "It's cover," Katie said, her gaze fixed on the box. "Padding. Keep going. Underneath." Harwick gave a skeptical shrug, but carefully lifted out the reams of paper, setting them aside on the concrete. He removed the box of pens and the folders. Beneath them, the box was lined with more bubble wrap. And nestled within that protective cocoon were 2 rectangular, vacuum-sealed bricks of clear plastic. Through the tight, crinkled film, the distinctive green and black of $100 bills was unmistakable. Harwick let out a slow, controlled breath that was almost a whistle. He reached in, hefted one brick. It was dense, about 2 inches thick, the size of a small hardcover book. The bills inside were pressed flat, their edges perfectly aligned. "Well, shit," he muttered, his earlier sarcasm gone. "Count it," Nina said, her voice low and steady. She had moved fully into the unit now, her presence close behind Katie. They worked with a silent, focused efficiency. Harwick produced a small digital scale from his kit, but the vacuum seal was too tight, the packaging too uniform. "Screw it," he said. He took his knife and made a careful, small incision in the plastic. The seal broke with a hiss of air. He peeled the plastic back like skin from a fruit, revealing the neat, banded stack of bills. He fanned it slightly. Every bill was 100. He counted the stack methodically, his lips moving silently. 100 bills to a stack. 10 stacks, he looked up. $10,000 per stack, he counted the stacks within the brick. 5 stacks per brick, he did the mental math. $50,000 per brick. He looked into the box. There were 2 identical vacuum-sealed bricks. $100,000, Katie said, the number hanging in the cold air. In a box labeled as office supplies. "Open another," Nina commanded, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. The second box from a different stack was an exact replica. The same top layer of innocuous supplies, this time notepads and highlighters. The same protective bubble wrap. The same 2 dense, vacuum-sealed bricks of cash underneath. Harwick didn't bother to count the second one fully. He just hefted a brick, gauging the identical weight, and nodded. Same." Nina's eyes traveled from the 2 open boxes to the 14, still sealed and stacked against the wall. The silence stretched, filled only by the buzz of the lone bulb. If all 16 boxes are the same configuration, she trailed off, her mind visibly working. Katie finished it, the calculation cold and simple. 2 bricks per box. 100,000 per box. 16 boxes. She paused, making sure the number was right before she gave it voice. That's $1.6 million. In this one unit. But they're not all the same, Katie continued, forcing her mind past the staggering sum to the details. She pointed at the labels on the open boxes, then gestured to the others. The routing numbers are different on each label. Every box has a unique code. Her heart was hammering, a frantic drumbeat against her ribs that made her breath feel short. She could feel a slight tremor starting in her fingers. She clenched her gloved hands into fists, then forced them open, reaching for her phone. She needed to act, to do something with the information before the sheer scale of it paralyzed her. She took multiple photos of the labels on the open boxes, making sure the crisp alphanumeric codes were in perfect focus. The flash bounced off the white paper, stark and revealing. She attached the images to a message for Braddock, her thumbs moving quickly over the screen. Cross-reference these alphanumerics with Meridian Logistics, internal shipping codes. Urgent. Need confirmation, their waybill numbers. She hit send. The whoosh of the message leaving felt like sending a probe into the void. The next 20 minutes passed in a strained, surreal limbo. They didn't open any more boxes. The sample was conclusive. Instead, they resealed the 2 open boxes as best they could with fresh evidence tape, the ripping sound loud in the quiet. They rolled the heavy door down with another grating shriek, and Harwick secured it with a new FBI evidence lock, a bright yellow plastic seal that screamed official attention. He made a call, his voice a low murmur. arranging for a uniformed county officer to sit on the unit until the evidence response team could arrive in the morning to process it in full. It was as Harwick was finishing his call that Katie's phone vibrated. Braddock's reply: "Match confirmed. Codes are internal Meridian waybill numbers." Shipments were logged in their system under those exact codes, manifests listed as office supplies or printed materials. Deliveries were scheduled to a Jessup warehouse address, not this storage facility. Paper trail is clean. The money isn't on their books. Katie showed the screen to Nina, who read it, her jaw tightening. She gave a single sharp nod. They walked back to the car in silence, the echo of their footsteps following them. The night air outside was a shock, colder and cleaner than the stagnant atmosphere of the storage corridor. Katie climbed into the passenger seat of Nina's sedan. Harwick peeled off in his own vehicle with a brief wave. Nina started the engine, the sound abnormally loud. She pulled out of the lot, her headlights cutting through the darkness. For 5 full minutes, the only sounds were the hum of the tires on asphalt, the rush of the heater, and the faint crackle of the police radio turned low. The silence was thick, viscous, filled with the unprocessed enormity of what they'd seen. Nina's knuckles were bone-white where she gripped the steering wheel. She finally spoke, her voice flat, analytical, as if trying to assemble the pieces on a stable workbench. They were couriers. Not for drugs. Over cash. A physical laundering pipeline. A Meridian truck, legitimate on the outside, makes a delivery. One of our victims, Holt Bailey Severn, is waiting. They accept a box of supplies. The paperwork is clean. They then divert that box here, to this storage unit they control. The cash gets warehoused. Later, it gets moved again, integrated back into the legitimate-looking logistics chain, maybe shipped out as revenue from a fake client. It's a closed loop. The company moves the money physically under the cover of its own legitimate operations. Katie stared out the window at the passing blur of darkened strip malls and fast food signs, their garish colors smeared by the rain on the glass. The theory solidified in her mind, cold and logical. And someone is killing them to shut it down. One by one, she turned to look at Nina's profile, lit by the dashboard glow. Either to hijack the pipeline for themselves, or to cover its existence entirely. To erase the human links. They're not random murders. They're not a spree. They're she searched for the word, and it came to her with chilling clarity, a purge. A systematic elimination of compromised assets. Nina's eyes flicked toward her for a second before returning to the road. A purge, she repeated, testing the word. It hung between them, ugly and final. That implies an organization. Discipline. A specific goal. This isn't a rival gang hitting couriers on a corner. This is corporate. Surgical. Which is why it's been so hard to see, Katie said, the pieces locking into a dreadful pattern. We've been looking for a motive in their personal lives, in random violence. But the motive is their function. They were cogs in a machine, and someone is removing the cogs. The rest of the drive passed in fragments of half-formed theories and heavy silence. The weight of the discovery settled over them, a tangible pressure. The case had just transformed from a homicide investigation into something vastly larger and more sinister. The temporary office at the Maryland State Police Barracks felt profoundly different after that. The space itself was the same, the hum of the fluorescent lights, the smell of stale coffee and industrial cleaner, the worn, government-issue furniture. but the whiteboard was no longer a collection of disjointed facts and victim photos. It was a schematic. Katie stood before it, her eyes tracing the lines she now mentally drew between the faces of Daniel Severn, Wesley Bailey, and Martin Holt. They weren't just victims of violence. They were nodes in a hidden network, points on a clandestine financial map. Their deaths were balance sheets being zeroed out. She waited, forcing herself to do mundane paperwork, until Nina had finally packed up her bag, her movements slow with exhaustion. "I'm going to crash," Nina said, rubbing at her temples. "I need to draft a preliminary summary for Vance on the storage unit find." "Try to make this make sense in a memo," she offered a tired, grim smile. "You should get some rest too." "Soon," Katie replied, not looking up from her computer screen. "I just want to organize these evidence photos before I forget the details." She listened to the sound of Nina's footsteps receding down the hall, the distant opening and closing of the exterior door. She counted to 100, slowly, her ears straining for any other sound in the building. There was only the persistent hum of the lights and the low groan of the heating system. Alone. She got up, crossed the room, and turned the lock on the door. The click was deafening in the quiet. She stood for a moment, her back against the door, listening to the beat of her own heart in her ears. The pool of light from her desk lamp was an island in the sea of darkness that filled the rest of the room. Shadows clung to the corners, thick and watchful. She walked back to her desk, the surface cold under her wrists as she sat. From the inner, zippered pocket of her go bag, she removed the cloth-wrapped bundle. Her hands, she noted with detached curiosity, were already unsteady. The simple act of untying the knot in the cloth felt fumbling, clumsy. Daniel Severn's burner phone was cool and inert in her palm. She pressed the power button. The screen lit up, a blue square in the dim office. She navigated to the encrypted note-keeping app, entered the passcode she'd brute-forced days ago, and opened the list. The columns of dates and routing numbers glowed on the screen, a secret ledger. She positioned her laptop next to it. With a few clicks, she accessed the secure case file, pulling up the digital evidence logs. She found the subfolder for Martin Holt's vehicle. Scanned through the itemized list. Vehicle registration, insurance card, fast food receipts there. Item 14. Shipping document, Meridian Logistics, Waybill ML 4880-291Q. She opened the scanned image. The date of shipment was October 28. Her eyes flicked to the burner phones list. As she scrolled, there, October 28. Next to it, a routing number. Not the same as the one on the box label, but a different, correlated code she now understood was a pickup reference. She went to Wesley Bailey's evidence log. Item 22. Shipping document, Meridian Logistics, Waybill ML 510733T. Shipment date, November 4. Back to the phone. Scrolling. November 4. Another routing code. Methodically, painstakingly, she cross-referenced every date on the phone's log with every Meridian waybill found in the victim's possessions, and then with the shipment dates Braddock had pulled from Meridian's system for the codes on the storage boxes. The connections spiderwebbed across her mind. They matched. Perfectly. Every single date Daniel Severn had logged on this hidden phone corresponded to a scheduled pickup or delivery for Meridian Logistics, and to a subsequent deposit, a sealed, cash-filled box, at the storage unit in Jessup. The phone wasn't just a means of clandestine communication. It was a ledger. A meticulous, digital record of criminal transactions, for a multi-million-dollar laundering enterprise. This was proof. Concrete, irrefutable proof that connected the victims directly to each other and to an organized, sophisticated financial crime apparatus. Proof that their murders were not crimes of passion or random acts of violence, but corporate actions. Cold, calculated, and professional. A purge of liabilities. And she was hiding it. The weight of the secret descended on her all at once, a physical pressure that compressed her lungs and made the base of her spine go cold with sweat. She had broken the chain of custody. She had concealed material evidence from a federal investigation. She had lied by omission to Nina, to Shaw, to Director Vance. Her justifications: it was a lead, it was personal, the system couldn't be trusted, echoed in her head, but they sounded thin and hollow against the stark reality of the law she was breaking. For what? Of a lead. It was more than that now. This phone was a direct thread, a single filament that connected these murders to the vast, shadowy mechanism that had killed her father. Giving it up meant handing it over to the very bureaucracy that had buried his case under a national security seal, that had prioritized secrets over justice. It would be entered into evidence, become part of the official record, and its trajectory would be controlled by Vance, by protocols, by the same machine that had failed her a decade ago. Her breath fogged slightly in the cold office air, a brief, ghostly plume in the lamplight. The decision crystallized, not in a flash of insight, but in a slow, sinking certainty. She could not give this up. With movements that felt both rushed and deliberate, she closed the encrypted app. She powered down the burner phone, watching the screen go black. She wrapped it carefully in its protective cloth, retying the knot with fingers that had finally stilled, their tremor replaced by a grim resolve. She tucked the bundle back into the inner pocket of her bag, her fingers brushing against the familiar, worn leather of her father's old notebook that lived in the same compartment. She was placing one ghost beside another. The official report she began to type was a masterpiece of selective truth. Her fingers flew over the keys, the clinical language a shield. It detailed the discovery of the storage unit at the public storage facility. It described the 16 boxes, the unique routing labels, the contents of 2 sample boxes, office supplies concealing vacuum-sealed bricks of U.S. currency totaling approximately $100,000 per box, with an estimated total value of $1.6 million on site. It reported Braddock's confirmation that the routing codes were internal Meridian logistics, waybill numbers for shipments logged as office supplies. It posited a theory that the victims were likely coerced or complicit couriers in a sophisticated money laundering scheme, utilizing the legitimate logistics company as cover. It recommended full forensic accounting of Meridian, interviews with all employees, and tracing of all shipments associated with the identified codes. Every word of it was true. It was a solid, professional report that would advance the investigation significantly. It just omitted the single, pivotal piece of evidence that made the case personal. The burner phone. The ledger. The thread that tied these killings not just to profit, but to the specific, shadowy mechanisms of power that had taken her father and that she knew were still in operation. By leaving it out, she was diverting the official investigation down one path, while reserving the true compass for herself. When she finished, she saved the document and attached it to an email to Vance and Shaw, her finger hovering over the trackpad. She took a deep, shuddering breath that did nothing to ease the tightness in her chest, and clicked send. The action left her drained. She leaned back in the chair, the cheap vinyl creaking. Her hands, now idle, began to shake again, a fine tremor that started in her fingertips and traveled up her wrists. She looked at them as if they belonged to someone else. She clasped them together on the cold desk, interlocking her fingers tightly, squeezing until the knuckles turned white and the trembling was forced to subside. The fluorescent light overhead hummed its eternal, tuneless note. Somewhere deeper in the empty barracks, a door clicked shut, the sound distant and lonesome. The building settled around her. She was in the labyrinth now. She had seen the official path, the one lit by procedure and protocol, and she had deliberately stepped away from it. She had chosen to hide her own thread, her own piece of string. The only way out, the only way to the center, to the truth, was to follow it alone into the dark. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The temporary office smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner, a scent that had baked into the walls and the worn, beige carpet over decades. The overhead fluorescents buzzed a low, steady note, their harsh light flattening the room's few colors into shades of gray and sickly yellow. Nina arrived at 6:45, the digital clock on the microwave blinking the time in red. She expected the silence, the particular hollow quiet of a government building before the day's machinery of phones and printers and voices clicked into gear. She expected to be the first one in. As she was. Katie was already at her desk, a dark shape against the weak, pre-dawn gloom that seeped through the slats of the window blinds. The blue light of her laptop screen was the room's only vivid color, washing out her face, turning her skin pale and spectral. She looked up as the door hinges squeaked, and the movement was slow, deliberate. Her eyes met Nina's, and the brief, practiced smile she offered was a mechanical twitch of muscles that didn't reach her eyes. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving her expression blank and weary. She looked hollowed out. The skin was tight across her temples, parchment thin, and a faint bruise of fatigue, a smudged purple shadow, lay beneath her lower lashes. Her hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail, but strands had escaped, framing her face with a disheveled fragility. She hadn't slept in a bed, or if she had, it had been a short, tortured stint. The evidence was in the slight puffiness around her eyes, the way she held herself with a stiffness that suggested hours in a chair. Nina noticed. Her gaze, sharpened by years of interrogation and assessment, cataloged it all. The untouched paper cup of water, the jacket still draped over her shoulders as if she'd been cold all night, the absolute stillness of her hands resting on the keyboard. She said nothing. "You're early," Nina said, her voice cutting through the hum. She shrugged off her own jacket, the movement stiff from the morning chill she'd brought in with her. She hung it on the back of her chair, the fabric rustling loudly in the quiet. Katie's gaze drifted back to the screen. "Couldn't sleep," she replied, her voice a little rough, unused. She cleared her throat softly, a dry, rasping sound. Her fingers, resting on the edge of the keyboard, twitched once, then stilled. Braddock emailed the corporate trace on Meridian Logistics. Came in about an hour ago. She didn't offer any more, her focus seemingly absorbed by the data. Nina walked to the small counter that served as a kitchenette. The glass carafe of the coffee maker held the dregs of yesterday's brew, a thick, black sludge at the bottom. She poured the last of it, cold and viscous, into a paper cup. The bitterness hit her tongue first, followed by a stale, acidic aftertaste that coated her throat. She drank it anyway, the caffeine a necessary toxin. Cup in hand, she came to stand behind Katie's chair, not touching it, looking over her shoulder at the screen. She could feel the heat coming off the laptop, could smell the faint, clean scent of Katie's shampoo, undercut by the staleness of the room. The report was concise, clinical. Meridian Logistics Partners, LLC, was incorporated in Delaware 4 years ago. Nominee officers listed, names that were clearly placeholders. A registered agent service in Wilmington provided a legal address, a ghost in a suit. No real names, no faces. The attached financial summary was more revealing. Bank accounts linked to the corporate filings showed a pattern of deposits and withdrawals. The amounts, Braddock had noted in a bracketed comment, matched almost to the dollar the cash volumes they'd estimated from the storage unit boxes. It was a perfect, sterile loop. Money came in from unknown, untraceable sources, was logged as legitimate revenue for a logistics consultancy, and was presumably paid out to other ghost vendors or withdrawn as cash for physical distribution. A laundering pipeline with no fingerprints, no obvious source, and no clear destination. "It's a shell," Katie said, stating the obvious with a flat, exhausted finality. She didn't turn her head. Her eyes tracked a line of text, but Nina could see they weren't really reading. They were fixed, glazed with fatigue and something else, a deep, inward focus. A clean, professional one. This isn't some street cruise side hustle. The paperwork is too good. No, Nina agreed quietly, her eyes scanning the lines of corporate legalese. She took another sip of the terrible coffee, the paper cup crackling in her grip. It's infrastructure, purpose-built. Expensive. She shifted her focus from the screen to the side of Katie's face. The tension in her jaw was visible, a hard line where muscle clenched bone. The blue light glinted off the fine hairs at her temple. You get anything else from the burner phone data? Any patterns in the server pings before they went dark? A barely perceptible hesitation. A fraction of a second where Katie's eyes stopped moving across the screen. Her shoulders, under the draped jacket, lifted a quarter-inch in a tiny, defensive hitch. Still cross-referencing, she said, her tone deliberately even, each word measured and placed. She still didn't look away from the laptop, as if breaking eye contact with the data would be a confession. The preliminary match is solid. The dates on the waybills from the unit match the dates of the encrypted message bursts on Severn's phone. It's the same pattern for all three. They were given a job, a pickup, a delivery, something logged on a waybill. They completed it. They received a cash delivery, logged in the ledger. Then they died. She finally leaned back, a small, weary motion that made the chair creak, and rubbed at the bridge of her nose with thumb and forefinger, pressing hard as if to push back a headache. The logic is airtight. And cold. The pieces were locking into place, forming a shape they couldn't quite see yet, a silhouette against a bright light. A mechanism. The why was still a shadow, the motive obscured by layers of professional obfuscation. They had the how of the murders, and now the how of the payment. The connection was the thing in the middle, the cargo, the reason for the pipeline. Nina's own phone buzzed in her pocket, a sharp vibration against her hip. She pulled it out. Braddock. The call ID glowed on the screen. She gave Katie's rigid posture one last, lingering glance. The hunched shoulders, the way her free hand had curled into a loose fist on the desk, the pale knuckles, then moved toward the doorway. I need to take this, she said, already stepping into the hall. She didn't wait for a response, pulling the door shut behind her with a soft but definitive click. The corridor was a tunnel of pale green paint and scuffed linoleum, lit by the same relentless fluorescence. It was empty, stretching toward distant fire doors in a long, silent perspective that seemed to amplify her solitude. The acoustic tiles absorbed sound, creating a dead, pressurized quiet where a whisper could feel too loud. Nina leaned a shoulder against the cool, painted cinderblock wall, the surface slightly gritty under her jacket. She could feel the vibration of a distant generator or air handler through the block, a faint, subaudible thrum. As she answered, Shaw. Agent Shaw. Braddock's voice was its usual careful, neutral tone, the diction precise. But there was a new undercurrent, a slight tautness in the delivery, a clipped quality to the syllables. I have an update, but it's procedural in nature. Go ahead, Nina kept her own voice flat, giving him nothing. Director Vance's office contacted me directly this morning. At 6:20. Nina stilled. She adjusted her stance, her shoulder pressing more firmly into the wall as if for grounding. The rough texture of the paint snagged the wool of her jacket. The coffee churned, cold and acidic in her stomach. That's early for a standard status request. He usually goes through the ASAC or the section chief. She made it a statement, not a question, forcing him to confirm the abnormality. That was my understanding as well. Braddock paused, and in the silence, Nina could hear the faint sound of his breathing, controlled and even. She pictured him in his pristine DC office, sitting ramrod straight, his eyes on a blank wall as he navigated the call. It wasn't a request for a written report. It was a direct inquiry for a verbal, immediate update on your and Agent Ford's progress. I provided the facts as I knew them. The Meridian corporate trace, the storage unit findings, the financial correlation. Okay, Nina said, her voice flat. She waited, her gaze fixed on a scuff mark on the opposite wall, a long black streak from a piece of equipment being dragged. It was unusual, but Vance was a hands-on director. He had a reputation for diving into the weeds on high-profile or sensitive cases. Sometimes he reached down. The explanation was plausible. But her instincts, honed in the political minefield of the Hoover Building, were prickling, a cold sensation spreading across the back of her neck. Then he asked a specific question, Braddock continued, the words coming more slowly, as if he were choosing each one with deliberate care, laying them out like evidence. After the case update, he asked if, to my knowledge, either you or Agent Ford had visited any correctional facilities in the last 72 hours. The air in the hallway seemed to thin, to grow colder. Nina's expression hardened, her lips pressing into a thin, bloodless line. Her free hand, hanging at her side, curled into a tight fist, her nails pressing sharp, distinct half-moons into her palm. The pain was a focal point. She saw it instantly, a series of images clicking together with the clean, terrible logic of a slide bolt locking home. The sealed file on Marin Solace that had crossed her desk and vanished into the bureaucratic ether. The distant, stark silhouette of Alderson Prison against a gray sky. The memory of Marin's knowing, manipulative smile from a past interrogation room, the way her eyes seemed to see every hidden thought. Katie's profound exhaustion, her evasive answers that were just a little too smooth, the way she took phone calls in hallways and parking lots, turning her body away, her voice dropping to a murmur. She's doing it again. The thought landed with a heavy, sickening certainty in the pit of her stomach. She was running a parallel investigation, chasing a ghost from her past, and she hadn't told her. The betrayal was a cold, hard stone lodged under her ribs. What did you tell him? Nina's voice was even, devoid of all inflection, a professional mask welded into place. She could hear the faint echo of her own words, bouncing off the hard surfaces of the empty corridor. I told him I had no knowledge of any such visits, which is the truth. He thanked me for my time and ended the call. Another pause, longer this time. The hum of the lights filled the dead space, a sound that was now intensely irritating. Agent Shaw, Braddock began again, his tone shifting minutely into something more personal, more probing. The questions seemed pointed. It followed the case update, but wasn't connected to it. Is there something operational I should be aware of? A security protocol I've missed. A compartment I'm not read into. Yes. My partner is running a side investigation based on a tip from a convicted traitor, and the director of the FBI is personally checking up on her movements. He's looking for a reason to pull her, or worse, to bury her. And you're his canary in the coal mine. The words lined up behind her teeth, sharp and hot. She swallowed them, feeling the effort in her throat. Braddock was a good agent, observant and by the book. His loyalty was to the Bureau, to the chain of command. Telling him would force him into an impossible position, betray his director's implicit trust, or become complicit in hiding a potential breach of protocol from that same director. It would officially bring Katie's secret into the investigation's record. It would be a disaster. It would be the end. No, Nina said, the single syllable firm and final, a wall. You gave the correct answer. You have no knowledge. That's all you need to have. That's all you should have. She emphasized the last point, a subtle warning wrapped in procedural advice. Keep us apprised of any further financial leads on Meridian. We need to find a person behind the nominee officers. A signature, a payment to a real utility company, a tax form with a real social security number buried in the attachments. Of anything. Understood. Braddock's tone was neutral again, the professional mask back in place. But the question had been asked. The seed of doubt, of heightened awareness, was now planted in his mind. He was no longer just support. He was a potential tripwire, an unwitting set of eyes and ears inside their investigation. Vance had effectively turned him into a sensor, a diagnostic tool probing the integrity of their unit, seeing if their clean, detached analyst had noticed any irregularity, any static in the signal from the two agents he was assigned to assist. Nina ended the call without a goodbye and let her hand fall to her side, the phone heavy in her grip, the plastic casing still warm from her pocket. She stood in the silent, sterile hallway, the long, empty perspective making her feel exposed, as if she were on a stage under a harsh light. The hum of the lights was suddenly loud, a high-pitched whine in her ears that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Vance wasn't just monitoring the case file, he was monitoring Katie. Personally. And he was using Braddock to do it, testing the waters, seeing if their new third wheel had picked up the scent of her off-book activities. The old, familiar tension from the Mimic case. The suspicion, the divided loyalties, the secrets festering between partners like an untreated wound, congealed in her chest, but it was colder now. Denser. More dangerous. It had weight and gravity. Then the threat had been external, a conspiracy they were uncovering together, even if apart. The secrets were about the past, about old betrayals. Now the threat was internal, institutional, woven into the very fabric of their authority. The secret was about the present, about an active, willful disobedience, and it stood between her and Katie, and the chain of command itself was watching, waiting for a misstep, a stumble they could use to justify an intervention. She took a slow, controlled breath, feeling it expand her lungs against the tightness in her ribs, a band of iron that had cinched itself around her. She held it for a 3 count, then let it out through her nose, a silent, steady stream. She pushed off the wall, the rough texture of the cinder block tugging at her jacket sleeve with a faint scraping sound. She walked back to the office door, her footsteps measured and quiet on the linoleum, each step a conscious decision. She placed her hand on the cool metal handle, felt the slight give of the mechanism, and pushed. Katie was still at her desk, but the pretense of studying the screen had dropped. She was simply sitting, staring at the glowing map of financial data and corporate registries, her profile etched in blue light and shadow. One hand was limp in her lap, the other resting on the closed lid of her mouse, utterly still. She looked like someone waiting for bad news, braced for an impact she knew was coming but couldn't see. The jacket had slipped from one shoulder, revealing the strap of her holster, but she made no move to adjust it. Nina stopped just inside the doorway, a few feet away, and just looked at her. She took in the tired lines at the corners of her eyes, carved deeper by the unforgiving screen light. She saw the defensive set of her shoulders, hitched up near her ears as if against a physical blow. She noted the way her entire body was angled slightly away, a closed-off posture of a woman guarding a secret, bracing for impact. The jacket still draped over her shoulders seemed less like protection from the morning chill and more like a shroud, a weight she was too exhausted to shrug off. Katie felt the weight of the stare. It was a physical pressure on the side of her face, a heat that contrasted with the cool blue glow of the laptop. She didn't turn immediately, but Nina saw the minute tightening of the muscles in her neck, a cord standing out briefly. She saw the slight tilt of Katie's head as she became aware she was being watched, a predator's instinct sensing a presence. Finally, slowly, as if the motion required great effort, she swiveled her chair. The casters whined softly on the linoleum. Her eyes met Nina's, and they were dark, guarded pools, but with a flicker of something else deep within, a spark of defiance or fear or a weary, resigned combination of both. "What?" she asked, the word short, blunt, a challenge and a shield all in one. Her voice was dry. For a long moment, Nina held the gaze. The silence in the room was absolute, broken only by the faint buzz of the laptop's fan and the distant, muffled sound of a vacuum cleaner starting up somewhere else in the building, a far-off drone. She could ask. The questions were there, sharp and urgent, burning the tip of her tongue like acid. Did you go see Marin Salas? When? What did she tell you? What did you trade for it this time? Why is Vance asking Braddock about prison visits? What have you dragged into the middle of my investigation? She could demand answers right here, right now, clear the air, force the secret into the open between them. She could watch Katie's face as she lied or confessed. She could have the truth, however ugly. But she pictured the empty hallway, its acoustic properties. She pictured Braddock sitting at his desk in D.C., phone call ended, now hyperaware, his analytical mind turning over the strange question from the director, watching their next moves with new scrutiny. She pictured Vance, in his 7th-floor office with its view of the Capitol, a man who dealt in information and leverage, who understood that the most effective pressure was often applied silently, from a distance. Asking them here, in this temporary, borrowed office that felt thin and permeable, that might as well have Vance's ears in the walls, would be tactical idiocy. It would force a confrontation they couldn't afford, a loud, emotional rupture that would send shockwaves straight up the chain of command. It would put whatever Katie was hiding directly into the light, where Vance could see it clearly. Where Braddock, by duty and protocol, might feel compelled to report the discord, the accusation. She would be cornering her partner, and in doing so, she'd be exposing them both, lighting a fuse she couldn't control. The partnership, so recently rebuilt from the shattered trust of the Mimic case, painstakingly glued back together with shared purpose and silent understanding, was a fault line again. She could feel the rift, a cold, dark gap opening between their desks, wider than the few feet of stained carpet. But the ground had shifted seismically. The danger wasn't just across from her, contained in Katie's choices and secrets. It was above them, in the hierarchy, in the architecture of the institution itself, in the man who could end their careers, their credibility, with a phone call or a memo. He was watching. He was listening. And he had just signaled, through Braddock, that he was looking for a reason. A reason to separate them, to sideline Katie, to take control of the case and bury whatever inconvenient truth she was chasing. The partnership was now a shared secret in itself, a fragile, silent alliance in a monitored space. To protect it, she had to pretend it wasn't fractured. To protect Katie from Vance, from herself, she had to pretend she didn't know. "Nothing," Nina said, her voice final, a heavy door closing and locking. She let none of the internal calculation show on her face. Her expression was a mask of professional detachment, slightly weary, focused on the case, the same face she'd worn walking in. She turned abruptly, the movement sharp, breaking the tense eye contact. She grabbed her jacket from the back of her chair with a swift, decisive motion, the sleeves snagging on the plastic knob of the chair back for a second before pulling free. She shrugged into it, the fabric rustling loudly in the quiet room, her arms thrusting through the sleeves with a sense of purpose that was almost violent. "Let's go interview Holt's wife. We're spinning wheels here staring at screens. We need to know what her husband thought he was carrying in those trucks. What he told her, what he didn't tell her. The cargo is the key. It's the only thing that makes sense of the money, of the murders, of this whole goddamn pipeline." She was already moving for the door as she spoke, her steps brisk and purposeful, a performance of forward momentum. She didn't look back, didn't check to see if Katie was following, didn't offer a chance for further conversation, for an explanation for a lie. The action was a directive, a retreat from the dangerous silence, and a protection all at once. She was leading them out of the monitored room, into the field, into a space where they could move, where conversations could happen in the privacy of a moving car, away from the buzzing lights and the feeling of exposed walls. Behind her, she heard the soft, reluctant scrape of a chair on linoleum, the definitive click of a laptop being closed and latched, the faint jingle of keys being pulled from a desk drawer. Katie was following, but the space between them as they moved into the corridor was palpable, a buffer zone of unspoken accusations and defensive silence. The silence that settled as they walked side by side toward the exit, their footsteps out of sync on the hard floor, was no longer just strained from exhaustion and a difficult case. It was charged, electrically alive with everything unsaid, a current running between them. It was a live wire strung across the crumbling ground of trust, sparking against the new, oppressive reality of surveillance. And at the other end of that wire, a new, unknown variable now sat at a polished desk in Washington, D.C., a man with immense power, listening intently through his proxies for the sound of a misstep, a lie, a partner's confession, or the simple, telling crack of a partnership breaking under the weight of its own secrets. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The hotel room smelled of stale coffee and recycled air, undercut by the faint, chemical tang of industrial cleaner. Katie sat cross-legged on the bed, the scratchy polyester bedspread a makeshift desk, its geometric pattern digging into her bare calves. Her laptop glowed, a pale blue island in the dark Maryland night, casting sharp shadows that hollowed out her eyes and made the lines of her face seem deeper. Case files were fanned out around her like a morbid hand of cards, the corners of the paper catching on the rough fabric. On one side lay the burner phone from Cynthia Severn, its screen a dark, ominous slab. On the other, her personal phone displayed the grainy, slightly blurred screenshots of the delivery schedules she'd photographed from Daniel Miller's home office, the dates and times swimming before her tired eyes. She had Braddock's email open on the laptop, the subject line stark, FWD, metadata analysis, Signal Vault app, Miller/Reese/Kohler. The body of the email was clinical, a list of timestamps, anonymized user IDs, and server handshakes from the night Miller was killed. Beside it, a digital notepad held her own scrawled observations from the other scenes. Reese, Maryland house, driver's side window 2 down. Kohler Savage, no forced entry, keys and ignition. She took a long, slow breath, the kind that was supposed to steady you, and held it until a dull pressure built behind her sternum. Letting it out through her nose, she began the painstaking work of cross-referencing, her fingers cold on the trackpad. The burner phone's delivery logs, accessed after another tense, silent minute of her guessing Cynthia's likely passcode. The year of her wedding, 2012, were a dry ledger of times, GPS coordinates, and alphanumeric client codes. She copied them into a spreadsheet, her movements mechanical. She lined them up against the columns of signal vault activity Braddock had provided. The first pass was just noise, a jumble of numbers that meant nothing. She sorted by timestamp, then by latitude. She zoomed the map in on the I-95 corridor. She ran a time window filter, looking for any signal vault activity within 30 minutes of a logged delivery stop. A single match appeared. Then another. Her clicking grew faster, less deliberate. A shape emerged, solid and undeniable. Every single delivery route logged on the burner phone, for Miller, for the other two victims, had a scheduled stop that overlapped, both in time and location, with a ping from the killer's app. Not at the delivery addresses, those were scattered in industrial parks and office complexes. Not at the victims' homes, miles away in quiet suburbs. At the rest stops, she pulled up a detailed map of I-95, her index finger tracing the highway's thick, gray artery as it cut through the state on the screen. The 3 rest areas already highlighted in yellow in her case file glowed like infected nodes, the scenes. With a few keystrokes, she plotted the delivery coordinates as red dots. Miller's route had him scheduled for a 15-minute, mandatory safety break at the Chesapeake House Service Plaza at 22:15. He'd been killed there, his body found at 23:40. The red dot sat directly on top of the yellow highlight. The second victim, a logistics manager named Paul Reese, had a logged 30-minute meal refuel stop at the Maryland house at 19:30. His body was found in that parking lot at 21:00. Another perfect overlay. The third, James Kohler, was tagged for a 20-minute stop at the Savage Rest stop at 04:45, a brutal pre-dawn window. His truck was discovered there at 06:20. A cold, clear understanding settled over her, starting at the base of her skull and spreading down her spine. She went very still. Her fingers, poised over the keyboard, froze. Her breath caught, then released in a short, sharp exhale that fogged the edge of the laptop screen for a second. The killer wasn't stalking them at home or work, lurking in bushes or tailing them through city streets. He was using their own professional movements, their mandated, predictable breaks on long hauls to find them. He knew where they would be, and when, because he had their schedules. The app wasn't for tracking. It was the confirmation, the final beacon sent to a phone already waiting at the location, telling the killer the target is here now. He was hunting them through the mundane, clockwork machinery of their jobs, turning logistics into a weapon. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, percussive beat she could feel in her throat and in the pulse at her temples. The contractors list, the one Marin had whispered about. 5 names. 3 were dead, their schedules now forever frozen in her spreadsheet. She had 2 left. This thought propelled her forward. She hunched over the laptop, the blue light washing out her skin. Switching tabs, she navigated to the SEC database's public portal, her login credentials autofilled from muscle memory. She searched for Meridian Logistics Partners LLC's public annual reports, the most recent 2 years. The filings downloaded as dense PDFs, bloated with legalese and columns of financial figures that swam before her eyes. She scrolled, her thumb aching on the trackpad, searching for appendices, for lists of key personnel or operational disclosures. Her eyes burned from the screen's relentless light, and she blinked rapidly, seeing ghostly afterimages. Page 84 of the supplemental documentation. A subsection titled Operational Staffing, Contracted Fleet. It was a short, unassuming list. Ray Gilmore, age 47. Title Fleet Courier. Dennis Tran, age 41. Title Fleet Courier. Mid-level roles. Logistics. Anonymous. They fit the profile perfectly. A few minutes of quick, shallow dive cross-checking on a private browser window revealed sparse social media. A profile picture of Gilmore with a woman and two teenagers at a beach. A shot of Tran holding a newborn, his smile wide and unguarded. Married. Homeowners probably. Clean records, no doubt. They were the remaining targets, their names sitting in a corporate filing, while a man in a motel room somewhere prepared a garrote or a vial of succinylcholine. The killer's calendar was ticking down, and these two men had no idea they were already circled in red. Katie leaned back slowly, the cheap wooden headboard digging into her spine through the thin pillow. The weight of the choice was immediate and physical. It felt like a lead apron had been draped over her shoulders. She brought a hand up, pressing her fingertips against her closed eyelids, seeing bursts of color in the darkness. A deep ache, part fatigue and part dread, settled in the space between her shoulder blades. She could call it in. Right now. Pick up her FBI phone, speed dial Nina, wait through the rings, and lay out the pattern in a calm, professional tone. Then call Vance, repeat the briefing, name the targets. It was the procedure. It was clean. It was what an agent sworn to uphold the law should do, without hesitation or deviation. It would trigger an immediate protective detail, a flurry of activity that might, if they were fast and lucky, save 2 lives. It would also mean revealing the burner phone. She would have to hold it up in an evidence bag and explain how she came by it, how she had entered a witness's home under a pretext and taken it, how she had withheld this critical piece of evidence from her own partner and her director for days. The explanation would be a grenade rolling into the middle of the investigation. It would mean the end of her own quiet, off-the-books inquiry into Calvin's whisper, into the manipulation at the prison, into the question of who had sent Marin Solace to her. It would likely mean the end of her career, or at the very least a suspension, a desk so far in the basement she'd need a map to find it. The case would be taken from her, the protection detail for Gilmore and Tran handed to a fresh team. The connection to whatever game was being played with her would be severed, buried under a mountain of disciplinary paperwork and official reprimand. Nor she could go off book. The thought was a quiet, terrifying whisper in the silent room. It didn't shout, it insinuated. She could find them herself. Use her skills, her access, to locate Ray Gilmore and Dennis Tran. Warn them. Protect them, or have them protected through channels that wouldn't lead back to the burner phone, without exposing the source. She could keep the thread to Calvin alive, keep pulling at it, feeling for a weakness, while still trying to stop a murderer. It was a violation of a dozen protocols, a breach of the foundational trust of the Bureau. It was a betrayal of Nina's trust, a personal wound she would have to carry. It was also, in the brutal, immediate calculus of the moment, with 2 men's lives in the balance and a clock ticking somewhere, the only way to see both threats clearly, to keep her hands on all the strings. She looked back at the 2 names on the screen, glowing in the dark. Ray Gilmore. Dennis Tran. Not just profiles. Real people. A man who took his family to the beach. A man who proudly held his new baby. They were living their last normal days, grumbling about traffic, planning weekends, completely unaware of the shadow that had fallen across their routines. There was no choice. The realization was absolute, a door clicking shut in a distant part of her mind. The path of procedure was a dead end that led to more bodies and buried truths. The other path was a tightrope over a chasm, but it was the only one that moved forward. She picked up her personal phone, the device feeling suddenly heavy and alien in her hand. The screen lit up, showing the time, 2:17 a.m., and her wallpaper, a generic landscape she'd never bothered to change. Her thumbs hovered over the glass keyboard, a tremor in her fingers that she willed away by clenching her hand into a fist and then releasing it. She opened her messages, selected Cole Braddock's contact. She composed the text slowly, each word measured, stripped of any urgency or emotional inflection that could raise flags if anyone ever looked. Braddock need a favor. Background on 2 Meridian Logistics employees for potential witness list. Ray Gilmore and Dennis Tran. DMV records, registered vehicles, home addresses. Low priority, just dotting I's. Thanks. A Ford. She read it 3 times. It was bland, professional, the kind of request an agent might make while tying up loose ends. The use of low priority was a calculated risk, meant to dampen curiosity, to make it seem like busy work. She pictured Braddock receiving it, his sharp eyes scanning the words, his mind possibly filing it as a minor task for the morning. Her thumb hovered over the send button. The pad of her thumb was dry. She pressed it against her lips for a second to moisten it. This was the threshold. On this side, she was an FBI agent following the rules. On the other, she was something else. She hit send. The soft whoosh sound effect was absurdly cheerful. The message vanished into the ether, a tiny, deniable sin. A transaction of trust and deception. She stared at the screen, at the green bubble containing her words, as if it might somehow retract. It didn't. The finality of it was a cold splash. She placed the phone face down on the bedspread, next to the dark burner, as if she couldn't bear to look at either of them. Putting the phone down, she lay back on the bed, the mattress sighing under her weight. She stared at the textured ceiling, a swirl of popcorn stucco that in the gloom looked like a frozen, gray sea. The silence of the room was absolute, broken only by the low, persistent hum of the HVAC unit under the window, a sound she only now became aware of. In that artificial quiet, the weight of what she had just set in motion settled over her, dense and smothering. She had crossed a line, not with a dramatic, shouting leap, but with a single, careful, silent step in the dark. She was operating in the shadows now, playing a game with rules she was writing herself as she went along, and the rule book of the FBI was closed on the nightstand. The pressure was a tangible thing, a cold hand on her chest, making each breath feel shallow and insufficient. She could feel the constriction in her throat, a tight band across her shoulders that no amount of shifting could ease. She became hyper-aware of her body in the cheap hotel bed, the itch of the polyester sheets, the ache in her healing shoulder, the dry taste of old coffee on her tongue. A distant metallic clang echoed from somewhere in the hotel, a vending machine door, making her flinch. Sleep was impossible. It was a continent away. Her mind was a riot of cascading consequences, imagined dialogues with Nina, the look on Vance's face if he ever found out. She watched the faint, sodium orange light from a crack in the blackout curtains trace a pale, narrow stripe across the ceiling. It started near the door and crept with glacial slowness toward the center of the room, marking the slow, relentless turn of the night. Outside, the occasional growl of a truck on the distant highway filtered through the glass, a reminder of the road where it was all happening. The ice machine in the alcove down the hall cycled on with a sudden rumble and a clatter of cubes, causing her heart to skip. She counted the cycles. She listened to the plumbing groan in the walls as someone in another room flushed a toilet. The laptop screen went dark, plunging her corner of the room into deeper shadow. She didn't move to wake it. The files were seared into her vision anyway. The two names. The map. The overlapping dots. She closed her eyes, but the afterimage remained, a blue-tinged ghost on the inside of her lids. Time stretched, elastic and cruel. The stripe of light widened slightly as dawn approached, its color leaching from orange to a dirty yellow. She thought about Ray Gilmore, asleep next to his wife. She thought about Dennis Tran, maybe awake for a feeding with his baby. She thought about the contractor, awake too, somewhere, checking his tools, consulting a schedule, a man for whom this was just a job. She was the only one who saw the full board, and the knowledge was a solitary, crushing burden. Her right hand crept to her side, where her service weapon would normally be holstered. It was locked in the safe in the trunk of her car, a protocol for overnight stays. She felt its absence like a missing limb, a vulnerability. She finally moved when the stripe of light had reached the center of the ceiling and begun to fade into the general grayness of morning. She pushed herself up, her joints stiff, her mouth cottony. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and sat on the edge, her head in her hands, elbows on her knees. She took several long, deep breaths, trying to oxygenate the dread out of her system. It didn't work. Standing, she walked to the window, her bare feet silent on the coarse, low-pile carpet. She didn't open the curtains, just stood beside them, feeling the chill of the glass seep through. She could see the faint outline of the parking lot, the shapes of cars, the neon sign of a nearby diner blinking off as daylight took hold. The decision was made. The text was sent. There was no walking it back. The only direction was forward, into the gray area she had chosen. She had to be sharper now, more careful than she'd ever been. She had to outthink the killer, outmaneuver her own organization, and all while keeping her face a mask of professional composure. She turned from the window, her reflection a pale ghost in the dark TV screen. The room was a crime scene now, the scene of her own conspiracy. The bed with its fanned-out files, the two phones side by side, the dormant laptop. She moved methodically, gathering the paper files into a neat stack. She slotted the burner phone into a shielded pouch and buried it at the bottom of her go bag. She packed her laptop away. She erased the browser history on the hotel's Wi-Fi network, a simple but necessary precaution. By the time she was done, the room was just a room again, anonymous and empty. The only evidence of the night's work was the data now stored in her mind, and the request winging its way to Cole Braddock's inbox. She showered in water as hot as she could stand, scrubbing at her skin as if she could wash away the tension, the subterfuge. She dressed in fresh, professional clothes, dark slacks, a blouse, a blazer that hid the bulk of her shoulder brace. She looked at herself in the steamed-up mirror. Her eyes were shadowed, but her gaze was steady. She practiced a neutral expression, the face of Agent Katie Ford going to work. She checked her FBI phone. No calls. No messages from Nina. The world hadn't ended in the night. The game was still on, and she was now a player with a hidden card. The cold hand was still on her chest, but she had learned to breathe around it. She picked up her keycard, her bag, and opened the door to the hallway, stepping out of the silent, stale-aired room and into the bright, fluorescent glare of the new day. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Meridian Logistics Partners warehouse sat on a scrubby industrial lot off Route 1 in Jessup, a corrugated metal box baking under a flat, white sky that leached the color from everything. The lot was a patchwork of cracked asphalt and stubborn weeds, littered with faded plastic wrappers that skittered in the hot breeze. The only signs of life were a few tractor trailers, their trailers empty and hitched at a listless angle to the loading docks, and a single, dusty sedan parked by a small front office door. The air smelled of hot tar, diesel fumes, and the distant, metallic tang from a scrapyard a few blocks over. Katie cut the engine, and the silence after the highway roar felt heavy and expectant, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine and the low, industrial hum from somewhere down the street. "Charming," Nina said, her voice dry as she pushed open her door and stepped out into the stifling heat. She squinted at the building, her hand instinctively moving to the small of her back where her weapon was holstered. "Looks like the place dreams go to die. Let's see who's home." Katie joined her, the sun warm on her shoulders. They walked across the uneven pavement, their footsteps the only sound in the quiet lot. The front office was a prefabricated box tacked onto the main warehouse like an afterthought, its cheap siding bleached by the sun. A window unit air conditioner jutted from one wall, humming and rattling with a strained, laborious noise, dripping a steady patter of condensation into a dark, wet patch on the ground. Inside, through the smudged glass, Katie could see the blurred shape of a person at a desk. The door opened with a faint whine of hinges. The blast of overcooled air was a physical shock, carrying with it the smells of stale coffee, dust, and the faint, sweet chemical scent of printer toner. A young man with a thin, anxious face and a polo shirt bearing a faded Meridian logo looked up from a computer monitor, his fingers freezing over the keyboard. His eyes widened slightly, taking in their professional dress, their purposeful stance. The room was small, holding a cheap laminate desk littered with invoices, 2 gray filing cabinets, and a water cooler with a half-full bottle. An outdated safety poster about proper lifting techniques was tacked to the wall, its corners curling. A single, sad-looking plastic plant gathered dust on top of one of the cabinets. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice a notch too high, cracking on the last word. He cleared his throat. Nina was already moving, her badge wallet flipping open in her hand with a practiced snap. She held it steady, letting him see the seal. "The FBI. I'm Supervisory Special Agent Shaw. This is Detective Ford. We're looking for whoever's in charge of Meridian Logistics." The young man, Darren, according to the plastic-encased ID on his lanyard, visibly paled. The color drained from his face, leaving his skin looking waxy under the harsh fluorescent light. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. "That's not me. I handle the paperwork. Invoices, manifests. That kind of thing." His hands came down to rest on the desk, fingers splayed as if to steady himself. "Who does own it?" Katie asked, stepping further into the room. Her gaze swept the sparse space, taking inventory. Through a grimy interior window set into the wall behind Darren, she could see into the vast warehouse space. It was a cavern of shadows and concrete, mostly empty save for a few scattered wooden pallets leaning against a wall, and a lone, yellow forklift parked in the center, its forks resting on the floor. High, grime-clouded windows let in shafts of hazy light that did little to dispel the gloom. The scale of the emptiness was palpable, making the hum of the air conditioner seem louder. "I don't know, honestly," Darren was talking faster now, the words tumbling out. I was hired through a temp agency, pro staff, over in Colombia. My paychecks come from a payroll service, ADP. I've never met an owner. I've never even spoken to one on the phone. His eyes darted between them, a trapped animal looking for an exit. Nina had positioned herself casually against the doorframe, one arm braced on the jamb, subtly blocking the only way out. So who do you report to? Nina asked, her tone conversational, almost friendly, but her posture remained solid, unmoving. The regional manager. He comes in once a week, usually on Thursdays. He brings the work orders, the shipping manifests. I process the outbounds, file the copies. That's it. He picks up the originals when he comes back. Darren's shoulders were hunched, his polo shirt seeming a size too large. What's his name? Katie pressed. Mr. Vickers. He never gave a first name. Just Vickers. What kind of volume are we talking here, Darren? Nina asked, shifting her weight. How much freight moves through this logistics hub? Darren gave a small, helpless shrug. It varies. Some weeks, a dozen shipments. Last week, 3. It's not a busy place. He gestured vaguely toward the empty warehouse visible through the window. You can see. Katie could see. The place was a tomb. We'd like to see the shipping manifests, she said, keeping her voice level and calm, the opposite of his jittery energy. Everything from the last 6 months. Darren hesitated, his eyes flicking to the filing cabinet, then back to Nina's impassive face. He nodded, a jerky, mechanical motion. Sure. Okay. They're all right here. He stood up, the chair wheels squeaking on the thin carpet. He moved to one of the gray cabinets, his movement stiff. He pulled out the top drawer. It slid open with a metallic rumble. Inside were rows of neatly hung green folders, labeled by month. He lifted out a thick sheaf of paper-clipped routing slips, the papers rustling in his unsteady hands, and set them on the desk with a soft thump. This is the current year-to-date, he said, taking a small step back as if ceding territory. Katie stepped forward. The air in the office felt suddenly colder, sharper. She picked up the top bundle, the paper cool under her fingertips. She flipped past the first few pages, her eyes scanning. And then her breath hitched, just a tiny, almost imperceptible catch in her throat. A cold jolt, like a trickle of ice water, ran down her spine. She forced herself to keep flipping, to keep her expression a bland mask of professional interest, but her mind was screaming. The format was instantly, unmistakably familiar. The layout, the font, the specific fields. A contractor code in the upper left, a route number, scheduled departure and arrival times with military precision, and a column for designated mandatory rest stops, their codes listed in abbreviated form. CH for Chesapeake House. MH for Maryland House. It was the exact same template she'd seen scrolling on the burner phone in Robert Fletcher's kitchen. The digital data that had spelled out a death sentence for Daniel Miller and Jabari Wright was here, rendered in black ink on cheap, triplicate paper. Her heart began a slow, heavy hammer against her ribs. She couldn't say a word. Not here. Not with Darren watching, not with Nina standing right beside her. She turned another page, then another, her fingers feeling thick and clumsy. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Nina take out her phone. Heard the soft, artificial shutter click as Nina began photographing the top pages, methodically capturing each one. Katie kept her head down, her focus apparently on the paperwork, using the action to hide the calculation racing behind her eyes. "You process all these yourself?" Nina asked Darren, not looking up from her phone's screen. "Yes, ma'am." Darren's voice had taken on a rehearsed quality, like he was reciting a script. "The manager drops them off. I enter the data into the system, generate the bills of lading, file the copies here. He takes the originals when he comes. He's very particular about the files being in order." "And where do the shipments go?" Katie asked. She was proud of the steadiness in her own voice, how it betrayed none of the adrenaline coursing through her. She set the bundle down and looked at him, forcing her face into an expression of mild curiosity. "All over. Northeast Corridor mostly. New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania. The bills of lading just say general freight, machinery parts, palletized goods. I don't see the actual trucks get loaded. The drivers, they're independent contractors, they check in with me for the paperwork, then they back up to the dock. The loading crew, they come with the manager. They're different guys each time, day laborers, I think. They load up, seal the trailer, and that's it. The driver leaves. So you never verify what's inside the trailers?" Nina clarified, lowering her phone. "No, ma'am. That's not my job. I just handle the paperwork." He repeated it like a mantra, a shield against their questions. Katie's gaze was drawn past Darren, through the grimy window and into the vast, echoing warehouse. She tracked the lines of the concrete floor, the distant roll-up doors, the shadows gathering in the corners. Then she saw it. At the far back wall, opposite the giant doors, was a standard interior door. But it was wrong. It was reinforced with dull steel plating around the frame, and a sleek, modern keypad lock, a silver-gray model with a blue LED light, gleamed on its face. It looked utterly out of place in the dilapidated building. "What's in the back office?" she asked, pointing, her finger tracing a line in the air toward the window. Darren turned, following her gesture. His shoulders tensed. He swallowed again, the sound audible in the quiet room. "That's the manager's office. Mr. Vickers's office. No one goes in there but him. I don't have the code." "Never," Nina's voice was sharp now, the friendly pretense dropping away. "Never. He's very specific about it. Even the cleaning crew, they come on Wednesday mornings before he gets here, they aren't allowed to go in. He handles whatever's in there himself. He's got a small briefcase he carries in and out." Darren was wringing his hands now, a slow, nervous motion. "Once, I had to ask him a question about a routing code, and I knocked. He opened the door just a crack, barely enough to see his face. He was not happy." Katie exchanged a look with Nina. It was a swift, silent communication. A nearly empty warehouse. A temp clerk paid through a series of shells. A locked and fortified room in the back of a hollow building. This wasn't a logistics company. It was a closet. A secure holding cell for secrets. Nina straightened up from the doorframe, her entire demeanor shifting into one of formal authority. "Darren, we're going to need to see inside that room. We'll be securing a federal warrant for this entire premises. Until that warrant is executed, this site is frozen. No one in or out. You don't touch these files again," she said, gesturing to the manifests, "and you do not call your manager Mr. Vickers. Do you understand the seriousness of this?" Darren nodded, his head bobbing rapidly. He looked like he might be sick. A sheen of sweat had broken out on his upper lip, and his complexion had taken on a greenish tinge. Yes, I understand. I won't touch anything. So I won't call anyone. Good. Nina pulled out her phone again, this time to make a call. We'll have agents here within the hour to secure the premises. You'll wait with them. You are not under arrest, but you are being detained as a material witness. You will cooperate fully with the agents who arrive. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. His voice was a whisper. While Nina stepped slightly away, speaking in low, urgent tones into her phone. We need a team at this address now, full site freeze, pending warrant. Have the AUSA wake up a judge. Katie turned her attention back to the manifests. She picked up the stack again, more deliberately this time. She began photographing them with her own phone, not just the top pages but digging deeper into the pile, looking for specific dates that correlated with the murders. She found them, roots for the weeks of the killings, the rest stop codes circled in pen. Her fingers traced over the entries, committing the codes and roots and contractor numbers to memory, burning them into her mind's eye. Each line item felt like a grave marker. 10 minutes later, the first unmarked sedan pulled into the lot, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Two young, serious-faced agents in khakis and polo shirts emerged. Nina met them at the door, briefing them quickly, pointing out Darren, the files, the locked door in the back. Katie watched from just inside the office as one agent took up a post by the front door, arms crossed, while the other approached Darren, speaking to him in calm, measured tones. The transfer of custody was quiet, efficient, and left the hollow warehouse feeling even more like a staged set. They walked back to their car in silence, the oppressive heat wrapping around them again after the artificial chill. Katie slid into the passenger seat, the vinyl hot against her legs. Nina started the engine, the sound harsh in the quiet. She didn't pull out immediately, just sat for a moment, her hands gripping the wheel at 10 and 2, her knuckles pale. She stared at the corrugated metal box of the warehouse as it sat under the flat, white sky. That place is a front, Nina said finally, her voice low and taut. A shell within a shell. The paperwork is the only real product moving through there. Those manifests aren't for shipping freight. They're for scheduling murders. She put the car in reverse and backed out, the tires crunching over the broken asphalt. As she turned onto the access road, she glanced at Katie. The question is what's in that warehouse. It's who's behind that door. And what they left inside. Katie nodded, staring straight ahead at the highway unfolding before them. The image of those routing slips was burned behind her eyes, overlaying the road. The connection was solid now, a tangible, physical thread between the killer's digital research and this hollowed-out shell of a company. The manifests were the bridge. But who was on the other side? Who was turning the cold data into a hit list? The absent regional manager, Vickers. Or was he just another cog, a facilitator for someone far above him, someone who used companies like Meridian as disposable gloves? The weight of the unshared truth about the burner phone sat between them in the car like a third passenger, dense and silent. Katie could feel its presence with every mile that passed. She kept her hands still in her lap, but her fingers wanted to curl into fists. She wanted to tell Nina to lay it all out. The phone, Marin's visit, the terrifying offer. The words pressed against the back of her teeth. But she saw the tight line of Nina's jaw, the focused intensity in her eyes as she drove, the exhaustion that had settled into the new, finer lines on her face since she'd quit drinking. This was Nina's case, her command. Bringing in a compromised, secret source now would not just break trust. It could shatter the investigation and get them both pulled from it. So she stayed quiet. The silence stretched, filled only by the drone of the engine and the rush of air past the windows. It wasn't a comfortable silence. It was charged, pregnant with all the things unsaid. After several minutes, Nina spoke again, her tone shifting to analytical. "We need that warrant fast. That room gets cleaned out the second Vickers gets spooked. Darren will crack if pressured. We need to pull his temp agency records, his bank statements, see if he's really as clueless as he looks, or if he's getting a little extra on the side for his selective blindness." He seemed genuinely scared, Katie offered, watching the landscape blur past. Not guilty, just in over his head. Maybe. Fear makes people do stupid things. He might decide calling Vickers for guidance is worth the risk. Nina's hands flexed on the wheel. Braddock needs to run Vickers through every database we have. It's an alias. Has to be. And we need the corporate trail for Meridian. Who owns the land? Who pays the electric bill? There's a paper trail somewhere. It just leads to another shell, and another, but we have to follow it. The manifests are the key, Katie said, choosing her words carefully, sticking to the shared evidence. They connect the victims directly to this location. The killer had to have access to these, or the data they contain. Either he works here, or he's the one giving the orders to someone who does. Or he's a client, Nina said, her eyes narrowing in thought. Buying a specific service. The service of knowing exactly where a certain trucker will be, parked and alone, at a precise time on a precise night. She shook her head, a grimace of disgust on her face. It's so clean. So clinical. They're not people to him. They're entries on a routing slip. Katie felt a fresh chill that had nothing to do with the car's air conditioning. Him. They kept saying him. The contractor in her mind, the ghost from the rest stops, the man with the garrote and the chemical agents. He was out there, right now, maybe reviewing his next target. And they were here, chasing his shadow through corporate filings and a terrified temp clerk. We get into that room, Katie said, her voice firm. That's the next step. Whatever is in there, computers, records, cash, it's the heart of this. It's what turns the data into action. Nina nodded, a sharp, decisive dip of her chin. I'll light a fire under the AUSA. We'll have the warrant by tonight. I want to hit that door at dawn tomorrow, before this Vickers even thinks about his Thursday visit. She glanced at Katie, a flicker of assessment in her gaze. You good for that? Shoulder holding up. I'm good, Katie said, and it was mostly true. The ache was a constant, low-grade throb, a reminder of her vulnerability, but it wouldn't stop her. Nothing would stop her from seeing what was behind that steel-plated door. The rest of the drive passed in sporadic bursts of tactical planning and longer stretches of heavy quiet. Katie watched the exits flash by, her mind circling the locked room, the manifests, the pattern on the burner phone. She had the next piece, a hard, physical piece of the puzzle. And it pointed to a locked door that might hold the answer to who was pulling the trigger. Or, a darker voice whispered in her head, it might hold a deeper, more dangerous question, one she wasn't sure she was ready to face. The weight in the car didn't lessen. It grew with every mile, every silent minute. It was the weight of the secret she carried, and the dread of what they would find when they finally broke the lock. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The rain had stopped, leaving the motel parking lot a black mirror under a bruised sky. Katie sat in her car, engine off, watching the neon vacancy sign bleed red light across the puddles. The air inside was cold enough to see her breath, a faint plume that appeared and vanished with each exhale. On the passenger seat lay the prepaid burner phone, still in its blister pack, purchased with cash from a big box store 40 miles from D.C. That purchase had been its own small, tense operation. She'd driven the back roads into Virginia, the sky threatening more rain, her eyes constantly checking the mirrors. The store was a vast, overlit cavern near a highway interchange. She parked at the far end of the lot, away from the security lamps, and walked quickly across the asphalt, her shoulders hunched against a damp wind that plucked at her jacket. Inside, she avoided the electronics section at first, moving through automotive, then home goods, a circuitous route to the prepaid phone display. Her fingers had been steady as she selected the cheapest model, a generic black rectangle. At the self-checkout, she kept her head down, shielding the scanner with her body as she passed the cash, 2 20s and a 10, under the glass partition. The machine word spat out her receipt. She didn't look at the overhead cameras, but she felt them, a prickling at the nape of her neck. Back in the car, she'd placed the unopened package on the passenger seat and driven for another 20 minutes before pulling into this motel lot. A different chain, a different exit. The absurdity of the ritual was not lost on her, but the necessity was a cold, hard stone in her gut. She circled the lot twice, noting the other vehicles. A work van with ladders, a sedan with a cracked taillight, a pickup truck frosted with construction dust. All empty. All still. Only then had she killed the engine and let the silence press in. Now, her fingers were stiff with cold as she tore the plastic open. The brittle packaging crackled loudly in the silent car, a sound like breaking bones. She powered the phone on, its cheap screen glowing a garish blue in the dark. The light reflected off the windshield, casting a sickly pallor on her hands, making the tendons stand out. The number for the Federal Correctional Facility's inmate call system was memorized, a string of digits etched alongside other emergency protocols. She dialed, the plastic keys giving a faint, mushy click under her thumb. Each press felt too loud. She listened to the automated prompts, a flat, computerized female voice guiding her through a maze of options. Press 1 for English. Press 2 to accept charges. She entered the inmate ID and PIN Marin had given her years ago. On a scrap of paper passed across a cafe table, the numbers whispered, not written. For emergencies only. When there's no other path. Each tone, as she pressed the keypad, sounded like a hammer fall. A different recorded voice, this one stern and official, informed her the call was subject to monitoring and recording. All inmate calls are recorded and may be monitored for security purposes. Katie knew that better than anyone. She had reviewed hundreds of such recordings, listening for the cracks in stories, the fear in a breath. Now she was the one creating the record. She shifted on the cold vinyl seat, the material creaking under her weight. The line clicked, a hollow sound then rang. Once. A long, stretching tone. Twice. She counted the rings, her eyes fixed on a droplet of water tracing a slow path down the outside of her windshield. Inmate call, a bored male guard's voice stated, the words run together. Inmate call. Marin Solace. Pod C, Katie's voice was tighter than she intended. A pause, the sound of a hand over a receiver, muffled conversation she couldn't decipher. Then the line went to hold music, a tinny, synthesized instrumental loop of a song she almost recognized. It was relentlessly cheerful. Katie watched a moth, wings damp and heavy, batter itself against the lit window of the motel office. Its soft thuds were a faint counter-rhythm to the music. She counted the seconds. 1 Mississippi. To Mississippi. The cold vinyl of the seat seeped through her jeans. The smell of the car, old coffee, wet wool, the faint chemical scent of the new phone, was suddenly overwhelming. She rolled down the window a crack. The outside air was colder, carrying the smell of wet asphalt, diesel from the nearby interstate, and the greasy hint of a fast food restaurant a block over. A semi-truck downshifted on the highway, a deep, grinding roar that faded into the night. She brought the window back up, leaving just a sliver open. The line clicked again, a definitive sound. The music died mid-note. A Marin's. The voice was the same. Low, calm, carrying a weight and a weariness that had nothing to do with the prison's poor connection. It was slightly huskier, perhaps from disuse or the bad air, but the cadence was unmistakable. It was the voice that had guided her through the first, terrifying months after her father's death, the voice that had talked her down from panic, that had taught her to see the patterns others missed. Katie's breath caught in her throat. She felt a sudden, disorienting lurch in her stomach, a physical sensation as if the floor of the car had dropped away. Her free hand went to the steering wheel, her fingers clamping around the cold, hard plastic. The years between, the promotions, the cases, the quiet apartment, the gunshot wound, collapsed into nothing. She was 24 again, raw and furious and lost, and the only anchor was this voice on the phone. She closed her eyes for a second, her grip on the phone so tight her knuckles ached, the plastic casing digging into her palm. When she opened them, she focused on the red neon smear across a puddle, watching it ripple as another drop fell from the car's roof. Ground herself in the now. "It's me," Katie said, her own voice tight a stranger's. It sounded thin in the enclosed space. "I know," a beat. "A breath." In the background, far away, a metallic clang echoed, a door sliding shut, followed by a muffled shout. "You're on a recorded line." "I know that too." Katie took a slow, deliberate breath, forcing the air into her lungs, forcing herself into the clinical facts. It was a shield. She exhaled, a visible cloud in the cold air. "I found the pipeline. It's a logistics company. Meridian Logistics Partners." They were moving cash, large amounts, in structured shipments disguised as freight. 5 couriers. Drivers with regular routes. The killer is eliminating them, one by one, making it look like a serial pattern. We've identified 2 remaining targets. We're trying to get ahead of him. Silence on the line, but it was an attentive, processing silence. Katie could picture Marin in the concrete booth, the phone cradled between shoulder and ear, her head tilted, her eyes, still that sharp, penetrating gray, fixed on the cinderblock wall as she absorbed and cross-referenced. Katie heard a faint scratch, maybe a fingernail tapping against the receiver. "You're not surprised," Katie said, not a question. She leaned her head back against the headrest, feeling the grit on the fabric. "Should I be?" Marin's tone was matter-of-fact, almost weary. "It's the same pattern. Different scale, maybe. Cleaner packaging. More corporate. The principles don't change." There was a rustle, fabric against the receiver, like she was adjusting her position. "Meridian is a node. One of several. The people who ran the Sonoma County cover-ups in the 90s, the ones from Mimic who managed the fallout, they didn't retire. They didn't fade away. They expanded. Incorporated the lessons." Another pause, this one heavier. "After your father was killed, after that particular operation was compromised, they needed a more robust system. More layers. More deniable. Meridian is part of that next-generation architecture." Katie's grip tightened on the phone, the plastic casing creaking in protest. The casual mention of her father's death, the cool analysis of the conspiracy that killed him, sent a jolt through her, a hot flush up her neck. She swallowed hard. The 1997 file. The federal seal. It was part of the architecture. The seal didn't authorize itself, Katie. Marin's words were precise, each one placed like a stone in a wall, building something immovable. Someone at the Bureau, with the authority, put it there. To protect the federal participants in the network, to sanitize the record. A pause, and Katie could hear a distant shout, a guard's command, quickly muffled, then the squeak of rubber-soled shoes on linoleum. The authorization signature on the seal request. The one that would have gone through records management. It was a deputy director. Philip Kern. The name landed in the quiet car like a physical object. It seemed to suck the sound out of the space. Katie's mind went blank for a second, a white static. The neon red light on the puddle stopped shimmering, it just was. Then her body moved. She fumbled for the glove box, popped it open, the latch loud in the silence. Her fingers scrambled past registration papers and a tire pressure gauge, knocking over a pack of gum. She found a cheap ballpoint pen, the cap chewed. No paper. Her hand dove into the center console, coming up with a crumpled gas receipt from 2 days ago. She smoothed it against her thigh, the paper crackling, fighting to lay flat. Her hand was not quite steady as she scrawled the name in block letters on the back, Philip Kern. The ink was faint, blue, skipping in places where the ballpoint caught on the crumpled paper. He signed the paperwork that buried your father's case, Marin continued, her voice a steady, relentless stream. He retired from the FBI 8 years ago. Full pension. Consultancy work. Sits on a corporate board or two. Lives in Annapolis now. A nice house near the water, I'm told. Plays a lot of golf, from what I understand. How do you know this? Katie whispered, her eyes fixed on the name. The question was instinctive, a professional's demand for sourcing, even as her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat she felt in her ears. She pressed her palm flat against her chest, as if to quiet it. A long exhale filled the line, a sigh that carried the weight of concrete and steel bars. You spend enough time in a place like this, you learn to listen. You learn who to listen to. People talk. They brag to their cellmates. They confess in the yard. The guards talk. The lawyers who visit, they have loose lips after a long drive. Her voice took on a dry, bitter edge. The ones who put you here, or who work for the ones who put you here, they want you to know they're still out there. Living their lives. Eating steak. Playing golf. It's a form of control. Kern is a name that came up. More than once. Tied to the mimic old guard. Tied to the money flows that used to go through shell companies in the Bay Area. Tied, specifically, to the authorization of the seal on the 1997 file. It was a favor for a friend, a piece of administrative housekeeping. That's how it was discussed. Katie stared at the name on the receipt. The blue letters seemed to pulse in the uneven light. A real name. A retired deputy director. A man with a house and a golf handicap. It made the vast, shapeless conspiracy she'd been chasing, the ghost in the machine, the hidden hand, suddenly terrifyingly concrete. It had a face. It had a daily routine. It had a trash can that went out to the curb on Tuesdays. The horror of it was in its banality. This wasn't a shadowy cabal in a bunker. It was a bureaucrat who had signed a piece of paper and then gone to have a martini. She imagined him, a man in his late 60s, maybe, with a lined face and careful hands, standing on a green, squinting in the sun. The image was so normal it made her skin crawl. "Be careful who you trust at the bureau, Katie," Marin said, her voice dropping even lower, becoming more intimate, as if she were leaning closer to the phone in her booth, cupping her hand around the mouthpiece. Katie could almost feel the warmth of her breath. The seal didn't authorize itself. If Kern signed it, he wasn't acting alone. Not at that level. He had approval from above, or at least the confidence that it would be ratified. He had protection, a beat filled with the hum of the prison line. That structure, the patronage, the mutual back-scratching, the understanding, it doesn't just vanish when someone retires. It migrates. It goes dormant. It waits. You think you're in a briefing room with colleagues. You might be in a room with someone who reports to someone who owes Kern a favor. Or who is afraid of what he knows. You follow a lead, and someone upstairs slows the paperwork. A warrant gets misplaced. A forensic report comes back inconclusive due to procedural error. It's a soft wall. You'll never see it hit you. You'll just run out of road. The warning hung in the static-filled air between them, thick and cold. It confirmed every silent suspicion Katie had carried, since Director Vance had handed her the file with a too-casual demeanor. It explained the collective hesitation in the conference room, the way certain questions from Shaw or Braddock seemed to hit an invisible wall. It wasn't just institutional inertia. It was a live wire, and some of them knew not to touch it. Katie's mouth was dry. She licked her lips, tasting the cold, metallic air of the car. "Why tell me now?" Katie asked, the words raw, scraping out of her tight throat. "After all this time. Why give me the name now?" "Because you found Meridian," Marin answered without hesitation, the words coming faster now, as if sensing the time slipping away. "Because you're close enough now for them to be nervous. You're poking at the node. And nervous people make mistakes. They overreact. They leave traces." She paused, and in the background, Katie heard the distinct, heavy sound of a steel door being slammed, a final, echoing clang that vibrated down the line. "Or," Marin continued, her tone grim, "they clean house more thoroughly. They don't just silence the couriers. They look for who's following the money." Another pause, this one filled with a tension that stretched the connection taut. "Watch your back, Katie. On both sides. The people you're hunting, and the people who gave you the badge to hunt them. Your new partner, this Braddock. He's counterintelligence. He knows how to look for moles. Ask yourself why he was really assigned to you. Is he your shield, or are you his test?" The finality in her tone was clear, edged with a concern that was more frightening than any outright threat. The call was over. The recorded line would cut them off soon. The automated system was unforgiving with its time limits. Katie could feel it coming, a severance. Katie's throat was tight, a knot of emotion she couldn't name, gratitude, fear, a resurgence of that old, dependent grief. "Thank you," she said, the words utterly inadequate, a tiny pebble thrown into a canyon. "Find the truth," Marin Salas said, and for the first time, Katie heard a flicker of something else. Not hope, but a fierce, grim determination. It was the voice of the woman who had once told her, "The truth is a weapon. Sharpen it. All of it. Then you can thank me." The line went dead with a soft click, not a dial tone at first, just an absolute cessation of sound, as if the connection to that concrete booth had been severed with a wire cutter. Then the dial tone came, a monotonous, accusatory hum. Then silence as Katie's finger, numb with cold, found the end button and pressed it. She lowered the phone into her lap. She sat in the dark car for a long time, motionless. The only light was the pulsing red of the vacancy sign, washing over the dashboard in regular waves, illuminating the dust on the speedometer, the empty coffee cup in the holder, the gas receipt in her hand. The cold had seeped through her coat and into her bones, a deep, settling chill. A truck rumbled by on the service road, its headlights sweeping through the car, illuminating the dust motes swirling in the air like agitated ghosts, then plunging her back into red-tinged darkness. Somewhere, a train whistle sounded, a long, lonely cry in the night that faded into a mournful echo. She became aware of her own breathing, shallow and quick. She made herself take a deeper breath, filling her lungs until they ached, then letting it out slowly, watching the plume of vapor form and dissipate. She looked down at the receipt in her hand. The name was there, a simple arrangement of letters that felt more dangerous than any weapon. The paper was warm where her hand had been clutching it. Philip Kern. A node. A signature. A retired man in Annapolis. A target. Her mind began to work, the shock giving way to a cold, focused clarity. She needed everything on him. His career timeline. His post-retirement affiliations. His friends. His golf partners. Who had he protected? Who had protected him? She needed to pull his 201 file, his personnel records, his travel vouchers. She needed to see who he'd promoted, who he'd buried. She needed to find the money, the consultancy fees, the board stipends, the unexplained deposits. The practical next steps unfolded in her mind, a checklist to keep the fear at bay, a ladder to climb out of the paralyzing cold. But beneath it, the dread settled, heavy and cold in the pit of her stomach. Marin was right. A name was a door. And she had no idea what was on the other side, an empty room, a trap, or a monster. Worse, she had no idea who was standing behind her in the hallway, watching her reach for the handle, waiting to see if she was brave enough or foolish enough to turn it. Braddock's observant eyes flashed in her memory. Shaw's exhausted, determined face. Vance's unreadable calm. Were they in the hallway with her? Or were they part of the door itself? With deliberate, almost ritualistic movements, she broke the spell of stillness. First, she folded the gas receipt carefully, twice, so the name was hidden inside, and tucked it into the inner pocket of her jacket, against her chest. Then she picked up the burner phone. It was still warm from her hand and the electronics. She powered it off, holding the button down, watching the garish blue screen flicker, display a goodbye message, and then wink into blackness, reflecting her own pale face for an instant before going dark. She pried off the back cover, her nails finding the seam, working it until it popped free with a small snap. The battery was a small, flat rectangle, still slightly warm. She popped it out, feeling the slight resistance give way. She slid the phone body into the left pocket of her jacket. The battery went into the right. The SIM card, a tiny sliver of plastic, she worried out with her thumbnail and placed in the change pocket of her jeans. Separate locations. Basic tradecraft. The motions were soothing in their familiarity. She put the car in drive, the engine roaring to life, shattering the profound quiet of the lot. The heater fan whirred to life, pushing stale, warm air that smelled of dust and old heat from the vents. She pulled out of the parking space, the tires crunching over gravel and broken asphalt. In her rearview mirror, the red vacancy sign receded, a single bleeding eye in the darkness, watching her go. She had a name. It was more than she'd had an hour ago. It was a compass point, a fixed coordinate in the fog. It was a thread she could pull, and pulling it might unravel the whole tapestry, or it might be the one that sprung the trap. It was also a door. And as she merged onto the interstate, the yellow lines stretching ahead into the night like a dashed path into darkness, the steering wheel vibrating under her hands, she knew she was already turning the handle. The click of the latch was silent, but in her mind, it was the loudest sound in the world. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The air in the temporary Maryland State Police office was thick with coffee and stale frustration, undercut by the faint, persistent odor of industrial cleaner and old paper. Katie stood by the grimy window, her shoulder a dull, familiar ache as she watched the morning traffic bleed onto I-95, a sluggish river of metal under a flat, gray sky. The room was a borrowed mess, scuffed linoleum, filing cabinets shoved against beige walls streaked with ghostly marks from removed tape, a whiteboard smeared with the erased ghosts of yesterday's theories. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, casting a sickly pallor over the worn conference table, its surface scarred by cup rings and the impatient taps of a dozen previous investigations. Harwick was wedged into a corner, his back to a tower of outdated case files, his voice a low, persistent drone into his phone. Nina was perfectly still in a stiff-backed chair, her hands flat on the table, her eyes fixed on the laptop screen set up at the head. The only movement was the slow blink of her eyes, waiting. The video call connected with a soft digital chime. Braddock's face filled the screen, the image crisp and high definition, making the drabness of their room feel even more pronounced. His usual bureaucratic calm was gone, replaced by a sharp, focused energy that tightened the skin around his eyes. Isha. Ford. We have it. Have what exactly? Nina asked, her voice level but her body leaning forward an inch, elbows coming off the table. A forensic wedge. Braddock's gaze was direct, speaking to the camera. Cyber Division spent the last 72 hours on a targeted penetration of signal vaults, message routing architecture. 3 shifts full court press. It wasn't easy. We couldn't break the full encryption on the user accounts, but we found a vulnerability in the way the app handles its central routing nodes for message queuing. We exploited it, and we accessed the handler's node. Katie felt the atmosphere in the room compress, the very air seeming to grow denser. Harwick ended his call with a muttered, "I'll call you back," and the click of the disconnect was loud in the sudden quiet. He moved to stand behind her, his presence a solid weight at her back. She could hear the faint rustle of his jacket. On screen, Braddock waited, letting the significance land. "What did you get?" Katie asked, turning from the window to face the laptop directly. Her voice was tighter than she intended. "Partial content. Fragments, but they're operational. We recovered 3 directive sets." Braddock's eyes flicked down as he read from a separate screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Each follows the same, rigid format. A target identifier, Courier 4, Courier 5. A geographic location, precise to a specific highway rest stop or truck stop, including designations like southbound or main lot. And a timing window, always expressed in military time, usually a 2-hour block at night. "The victim's mandatory stops," Nina said, almost to herself, her finger tracing an invisible line on the tabletop. "They're regulated breaks. It's not where they live or work. It's where they have to be." "Exactly," Braddock's nod was sharp. The language is clinical. There's no extraneous words. I'll read one verbatim. Courier 4. Jessup southbound rest area. Window 2300-100. Confirm. The confirmation replies are just one word. Acknowledged or complete. That's the entire exchange. That's not a serial killer's chatter, Katie said. The pieces, scattered and grotesque, began to snap into a different, more terrifying shape. Her mind rejected the old profile, the lurking predator, the psychosexual motive, and forced the new configuration into place. It felt cold and mechanical. She crossed her arms, a defensive gesture against the chill of the understanding. No, Braddock agreed, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It's not. We ran the linguistic patterns and communication signatures against our databases. The syntax, the brevity, the strict use of military time format and confirmation protocols. It's highly consistent with patterns used by private military contractors and intelligence assets for secure, minimal field communications. This isn't ad hoc. This is a professional protocol. A heavy silence settled over the room, broken only by the persistent hum of the laptop fan and the distant, muffled roar of the highway. Harwick let out a long, slow breath behind her. Nina's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Katie watched the screen, watching Braddock watch them, the digital connection humming with the weight of the revelation. Nina broke the silence, her voice low, flat, and definitive. This isn't a serial killer. This is an assassination campaign. Someone hired a professional, the contractor, to eliminate 5 specific men in a way that looks like the work of a highway predator. She said it not as a question, but as a verdict, placing it on the table for them all to see. Katie's mind raced, following the new, brutal trajectory. The mutilation. The staged lack of theft. It's not a signature. It's deliberate misdirection. A costume. She turned to face Nina and Harwick, her movements quick, driven by the surge of clarity. The handler wants us, needs us, to build a serial killer profile. The more time we spend on offender characteristics, geographic profiling, psychosexual motives, the more manpower we waste canvassing for a phantom, the further we are from the real investigation. It's a delay tactic. A sophisticated one. Harwick ran a thick hand over his jaw, the sound of his stubble rasping in the quiet room. His eyes were narrowed, recalibrating. I'm okay. All right. So let's walk it. Who has the resources and the motive to hire a military-grade contractor to kill 5 cash couriers? And what's the endgame? If you want to shut down a pipeline, you intercept the cash, you arrest the couriers. You don't systematically erase them. Katie knew the answer. It had been taking form since the prison visiting room, since the scent of bleach and the sound of Marin Solace whispering Philip Kern into the phone. She delivered it to the room, carefully shaping the truth brick by brick. Someone who needs the pipeline shut down. Permanently. And needs it shut down before we, or anyone else, can trace the money to its source. Arrests leave living witnesses. Trials create discovery. Intercepted cash leaves a forensic trail. A pile of bodies arranged to look like a madman's work, she shook her head. That creates confusion. It consumes investigative resources. It burns the entire operation to the ground without a single document entering evidence. She did not say, because a woman in prison tried to blow the whole thing open 3 months ago, and they're cleaning house. She did not mention the name Kern. She held that part behind her teeth, a cold, private key that turned the lock in her mind, connecting Marin's warning to the carnage on the whiteboard. "The money," Nina said, nodding slowly, her eyes fixed on the middle distance as she worked through it. "It's always the money." These couriers were moving something substantial. Something that merited this level of risk, this level of investment in a professional killer. Killing them isn't just about silencing individuals, it's about scorching the earth. If the couriers are dead, the chain of custody is broken. The physical trail, the hands that pass the cash, vanishes. The digital trail, the signal vault accounts, are encrypted. The trail goes cold in both directions. She looked back at Braddock's image. The contractor is the scrubber. He's not just a hitman, he's a forensic cleaner. Braddock's image on the screen gave a tight, acknowledging nod. That aligns perfectly with the data pattern. The directives we recovered stopped after the third kill, Martin Holt. The handler's node went dormant immediately after the complete confirmation for Courier 5. We have intercepted no further communications. The channel is silent. Which means the job isn't finished, Katie said. The urgency transformed from a mental concept into a physical pressure, a band tightening around her ribs. She stepped closer to the table, her palms pressing flat against the cool, scarred surface. There were 5 names on that contractor payroll list from Meridian. We've got 3 bodies. Daniel Severn, David Chen, Martin Holt. 2 couriers are still alive. They are not potential targets. They are active targets. The contractor has them in his queue, and the clock is ticking. Nina was already moving, a sudden eruption of motion that broke the static tension. She pushed her chair back, the legs scraping harshly against the linoleum, and stood in one fluid motion, grabbing her jacket from the back of the chair. We need to pull every record, every alias, every last known address, vehicle registration, cell phone ping for those 2 remaining names. We need employment records, family contacts, known associates. We need protective details on them yesterday. Harwick, coordinate with MSB for immediate home visits. Braddock, dig deeper into their digital footprints, any utility records, credit card last uses, anything that places them in the last 24 hours. It may not be that simple, Braddock cautioned, his voice cutting through Nina's operational momentum. I think it's through. If these men are part of an active, illicit cash pipeline, they are likely paranoid by trade. They live off the grid by design. They may not come in willingly, even for protection. They'll see us as a threat as much as the contractor. And if the contractor is as professional as this comms pattern suggests, he'll have anticipated increased scrutiny and media attention after the third kill. He may have accelerated his timeline. He may be moving right now. The words hung in the stale air. Katie saw the scenario unfold. A wary man, perhaps already spooked by the news of his colleagues' deaths, refusing to answer the door for a police officer, slipping out a back alley, making himself even more vulnerable, more isolated. A perfect target. Harwick picked up the phone again, his fingers stabbing at the keypad. I'll get state police to put out bolos, try to locate and detain them for their own safety. But if they're in the wind, if they've gone to ground. He didn't finish, turning his back to them as he spoke into the receiver, his voice assuming the clipped, authoritative tone of a request that was really an order. Yeah, this is Detective Harwick, Task Force. I need 2 bolos, priority 1. Katie looked back at the whiteboard at the photos of the 3 dead men, Severn's DMV smile, Chen's candid shot, Holt's tired eyes. They weren't victims of a monster's compulsion. They were casualties of a corporate decision. A strategic calculation. A cost-benefit analysis made in some quiet office, over a spreadsheet that weighed human life against exposure risk. The sheer, cold efficiency of it was worse than any fantasy of a lurking predator. The randomness of a serial killer offered a perverse kind of mystery. This offered only a bleak, transactional certainty. The predator was real, but he was a tool, a precision instrument. The hand holding him, the mind that aimed him, that was what mattered. "We find them first," Katie said, her voice leaving no room for debate, low but carrying across the room. She turned from the whiteboard, her gaze sweeping over Nina, then to Braddock on the screen, and finally to Harwick's back. "We don't have time for warrants that take hours. We don't have time for jurisdictional debates. We use everything right now. Traffic cameras around their last known addresses. Tag their family members, see if they've made contact. Check bus stations, train stations, cheap motels along the I-95 corridor. He's hunting them where they have to stop. We need to find where they might choose to stop while they're running." Nina had shrugged into her jacket, her movements efficient and final. "Braddock, email the full cyber report and those two names to me, Ford and Harwick. Now. Then get back on with cyber and the NSA liaison. I want any cell signal that even whispers near the identity of those two men in the last week. Harwick, the second you're off that call, you're with me. We're taking 2 MSB cruisers and hitting the addresses we have." "Katie," she paused, meeting Katie's eyes. "You work the board. Cross-reference every piece of data we have on the living 2 with the patterns of the dead 3. Find the common thread in their movements, their habits beyond the rest stops. Something we can use to predict where they might be, not where they have to be." Katie gave a single, sharp nod. The division of labor was clear, the team pivoting from a group hunting a phantom to a unit racing against a clock. The analytical part of her mind, the part that lived in patterns and probabilities, engaged fully. She walked to the whiteboard, picked up a red dry erase marker, and circled the 2 names that were not yet accompanied by crime scene photos. "We need their routines," she said, more to herself than to the room. "Not just their delivery schedules. What did Severn, Chen, and Holt do when they weren't driving? Did they have hobbies? Regular diners? Girlfriends in other towns? The contractor is exploiting their professional rigidity. We need to find their personal flexibility." On the laptop screen, Braddock was typing rapidly, his eyes on a secondary monitor. "Sending the data now. And I'll push for the cell tower dumps. We'll have to lean hard on the FISA court authority, argue imminent threat to life." "Lean until it breaks," Nina said without looking back. She was checking her service weapon, a quick professional ritual, ejecting the magazine, verifying the load, slapping it back home, before securing it in her hip holster. The sound of the slide racking was a stark, violent punctuation in the cramped office. Harwick finished his call and turned, his face grim. "Bolos are going out statewide Maryland and Virginia, with alerts to Pennsylvania and Delaware. Descriptions, last known vehicles. Troopers are being dispatched to the home addresses. They'll call in the second they have eyes on." "We won't wait for the call," Nina said, heading for the door. "We'll meet them there. Katie, you have the fort. Keep the line to Braddock open." Katie nodded again, the marker still in her hand. Her world had narrowed to the whiteboard, the incoming email alert on the laptop, and the thrumming pressure in her veins. The quiet, frustrating hunt was over. Now it was a race. A rescue operation, buried inside a murder investigation. As the door clicked shut behind Nina and Harwick, the room felt both emptier and more charged. Braddock's face was still on the screen, a silent partner in the suddenly quiet space. "The report is in your inbox," he said. The two living couriers are designated in the Meridian files as Courier 6 and Courier 7. Real names, Michael Torrance and James Llewellyn. Last known addresses are in Baltimore County and Northern Virginia, respectively. Katie didn't sit. She leaned over the laptop, using the trackpad to open the email, her eyes scanning the attached files. Headshots, addresses, sparse details. Torrance, 48, divorced. Llewellyn, 52, never married. Both had commercial driver's licenses with clean records. Both had addresses that were likely mail drops. "They're ghosts," she murmured. "Professionally curated ones," Braddock agreed from the speaker. "The money they moved bought them anonymity. Until it didn't." Katie's gaze shifted from the screen back to the whiteboard. She looked at the photos of the dead men, then at the two names she'd circled in red. A 5-man team. A network. You don't just kill a network, you dismantle it node by node. The contractor was a systematic eraser. Her mind, trained to see connections, fought to find the link that wasn't a scheduled stop. What did a man do when he was scared and on the run, but was also a creature of habit, a man who lived by a route and a schedule? She picked up the case file for Daniel Severn, the first victim. She flipped past the crime scene photos, looking for the personal life summary. A wife, Cynthia. A mortgage. A subscription to a woodworking magazine found in the mail at his home. David Chen. No family listed. A membership to an inexpensive national gym chain. Receipts in his apartment for a specific brand of green tea, purchased in bulk online. Martin Holt. Family man. Receipts for a toy store, for children's allergy medicine. They had lives. Small, quiet, mundane anchors. "Braddock," she said, her voice focused. "I need you to run purchases. For Torrance and Llewellyn. Anything you can find from the last month. Credit card, debit card, even if it's prepaid. Look for patterns. Not gas stations, everyone buys gas. Look for repeats. A specific brand of cigarette bought at the same convenience store every Tuesday. A weekly takeout order from the same Chinese restaurant. A regular cash withdrawal at the same ATM on Friday afternoons. These are men of routine. The killer knows their professional routine. We need to find their personal one." "On it," Braddock said, and she heard the rapid clatter of his keyboard through the speakers. "It'll take some time. These aren't men who live on credit." "We don't have time," Katie said, echoing her own statement, the truth of it a cold stone in her gut. She stared at the red circles on the board. Michael Torrance. James Llewellyn. Two men, likely unaware that their names were now the only thing standing between a professional and the completion of his contract. Two men living on borrowed time, measured not in days, but in the meticulous, patient movements of a hunter who had already proven he could find them wherever they were required to be. The hum of the laptop fan seemed to grow louder again, a constant, urgent whir in the silent room. Katie picked up her own phone, scrolling for the direct line to the MSB dispatcher Harwick had been using. She couldn't just work the board. She had to create noise, generate leads, shake the tree. Every patrol car, every trooper, was now an extension of her search. She began to dial, her eyes never leaving the two names in red, willing a detail, a fragment, a crack in their ghostly facades to appear. The predator was a tool. But so were they. And they had just become the only tools left to stop him. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The split-level house in Glen Burnie was exactly what Katie had pictured from the file. Neat, modest, a trimmed lawn under a gray afternoon sky that promised an early dusk. She parked at the curb, the engine ticking as it cooled. Her eyes scanned the quiet street, methodical and slow. No unusual vehicles, just a minivan, a sedan, a pickup truck with a landscaping logo. No movement behind the blinds of the neighboring houses, though a curtain in the picture, window 2 doors down, twitched and fell still. She took a breath, the air cool and damp with the scent of cut grass and distant rain, then climbed the 3 concrete steps, her shoes scuffing lightly on the gritty surface. She knocked twice on the aluminum storm door, the sound sharp and hollow. From inside came the muffled sound of a television, a game show audience's laughter. Then footsteps, approaching with a hesitant shuffle. The inner door opened, and a woman in her 50s peered out through the storm door's mesh. She was wiping her hands on a floral-patterned dish towel, her face pale under the porch light she'd left on against the gloom. She had the tired, vigilant eyes of someone who waited up nights, dark smudges beneath them, a permanent crease of worry between her brows. "A Mrs. Gilmore," Katie held her credentials up to the mesh. "I'm Agent Ford, FBI. I'm looking for Ray." The woman's posture stiffened, her shoulders drawing up toward her ears. Her fingers tightened on the dish towel, twisting the fabric. "He's not here. Left for work. 3 hours ago," her voice was thin, strained. "Does he usually go in this early?" "For the night route, yeah. He likes to beat the bridge traffic. But he always answers his phone when I call." "Always," she swallowed, the motion visible in her thin neck. "He didn't answer at his first break. Or his second." The fear in her voice was a thin, sharp wire, tightening with each word. Her eyes, wide and glassy, locked onto Katie's. "Is he in some kind of trouble?" "We're trying to prevent trouble, ma'am," Katie said, keeping her own voice low and even. She angled her body slightly, trying to project calm, to not look like a threat at the door. "It's urgent I find him. Can you tell me his route? Where he'd be right now?" Mrs. Gilmore hesitated, her gaze searching Katie's face for honesty, for any sign of deception. The seconds stretched, filled by the tinny laughter from the television inside. Katie could see past her into a narrow hallway. A console table with framed family photos, a worn beige carpet, the warm yellow light of a kitchen at the end. The smell of something cooking, maybe a pot roast, something with onions and thyme, drifted out, a stark contrast to the cold anxiety on the doorstep. The woman's hand went to the security chain, not to undo it but to touch it, as if for reassurance. Finally, her shoulders slumped a fraction. "He does the Eastern Shore run. Picks up from some of the seafood processors down in Crisfield. His first scheduled stop is the Chesapeake House, the big rest area just before the Bay Bridge. He meets a truck there, transfers product into his van. He should be there, loading up. But if he's not answering," her voice trailed off, choked by the unspoken possibility. Katie was already turning, her mind mapping the route. Thank you. Lock your door. Don't open it for anyone. I'll call you as soon as I know something." She was down the steps and moving toward her car before the storm door clicked shut, a soft, final sound. She heard the deadbolt slide home behind her. She yanked the car door open, slid inside, and keyed the ignition. The engine roared to life, too loud in the quiet street. She hit speed dial for Nina as she pulled away from the curb, the tires barely missing the gutter. Nina answered on the first ring, her voice low and tense, background noise of traffic and voices behind her. Tran's alive. Shaken up but alive. Gilmore's not home. He's missing. Last known location is the Chesapeake House rest stop, eastbound before the bridge. Wife says he's not answering his phone. He's 3 hours overdue on check-in. A sharp exhale on the line. Damn it. I'm at Tran's apartment in Laurel. Place is a mess. Someone slashed all 4 of his tires last night. Deep clean cuts. Left a typed note on his windshield under a wiper blade. One line. A last warning. They're cleaning house, Katie said, her voice flat as she merged onto I-695, the traffic thickening around her. She cut off a sedan, earning a short horn blast, and accelerated into the center lane. The contractor is tying off the last loose ends. Gilmore's out there on his route, completely exposed. A moving target on a schedule. I'm bringing Tran in. He's packing a bag right now, scared enough to cooperate. You heading to the rest stop? Yes. I need backup. Local PD stat. Can you call it in? I'll get Harwick to coordinate with Maryland State Police. They'll have a barracks closer than our field office. Nina's tone shifted, became pointed, deliberate. Katie, listen to me. Do not approach alone. If this is a professional, and it is, it'll be a hit, not an abduction. A quick, quiet termination. You hear me? You go in hot, you could get him killed. Or yourself. I hear you, Katie's grip tightened on the wheel. Just get someone there fast. She ended the call and pressed the accelerator, feeling the car surge forward. The suburbs of Glen Burnie fell away, replaced by the commercial sprawl of highway exits. Big box stores, gas stations, hotel signs glowing in the fading light. Her mind raced ahead to the rest stop, a vast, sprawling complex she knew from 100 drives. Multiple parking lots tiered for cars and trucks, a sprawling food court, fuel islands, restrooms. 1,000 places for a man to vanish, or for a kill to be made in the blind spot between security cameras. 1,000 places for a contractor to melt away into the stream of travelers. She called Harwick directly, putting him on speaker and setting the phone in the cup holder. His voice was clipped, efficient, the sound of a man already in motion. Shaw just flagged me. I'm contacting the MSP barracks in Annapolis. They can have a unit to the Chesapeake House in 15 minutes. What's your ETA? 10, Katie said, weaving through traffic. A tractor-trailer loomed in her lane. She signaled and swung around it, the car buffeted by the wake of its passage. It may be less. Do not engage, Ford. I mean it. You wait for the troopers. You identify, you contain, you observe. You are not a one-woman rescue team. If I see him, and I see a threat, I'm not letting him walk into a bullet while I watch from the parking lot. Ford, his voice sharpened with frustration. She reached over and tapped the screen, ending the call. The rules, the protocols, they were a luxury for a man who wasn't 3 hours overdue to his wife, whose last known location was a kill zone. The sky was darkening toward evening, the uniform gray deepening to charcoal in the east. The first lights of oncoming traffic began to glow, long streaks of white and red. In the distance, the twin spans of the Bay Bridge emerged, a lit strand of pearls against the darkening water of the Chesapeake. Her phone buzzed against the plastic cup holder. A text from Nina, the letters stark on the screen, trans-secured. En route to safe house. MSB dispatched. Their ETA 12 min. 12 minutes. An eternity in a parking lot with an open van door. Katie's knuckles were white on the wheel, the leather of the steering wrap creaking under her grip. The muscles in her jaw ached from being clenched. She flicked her eyes constantly between the road ahead, her mirrors, and the exits flashing by. The rest stop exit signs appeared, blue and white, looming out of the gloom. 1 mile, then half a mile. She signaled, checked her blind spot, and took the off-ramp too fast, the tires chirping in protest as she navigated the curve. The complex opened before her, a sea of asphalt dotted with the hulking shapes of trucks, the boxy silhouettes of RVs, the smaller forms of sedans and SUVs. Families moved like slow ants between vehicles and the brightly lit main building, stretching their legs, herding children. The smell of diesel exhaust and fried food seeped in through her car's vents. She slowed to a crawl, cruising past rows of vehicles, her eyes scanning each one, looking for the specific shape, the color. So white panel van. Meridian Logistics. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a dull, rapid thud. She passed the truck parking, the cars, the accessible spots. Then she saw it, parked near the rear of the lot, away from the main building, tucked beside a large green dumpster enclosure. A white Ford Transit van. The side door was slid open, a dark rectangle against the white paint. No police cruisers yet. No flashing lights. No sign of any troopers in their broad-brimmed hats. Katie pulled her car to a stop 50 yards away, angling it so she had a direct line of sight to the van. She killed the engine, and the sudden silence was profound, broken only by the distant hum of highway traffic and the whoosh of a car passing behind her on the service road. Her hand went to her holster, the familiar texture of the pistol grip cool under her palm. She drew her weapon, holding it low and close to her body, and performed a swift press check, confirming a round was chambered with a subtle click and glimpse of brass. She took a deep, steadying breath, the air inside the car now stale and tight. She pushed her door open slowly, the interior dome light blinking on. She cursed silently and quickly hit the switch to kill it, plunging herself back into shadow. She stepped out, keeping her body behind the bulk of the open door, using it as minimal cover. The asphalt was cold and gritty under her shoes. The evening air was cooler here, carrying the damp, muddy scent of the nearby bay. She scanned the area around the van, her eyes moving in practiced arcs, near, middle, far. The van was silent. No movement inside the open door. No shadow shifted within. No sign of Ray Gilmore standing nearby, having a smoke or talking on a phone. The dumpster enclosure offered a dozen places to hide. The rows of parked vehicles to the left and right were a maze of potential ambush points. The clock in her head, which had been ticking since she left Glen Burnie, now hammered, each second a physical pulse in her temples. The 12-minute ETA for the troopers felt like a lifetime stretching into a dark future. She was either exactly on time, arriving in the narrow window between a man's disappearance and his death, or she was far, far too late, and the van was just a shell, a crime scene waiting to be discovered. She had to get closer. She couldn't wait. Keeping low, she moved from the cover of her car door to the front fender, then to the bumper. She paused, listening. A truck engine rumbled to life several rows over. A car door slammed. Laughter echoed from the direction of the building. Normal rest stop sounds. Nothing that screamed of violence. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. A call. She ignored it. All her focus was on that open door, that slice of darkness. She began to advance, moving in a crouch from the perceived cover of one parked vehicle to the next. A minivan, a pickup, a sedan with out-of-state plates. Each step was deliberate, her weight balanced, her weapon up and ready in a two-handed grip, finger indexed along the frame. She kept the van's open door in her sight line, watching for any flicker, any change. The smell from the dumpsters grew stronger, sour garbage, spilled soda decay. 20 yards from the van now. She could see inside the open door. The cargo area was empty. No boxes, no pallets. Just bare, ribbed metal flooring. Of a sound. Not from the van. From behind the dumpster enclosure. Of a scrape. Like a shoe on asphalt. Katie froze, pivoting slightly, bringing her weapon to bear on the corner of the green metal enclosure. Her breath fogged slightly in the cool air. FBI, she called out, her voice cutting through the ambient noise. And show yourself. A silence. Then a whimper. Human, weak, terrified. She moved, no longer concerned with perfect cover, closing the distance to the enclosure in a few swift strides. She rounded the corner, weapon leading. A man was huddled on the ground, his back against the cold metal of the dumpster. He was in his 40s, wearing a navy blue work jacket with a faded company logo. Ray Gilmore. His face was pale, slick with sweat, his eyes wide with animal fear. He held his left arm clutched against his chest. Dark blood welled between his fingers, soaking through the fabric of his jacket and shirt, dripping in a steady patter onto the asphalt. His breath came in short, ragged gasps. "Don't shoot," he whispered, the words barely audible. Please. Ray Gilmore. The FBI. You're safe." Katie didn't lower her weapon, but she shifted her aim to a low-ready position, scanning the area around them in quick, sharp movements. The lot behind the dumpsters was empty, a dead space littered with cigarette butts and broken glass. What happened? Who did this? A man, Gilmore choked out. I asked for a light. Then he had a knife. I pushed him, ran. He squeezed his eyes shut, a tear tracking through the grime on his cheek. He's here. He's still here. Katie's spine went rigid. She dropped into a crouch beside Gilmore, her back to the dumpster, creating a smaller profile. Her eyes raked the parking lot, the rows of vehicles, the dark spaces beneath them. The contractor wasn't gone. The job wasn't finished. He was here in the maze, waiting for his moment. The open van door was a diversion. A trap, maybe. She keyed her radio, her voice a tight, controlled whisper. Dispatch, this is Ford. I am on scene at Chesapeake House, eastbound. I have the victim, Ray Gilmore, alive but wounded, stab wound to the upper body. He is alert. The assailant is believed to still be on site, armed with a knife. I need medical and tactical units now. I am pinned down behind the dumpster enclosure, north of the main lot. Repeat, assailant is on site. A crackle of acknowledgement came back, followed by the dispatcher's calm voice relaying the information. The troopers were still minutes out. Gilmore moaned softly. My wife. She's safe. We're going to get you to her. Katie ripped open her own jacket with one hand, then yanked at the hem of her shirt, tearing a long strip from the tail. She wadded it and pressed it against the wound in his arm, his hand covering hers. The blood was warm, shockingly vivid. Hold this. Press hard. He nodded, his teeth chattering now from shock and adrenaline crash. A new sound. Not a scrape. A deliberate, quiet footfall on asphalt to their left, beyond the row of cars. Katie shifted, raising her weapon again, peering through the narrow gap between two SUVs. She saw nothing but shadows and the distant glow of security lights. But the sound had been real. He was moving. Flanking them. She had to move Gilmore. They were sitting ducks. Can you stand? She whispered. He shook his head, his face ashen. Dizzy. She hooked her hands under his armpits. On three. We're going to the van. It's closer than my car. 1, 2, she heaved, her injured shoulder screaming in protest, a white-hot lance of pain shooting down her arm. Gilmore cried out as he was dragged upright, his legs buckling. She took most of his weight, staggering and half-dragged, half-carried him the 10 feet to the open side door of the van. She practically threw him inside onto the metal floor, then scrambled in after him, pulling the door shut with a heavy, metallic thunk. Darkness enveloped them, broken only by thin slivers of light coming through the front windshield. The van smelled of oil, stale air, and now coppery blood. Katie crouched by the door listening. Her own breathing was loud in the confined space. Gilmore's was shallow and wet. Silence from outside. Then, a soft tap on the roof of the van, directly above them. Katie's blood went cold. He was on top of the van. She looked up at the thin metal ceiling. Another tap, then a slow, deliberate scrape, like a blade being dragged across the roof. A psychological play. He knew they were in here. He was telling them he knew. She had to get Gilmore out the front. But to do that, she'd have to climb into the driver's compartment, open the door, and expose them both. The scraping stopped. A new sound, the faint crunch of gravel under a careful footfall, now at the rear of the van. He was on the ground again. Circling. Katie positioned herself facing the rear doors, her weapon aimed at the center seam. If he tried to come in that way, she'd have a split-second shot. The van was a metal coffin. But it was also cover. For now. Stay down, she hissed at Gilmore, who was curled on his side, clutching his arm. Seconds ticked by, each one an agony of strained listening. The distant sounds of the rest stop seemed to mock their isolation. A child's happy shout. The beep 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 of a truck backing up. Then a different engine sound, growing closer. Not a car, a deeper, throatier rumble. Headlights swept across the front windshield of the van, bright beams cutting through the dusty glass. A Maryland State Police cruiser, light bar flashing red and blue, pulled to a stop at an angle 20 feet away, its headlights illuminating the side of the van and the dumpster enclosure. The passenger door opened. A trooper emerged, using his door as a shield, his service weapon drawn and aimed at the van. FBI Agent Ford. This is the Maryland State Police. Show yourself. Katie let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. The tension in her shoulders didn't ease. The contractor was still out there. But the game had changed. "In here," she shouted back, her voice rough. "Victim is with me, in the van. A wounded assailant is still on foot, last known position near the rear of this vehicle. Armed with a knife. Stay where you are. We are securing the perimeter." She heard the trooper speaking rapidly into his shoulder mic, calling for additional units and an ambulance. Another cruiser arrived, its lights adding to the strobing chaos, blocking the other end of the row. Katie risked a glance out the side window, now covered in a mesh of reflected red and blue. She saw troopers moving tactically, clearing the spaces between vehicles, their movements crisp and professional. The immediate, suffocating threat was being contained, pushed back. She looked down at Ray Gilmore. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling of the van, tears cutting clean lines through the dirt on his face. He was alive. Bled on, terrified but alive. She had been on time. But as she watched the troopers sweep the area, their flashlights cutting beams through the gathering darkness, she knew the contractor was already gone. He'd melted away the moment the first cruiser appeared, a ghost in the machinery of the highway. He had failed to tie off this particular loose end. He would report that failure. And the people who had hired him would know the investigation was closer than they'd thought. The real clock, the one counting down to whatever they were trying to hide, was still ticking. And it had just gotten louder. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The sodium lights buzzed like dying insects, casting a jaundiced glow over the rest area's cracked asphalt. The light pooled in oily puddles and left the spaces between vehicles in deep, impenetrable shadow. The contractor sat in the rented sedan, engine off, the vinyl seat creaking faintly under his slight shift in weight. The air inside smelled of synthetic lemon cleaner and the faint, cold odor of recirculated air. Through the windshield, he watched the white delivery truck parked 3 rows ahead. Ray Gilmore was inside, a silhouette behind the wheel, the red tip of a cigarette glowing briefly as he inhaled. The truck's diesel engine idled, a low, patient rumble that vibrated through the contractor's own floorboards. He checked his watch, a simple black digital model with a nylon strap. The luminescent numbers read 11:47 p.m. The pickup was 12 minutes late. It would never come. He had sent the spoofed message through Signal Vault himself 3 hours prior, using the correct protocols and the anxious, clipped language of a mid-level logistics manager. Urgent reroute. Chesapeake House northbound, Lot C. Cash bonus for after hours. It was a good lure. Simple, professional, appealing directly to a man's controlled greed. Gilmore had taken the bait. The contractor had watched the truck's arrival 40 minutes ago, noted the driver's routine. Engine off for 5 minutes, then restarted for heat, the window cracked, the occasional cigarette. A creature of habit. Predictable. The contractor opened the black duffel bag on the passenger seat. The zipper's teeth separated with a hushed, metallic sigh. Inside, nestled in molded foam cutouts, were his tools. He bypassed the garrote, the vials, the lockpicks. His fingers found the oilcloth bundle. He lifted it out, the weight familiar and comforting in his palm. Unfolding the thick, waxed cloth on his thigh, revealed the fixed-blade knife. The 6-inch blade was a flat, dark matte, non-reflective, the serrations near the hilt sharp and precise. The handle was textured G10, black, designed for a solid grip in all conditions. He did not touch the blade yet. First, he studied the target vehicle through the windshield, his eyes moving in a practiced grid. Driver's side. The window was indeed cracked open, a 2-inch gap. A thin plume of cigarette smoke escaped intermittently, catching the sodium light before dissipating. A detail not in the file. An opportunity, but also a variable. Smoke meant the driver was awake, alert, his hands occupied. The contractor assessed the rhythm. Inhale, glow, exhale, smoke. A 15-second cycle. The approach would need to coincide with the inhale, the moment of distraction when the driver's eyes might close for a half-second, his attention turned inward. The approach was clear. He visualized it step by step, his body remaining perfectly still in the driver's seat. Exit vehicle, duffel left behind. Walk with the loose, rolling gait of a long-haul driver stiff from hours behind the wheel. Hands in pockets, head down as if against a chill. Pass the truck's front bumper. As he drew even with the driver's door, a casual glance left, confirming the window gap. Right hand leaves pocket, reaches through the gap, fast, smooth, no hesitation. Fingers find the manual lock pin, pull up. The door would open inward. Left hand already moving to grip the handle, pull. His body would pivot, blocking the sightline from the distant restroom building and the 2 sleeping rigs near the tree line. He would be inside the cab in one fluid motion. The serrated part of the blade was for the initial penetration through clothing, the smooth length for the deep, upward push. 30 seconds from curb to completion. Perhaps less. He ran the visualization a second time, identifying pressure points. The sound of the lock pin popping up, the groan of the truck's door hinge, the driver's possible reaction time. All within acceptable parameters. The lot was otherwise empty save for those 2 long-haul rigs, their curtains drawn, no movement in the cabs. The restroom building was a concrete block 50 yards away, its entrance illuminated, empty. The cool night breeze carried the smell of diesel exhaust and damp earth from the tree line. Satisfied, he reached for the knife. His fingers closed around the textured handle, the fit perfect. He did not test the edge, he knew its sharpness. He was calculating the exact number of steps from his car to the truck when new headlights washed over the lot. The light speared from the access road, moving fast. Not a truck's high, wide beams. Lower, sharper. A sedan. The contractor's hand, halfway to returning the knife to the oilcloth, went utterly still. His breathing did not change, but every muscle in his body locked into a new state of pure, receptive observation. The car swung into the parking lot, not with the wandering uncertainty of a tired traveler, but with a direct, predatory purpose. It parked at an angle, facing Gilmore's truck, 20 yards away, effectively boxing it in. The headlights died, but in the instant before they did, the contractor caught the pale rectangle of the license plate. Government plates. The design was familiar, standard issue for federal fleets. The driver's door opened. The woman got out alone. She didn't pause to look around, didn't stretch or glance at a phone. She moved directly toward the idling delivery truck, her stride economical and sure, covering ground without appearing to hurry. Even in the poor, jaundiced light, her posture was unmistakable. The balanced readiness, the slight turn of the shoulders that scanned the environment without the head moving, the way her jacket hung clear of her hip. Law enforcement. Federal. The contractor's eyes, narrowed to slits, tracked her for the 3 seconds she was in full view. Dark hair pulled back. Pale, focused face. Her expression was not anxious, but determined, a laser of intent pointed at the white truck. The contractor's mind processed the variable. It took less than a second. The arrival was not random. It was a response. The target was under protection or, worse, under surveillance. The odds of a clean, undetected engagement plummeted to near zero. The risk of exposure of his face, his vehicle, his method spiked. The calculation was binary, the verdict instantaneous. Abort. His movements now were a study in reversed precision. There was no hurry because hurry drew the eye. There was only deliberate, smooth action. He placed the knife back into its oilcloth nest. His fingers folded the cloth over the blade with neat, overlapping turns, tucking in the ends. He laid the bundle back into its foam cutout in the duffel. His eyes never left the scene outside, using his peripheral vision to guide his hands. The woman was at the driver's window of the truck now, tapping on the glass. The contractor's left hand found the zipper pull of the duffel and drew it closed. The sound was a whisper lost in the idling diesel's rumble. He set the bag carefully on the floor behind the passenger seat, out of sight. Only then did his right hand move to the ignition. The key turned with a soft, well-oiled click. He had parked facing an easy exit lane, a habit. He depressed the clutch, shifted into first. The sedan's engine purred to life, a modest, anonymous sound. He did not turn on the headlights. He released the parking brake and let the car roll forward, using the idle creep to gain momentum. He steered behind a large, rust-spotted dumpster, using its shadow to mask his vehicle's movement from the woman and the truck. As he cleared the dumpster and began a slow, wide turn toward the exit lane, he passed within 30 feet of the two vehicles. He did not look at the woman again. He kept his face in profile, a tired man staring blankly ahead at the road he was about to take. His hands were at 10 and 2 on the wheel, his posture slumped just enough to sell the fatigue. In his periphery, he saw her head turn slightly, a flicker of attention toward the moving car, but her focus remained on the truck driver, on the crisis at hand. He was nothing. A shadow leaving. He reached the access road, turned right, and only then flicked on his headlights. The beams cut a swath through the darkness, illuminating the ragged asphalt shoulder for a moment before he merged onto the highway northbound. The tires found the seam between ramp and highway, a slight thump, and then the steady hum of pavement at speed. His breathing remained even, his heart rate controlled. In the rearview mirror, the sodium-lit island of the rest area shrank, becoming a fuzzy yellow smudge against the blackness. The two vehicles were now sitting side by side, tiny silent diorama. The target had survived tonight. The operation was compromised. Not just this single engagement, but the pattern. They were on to the method, the locations. The decoy serial killer narrative was now under direct scrutiny. But as he had turned onto the access road, his headlights had swept across the scene for one final, involuntary snapshot. In that split-second wash of white light, he had seen her face clearly. Not just pale and determined, but with specific details. The sharp angle of her cheekbone, the tight line of her mouth, the intensity in her eyes that was neither fear nor anger, but a kind of cold, operational resolve. Dark hair pulled back severely from a high forehead. He replayed the image in his mind, fixing it. He assigned it a mental file, cross-referenced it with the government plates, the professional demeanor, the timing of the intervention. He drove north, the highway unspooling before him, his mind already working on the next steps. Contingencies. Adjustments to the timeline for the remaining two targets. The need for enhanced counter-surveillance. The woman was a variable. An active, intelligent variable who had just interposed herself between him and a designated objective. Variables disrupted equations. Variables introduced chaos. And in his line of work, chaos was the only true enemy. It could not be tolerated. It had to be managed, neutralized, or incorporated into a new plan. He filed the image away with cold precision, the memory now as sharp and accessible as the knife in the duffel bag behind him. She was a factor. Factors had to be accounted for. The process of accounting began now, in the quiet hum of the rental car, as the last glow of the rest area vanished behind him, swallowed by the night and the endless stream of anonymous traffic. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The Chesapeake House rest area was a sprawling complex of brick and glass, a monument to convenience off the I-95 corridor. The late afternoon sun slanted across the vast parking lot, glinting off windshields and warming the asphalt, casting long, distorted shadows from the light poles. Katie's rental car wove through the lanes, her eyes methodically scanning each row for a white Meridian Logistics van. Her neck was stiff from tension, her shoulders hunched near her ears. The air through her cracked window carried a faint, briny tang from the bay, mixed with the exhaust fumes of idling trucks and the distant fryer grease from the food court. The spoofed delivery alert had pinged this location 20 minutes ago. She was either too late or just in time. Her knuckles were white on the steering wheel, the synthetic leather cool and slightly tacky under her palms. Every white panel van made her heart stutter, a quick, hard thump against her ribs, until she saw the wrong logo, the wrong shape. She completed a slow circuit of the main building, the gas station with its rows of pumps, the fast food outlets with their glowing signs, her gaze sweeping over families stretching their legs and truckers on their mandatory breaks, their faces blank with road fatigue. Nothing. A cold knot tightened in her stomach, a fist of ice just below her sternum. She took the access road that looped behind the main plaza, the pavement here cracked and patched, toward a quieter area of picnic tables that promised a view. There, parked in a far corner away from the foot traffic, near a cluster of weathered wooden tables overlooking a sliver of the gray-blue bay, was the van. White, with the familiar blue and green Meridian Globe logo on the side panel. It was empty. Her pulse hammered against her ribs, a rapid drumbeat in her ears. She cut the engine, the silence sudden and heavy. Her eyes never leaving the vehicle, she scanned the immediate area for any sign of movement, any figure that didn't belong. Someone sitting too still in another car, a silhouette in the tree line, a janitor lingering near a dumpster. The van's cab was dark, the driver's window a black rectangle. Then her focus shifted to the picnic area. A man in a navy windbreaker sat alone at the farthest table, his posture collapsed in on itself, head buried in his hands as if trying to press himself out of existence. Ray Gilmore. Katie parked 2 rows back, angling the car to give herself a clear line of sight to both the van and the man. She took a steadying breath, the air in the car suddenly close and smelling of rental car cleaner and her own nervous sweat. She unclipped her seatbelt, the retractor zipping back with a metallic whisper. She got out, the doors thunk, sounding abnormally loud in the relative quiet. The breeze off the water was cooler here, cutting through her jacket, carrying the smell of damp earth and diesel. She closed the door softly, not latching it fully. She approached slowly, her footsteps crunching on the gravel-strewn asphalt, each step deliberate. Her right hand rested lightly near her sidearm, her thumb brushing the textured grip of her holster. Her left hand was held slightly away from her body, open and non-threatening, palm visible. She kept the table between them, stopping about 10 feet away, putting her in his peripheral vision but not directly in front of him. Ray Gilmore. The man flinched as if struck, his whole body jerking. His head snapped up. His face was the color of old paper, stippled with a day's growth of gray-flecked beard that looked like ash against his skin. His eyes were red-rimmed, the skin beneath them bruised with deep, purple shadows, the pores visible and enlarged with stress. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in a week. His hands, where they lay on the scarred, sun-bleached wood of the picnic table, trembled with a fine, constant vibration, making his fingertips dance. He stared at her, uncomprehending for a second, his mouth working soundlessly, lips dry and cracked. "Who are you?" The words were a hoarse scrape. "Special Agent Katie Ford, FBI." She kept her voice low, calm, the tone she used for frightened witnesses, level, devoid of alarm but carrying an undeniable weight of authority. She didn't sit, maintaining her stance, her own eyes continuously scanning the parking lot periphery. The tree line where shadows pooled, the other parked cars with their darkened windows, the dumpster enclosure with its corrugated metal door slightly ajar. "You received a delivery notification. It was a trap. Your life is in danger." Gilmore stared at her, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard, the movement painful-looking. The information seemed to travel slowly through his exhausted system. His bloodshot eyes blinked once, twice, as he processed the words. Then the dam broke. A ragged, wet sob racked his frame, his shoulders hunching forward as he buried his face in his hands again, his fingers digging into his scalp, pulling at the thinning gray hair. "I knew it," he choked out, the words muffled by his palms. "I knew it was coming. I felt it. In my bones. Talk to me, Ray." Now, Katie took a single step closer, the gravel crunching under her shoe. Her voice was firm but not harsh, a command that brooked no delay. "What is Meridian?" He dragged his hands down his face, a slow, grinding motion, wiping at his eyes and nose with the coarse sleeve of his windbreaker. The material came away damp. He sniffed wetly, his breath hitching. His shoulders slumped forward in a posture of utter defeat, as if his spine could no longer support the weight of his own skull. "It's a front. A shell. Nothing real." He spoke to the tabletop, his voice gaining a monotone rhythm, the confession spilling out. "I've been making deliveries for 4 years. Never any paperwork, never any invoices. Just addresses, times, and a lockbox number. Texted to me. That's it. That's the whole job." "What were you delivering?" Katie asked, though she already knew the answer. She needed to hear him say it, to cement his testimony, to get it on the record of her own mind. "Cash," he said the word like a confession to a priest, a release of guilt. "Always cash. Bundles of it. Mostly hundreds, some 20s. Sealed in thick, black tamper-evident bags. Like the banks use." His trembling hands mimed the size and shape in the air. "I'd pick up from a drop in Baltimore. A different parking garage every time, instructions texted an hour before, drive the route, leave the bag in a prearranged spot. A storage locker with a code, a hollow tree off a fire road, a specific construction site dumpster. I never saw who collected it. I was never supposed to wait. Just drop and go." "Who recruited you?" Katie pressed, her gaze flicking to the van and back. The bay water slapped softly against a rocky shore below them. "The man. I never met him." "Not in person." Gilmore's gaze drifted past her, toward the choppy, lead-colored water of the bay, seeing a memory projected on its surface. All communication was through an encrypted app. Signal Vault. He contacted me after I lost my job with a legit carrier. Downsizing. Said he had steady, high-paying work for a discreet driver. No questions asked. Gilmore's laugh was a hollow, broken sound, devoid of any humor, more like a cough. Indiscreet. I was a mule. I knew it. But the money, it was too good. The mortgage, my daughter's tuition, it was just driving. I told myself it was just driving. He looked back at her, his eyes pleading for an understanding she couldn't give, searching her face for absolution. Then the news about the other drivers started, the ones who died. I stopped sleeping. I started seeing that black car everywhere. In my mirrors. At the end of my street. The man on the app. Did he have a name? Just a username. Dispatcher, the messages were short. Pickup at 900. Location follows, drop completed. Confirm that was it. Never a please, never a thank you. He paused, his brow furrowing as he dug deeper into the memory, his eyes losing focus. But there was another man. He'd visit the warehouse in Jessup once a month, like clockwork. Called himself the regional manager. Came to inspect operations, he said. Made sure we were adhering to protocol. Gilmore's eyes grew distant, focusing on the internal image. A late 50s. Silver hair cut short like a brush. Military bearing. You could see it in the way he stood, the way he looked at you, right through you. Always wore a suit, dark gray or navy. Never a wrinkle. Drove a black Lincoln Town car, always clean, like it just came off the lot. Never smiled. Not once. He'd walk through the bay, not touching anything, just observing. It made your skin crawl. Made you want to check your work twice, even though there was no work to check. Katie's blood went cold, a visceral chill that started at the base of her skull and trickled down her spine like a bead of ice water. Her breath caught in her throat for a second, coming shallow in her chest. The description was generic. It could fit dozens of retired colonels, corporate security types, former federal agents. But layered over Marin's intel about retired Deputy Director Philip Kern, the silhouette gained terrifying, high-definition shape. A man with the authority to bury an investigation, the connections to obscure trails, running a clandestine cash pipeline right under the Bureau's nose. The pieces clicked together in her mind with an almost audible sound, a final, definitive snick of a lock engaging. You need to come with me, Ray. Right now, her voice was urgent, leaving no room for debate. She moved around the table, her shoes scraping on the gravel, placing herself between him and the open parking lot, putting her body in the line of any potential fire from that direction. You're not safe here. Not anywhere out in the open. The person who sent that alert could be here, watching. He nodded, a numb, mechanical bob of the head. He placed his palms flat on the table and pushed himself up from the bench, his movements stiff, creaking like an old man's. Katie kept a hand lightly on his elbow, not to restrain but to guide and steady, her body subtly shielding his as they turned and began to walk toward her car. Her head was on a swivel, checking the sightlines from the tree line, from the van, from the roof of the distant building, from the windows of the restaurant. The breeze felt suddenly hostile, carrying every distant sound, the slam of a car door, the laugh of a child, the rumble of a truck starting up, and amplifying them into threats. She opened the passenger door of her rental, the hinge groaning. She waited for him to slump inside, his body folding into the seat with a sigh of exhaustion, before she closed it firmly, the clunk solid and final. Circling the car, she kept her hand near her weapon, her eyes doing one last, long sweep of the empty picnic area, the silent white van, the tree line, the access road. Then she slid behind the wheel, the seat leather cool, and locked all the doors with a decisive, electronic thunk-thunk-thunk-thunk. The engine turned over with a purr. She pulled out of the space, gravel pinging softly in the wheel wells, and navigated back to the main exit. As she pulled onto the interstate, merging into the southbound traffic toward the Maryland barracks where Nina had secured Tran, the weight of the picture settled over her, heavy and suffocating as a wet blanket. In the passenger seat, Gilmore stared blankly out the window, his breathing shallow and irregular, fogging a small patch of glass that he didn't seem to notice. The hum of the tires on the pavement filled the silence, a steady, hypnotic drone. A front company, meticulously constructed. A network of unwitting, desperate couriers. A handler with a government pedigree and a killer's discipline. A professional assassin, methodically severing the pipeline to erase the evidence. This wasn't a serial killer's spree. It was a conspiracy in its death throes, and they were stepping into the blast zone. She could feel the pressure change in her ears. The drive to the barracks took 25 minutes. Gilmore didn't speak. He occasionally wiped his nose with his sleeve or shifted his weight, but otherwise he was a statue of despair. Katie used the time. She called Nina on her hands-free, her voice low. I have him. Gilmore. He is with me. He's confirmed the cash mule operation. He's given a physical description of a monthly inspector that matches Kern's profile. Nina's voice was tight. Is he stable? Barely. Scared out of his mind. He's been expecting this. Get him here. I've got Tran in room 3. We'll put Gilmore in 4. Different protective details, no contact. I'll have a team meet you at the Sally Port. And copy that. She ended the call. In the silence, she could hear Gilmore's ragged breathing. They're going to keep you safe, Ray, she said, not taking her eyes off the road. You did the right thing talking to me. He made a sound that might have been agreement or disbelief. He didn't look at her. The barracks command post was a buzz of controlled, tense activity. The air was warm and stale, thick with the smell of burnt coffee from a pot left on a hot plate too long, the chemical tang of dry erase markers, and the faint, acrid scent of nervous sweat. Underneath it all was the flat, dusty smell of old building, of industrial cleaner on linoleum. Overhead, the fluorescent lights hummed a flat, relentless note, bleaching color from everything, making the skin of the agents working look sallow and tired. A large whiteboard dominated one wall, already dense with names, timelines, and grainy photos connected by a web of red and black lines and arrows that converged on the words Meridian Logistics. Katie had delivered Ray Gilmore to a pair of stone-faced agents from the protective detail at the secured Sally Port. The transfer was quick, professional. She'd watched as they led him down the brightly lit, green-painted hall to a secure interview room, a different one from where they held Tran, their hands firm but not unkind on his shoulders. He'd gone without a word, drained of all resistance, his footsteps shuffling. Now she stood in the doorway of the command post, taking in the scene. Tran was safe under guard. Gilmore was being processed, given water, his statement likely being recorded by a patient agent in that sterile room. They had 2 live wires, 2 threads leading back into the dark. The room itself was a hive of low-voiced urgency. A young analyst was typing rapidly, the click-clack of keys a staccato rhythm. Another agent was on the phone, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. The whiteboard was the focal point. Nina was at the whiteboard, her back to the door. She added Ray Gilmore in neat, all-caps block letters next to Liam Tranh. Beneath his name, she began a bulleted list, the marker squeaking faintly against the glossy surface. Cash mule. 4ers. Signal Vault Dispatcher. Physical ID, silver hair, military black Lincoln. Her movements were efficient, focused, but Katie could see the weariness in the slight droop of her shoulders, the way she pressed the heel of her free hand briefly against her forehead. She turned as Katie entered, the movement sharp, her face etched with a deep fatigue that no amount of coffee could fix, the lines around her mouth pronounced. "He confirmed it?" she asked, her voice raspy from disuse and stress. "All of it." Katie walked to the long formica-top table littered with files, empty paper cups, and a scattered collection of pens. She leaned her hands on its edge, feeling the cool, hard surface. Meridian is a shell. He was a cash mule, recruited through encrypted chat by a dispatcher. He also gave a physical description of the monthly inspector. Silver hair, military bearing, always in a suit. Black Lincoln town car. He said the man made his skin crawl. Nina's marker paused in midair. She didn't turn around, but her shoulders tensed, the fabric of her jacket pulling tight across her back. Her head tilted a fraction, as if listening to an echo of the description. After a beat, she said the single word, low and definitive, a statement, not a question. "A Kern." "It fits," Katie said quietly, the words feeling dangerous just to utter in this brightly lit, government issue room. They hung in the air, a tangible accusation. Nina gave a single, sharp nod, her jaw muscle clenching, a tiny ripple under her skin. She capped the marker with a decisive click and turned to face Katie fully, her dark eyes sweeping over her partner, assessing. They had two living witnesses who could describe the operation. They had the method exposed, the app, the drops, the shell company. They had a shadowy profile of a high-level handler that pointed toward a ghost from the Bureau's own past. It was more than they'd had 24 hours ago, a staggering leap forward. And it felt infinitely more dangerous, like they'd been skirting the edge of a pit and had just heard a rock fall into the depths, waiting for the echo that never came. Nina fixed Katie with a steady, unblinking look. She crossed her arms over her chest, the gesture both defensive and interrogatory. "How did you know which rest stop to go to?" She tilted her head slightly, a bird of prey considering its target. The spoofed alert Braddock generated gave a general area, a 20-mile stretch of I-95. There are 3 major service plazas in that stretch. You went straight to Chesapeake House. No hesitation. No backup check at the others. You didn't call it in. You just went. The question hung in the air between them, sharp as a blade. The ambient noise of the room, the muffled voices from the hall, the computer fan whirring, the persistent buzz of the lights, seemed to recede, pushed back by the intensity of Nina's focus. Katie had rehearsed the lie on the drive over, polishing it in her mind as she watched the mile markers flash by, testing its cadence. She kept her face neutral, her posture relaxed but attentive, one hand still resting on the table. She met Nina's gaze without flinching, but she was acutely aware of the dryness in her own mouth. "Braddock's metadata," she said, her voice even, professional, the tone she used in briefings. "Before I left, I did a quick cross-reference on my laptop. Gilmore's historical delivery routes, pulled from his own testimony, and the warehouse manifests we photographed, showed a strong pattern." She gestured vaguely toward an imaginary dataset. "He preferred the Chesapeake House for his personal breaks. It was the most statistically probable stop based on his established pattern, the time of day, and the alert location. The other 2 plazas were possible, but lower probability." She gave a slight shrug, a gesture of analytical deduction, lifting her shoulders and letting them fall. "It was an educated guess. I got lucky." "The clock was ticking, Nina. I didn't have time to clear it through channels. Nina held her gaze for a beat too long, her dark eyes missing nothing. They tracked over Katie's face, reading the micro-expressions, the slight stillness around her own eyes, the careful control of her breathing, the almost imperceptible tightening at the corners of her mouth. Nina's own expression was unreadable, a mask of professional assessment. Finally, Nina gave a slow, accepting nod, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Good work," her voice was flat, devoid of the warmth the words usually carried. But her eyes, sharp and assessing, said she didn't fully believe it. She was a human polygraph, and the needle had jumped. She recognized the gap between data-based probability and operational certainty. Katie's leap had been too sure, too fast, too direct. There was a missing step in the logic, a source she hadn't cited. It was a silent notation made in the margin of Nina's trust, a question mark that now hovered between them, unasked but palpably present, a third person in the room. Katie felt the weight of that unasked question like a physical pressure on her sternum. She shifted her stance, breaking the eye contact to look at the whiteboard, deliberately moving the focus to the facts, the names, the lines of connection. She cleared her throat softly. "What now?" she asked, her tone all business, forcing normalcy. "Now we keep them alive," Nina said, turning back to the board with a sigh that seemed to come from her bones. She tapped the photo of a generic black Lincoln sedan they'd printed and pinned up, a ghost from Gilmore's description. "And we find out who Dispatcher really is. Because if it is Kern, he didn't build this alone. He's had help. He had partners. People inside who smoothed the way, who looked the other direction on incorporation papers, who maybe even provided the initial seed list of vulnerable drivers." She turned her head, her profile grim and sharp in the harsh fluorescent light, shadows carving deep grooves beside her nose and mouth. "And the people he built it with, the ones who are still active, they know we're pulling on the thread. They'll have seen the activity, the warrants, the visits to the warehouse, the protective custody. They'll be cleaning house. Our witnesses are walking, talking targets." She paused, letting the implications settle fully. "And so, potentially, are we. Every move we make from here on out, we assume someone is watching the watchers. We assume every call might be monitored, every report might be read by the wrong eyes. We operate like we're in hostile territory, because we might be." The statement landed in the stale air, final and grim. The fluorescent hum seemed to grow louder, more insistent. The case had just graduated from a murder investigation to a counterintelligence operation, a hall of mirrors where the enemy might be wearing the same badge. The walls of the drab barracks office, with their cheap paneling and faded government posters, felt suddenly very, very thin, as if they were made of paper, and the darkness outside was pressing in, listening. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The late afternoon sun slanted through the dense canopy of oak trees lining the quiet street, casting long, dappled shadows across meticulously manicured lawns. The air through Katie's half-open window carried the damp, earthy scent of recent watering and freshly cut grass, undercut by the faint, sweet smell of honeysuckle from a nearby vine. She sat in her sedan, the engine off and the interior warming slowly, parked 3 houses down and across from a well-maintained colonial. The vinyl seat creaked under her slight shift in position. The house was a picture of established, quiet success. White clapboard, black shutters, a flagstone walkway leading to a dark green door with a polished brass knocker. A late-model black Lincoln Navigator sat in the driveway, its chrome gleaming. A child's bicycle lay on its side in the next-door yard, a pink streamer dangling from the handlebar. Annapolis. She'd driven here alone, without telling Nina, taking back roads and checking her mirrors with a frequency that felt both paranoid and necessary. Her eyes had flicked to the rearview every 30 seconds, scanning for any vehicle that held its position too long, for any pattern in the sparse traffic that seemed to mirror her own. She'd taken Route 2 instead of the highway, winding through patches of forest and past fallow fields, her hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel, her shoulders tight. The impulse had been a quiet, cold burn in her chest ever since the call with Marin Salas, a persistent itch behind her sternum that made it impossible to sit still at the borrowed desk. It had started as a restlessness in her fingers, a need to tap, to fidget, to do something tangible while Braddock chased data ghosts. By midday, staring at the same financial flow chart until the numbers blurred, it had crystallized into a plan. Her jaw had set. She declosed the laptop with a definitive click, gathered her keys with a soft jingle, and walked out without a word to the duty officer. Philip Kern, retired deputy director. The name was a key, and she had come to see the lock it might fit, to measure its weight in her hand. She watched the house for 20 minutes, her posture relaxed against the seat but her eyes constantly scanning, moving from the front door to the first-floor windows, to the second-story dormers, to the empty driveway and back again. No movement at the windows, no shifting of shadows behind the gauzy front-room curtains. A sprinkler system hissed to life 2 houses down, the sound a steady, rhythmic whisper that was the heartbeat of the neighborhood. Somewhere, a lawnmower droned, the sound rising and falling with the wind. Her phone was in her lap, the camera app open, her thumb resting on the cool glass of the screen. The sun warmed the side of her face through the window. She wasn't here to make contact. This was reconnaissance, a risk she was compartmentalizing away from the official investigation, walling it off in a mental room she would not visit while with the team. She needed to see the man, to make him real, to move him from a name in a buried file to a person with a mailbox, a lawn that needed mowing, a life that existed outside of archival ink. She needed to know if he looked like a man who could authorize a burn notice. Then the front door opened. A man stepped out onto the porch. Late 50s, silver hair cut short and neat, military precise. He stood for a moment on the welcome mat, one hand on the doorframe, surveying his domain with the upright, attentive posture of a lifelong soldier or cop, a posture that never truly leaves the spine. He was dressed in crisp khakis and a navy blue polo shirt, the collar lying flat. He walked down the 3 steps to the brick-paved walk, his movements economical and sure, no wasted motion, each footfall precise. He went to the mailbox at the end of the drive, a black wrought iron box on a post. He pulled out a small stack of envelopes and catalogs, flipped through them with a practiced efficiency, tucking one under his arm. Then he turned back toward the house, his gaze sweeping the street in a casual, proprietorial arc. Katie's breath shallowed. She lowered her chin slightly, making her profile smaller in the window. She raised her phone, bracing her elbow against the car door to steady the shot, her other hand cupping the device from below. The digital zoom whirred softly, bringing him closer, pixelating slightly at the edges. She took 3 rapid photos, her index finger tapping the screen in quick succession. The first was a profile as he sorted the mail, his brow slightly furrowed in concentration, the lines around his eyes deep grooves. The second was a full frontal as he turned, the afternoon light catching the sharp planes of his cheekbones and the neat, unsmiling line of his mouth. The third was a shot of his back as he remounted the steps, the polo shirt taut across shoulders that still carried a disciplined breadth, the fabric straining slightly. The shutter sound was off. The images in the preview were slightly grainy, but clear. His face was angular, composed, clean-shaven. He looked like a man accustomed to silence after giving orders, a man who expected those orders to be followed without question, A man who would view a file not as a life, but as a problem to be resolved. He disappeared inside, and the dark green door closed behind him with a solid, muffled thud she could almost feel through the still air. Katie lowered the phone into her lap, her heart beating a steady, purposeful rhythm against her ribs that she felt in her throat, a dull, insistent throb. A fine, cool layer of sweat had formed on her upper lip and at the small of her back where it pressed against the seat. She swallowed, her mouth dry. "I got you." She now had a face to put to the authorization, a pair of eyes that had once looked at a file, her father's file, and decided its fate. The federal seal stamped on those pages hadn't been some abstract, bureaucratic imprint. It had been applied by this man, in an office or perhaps at a desk in this very house. A decision made by a person who now collected his mail, who likely had a favorite chair, who watered the lush hydrangeas blooming by the porch. The ordinariness of it was the most chilling part. Evil, she knew, was rarely dramatic. It was administrative. It wore khakis. She waited another 5 minutes, watching the house for any sign of a curtain twitch, any indication her presence had registered. Her eyes tracked the line where the curtain met the window frame, looking for the slightest tremor. Nothing. The street remained placid. A woman jogged by with a stroller, headphones on, not even glancing at the parked car. A dog barked from a backyard, the sound sharp and brief. Katie turned the key in the ignition, the starter grinding for a half-second before the engine caught with a low rumble. She pulled away from the curb slowly, letting the car coast for a few feet in neutral before gently pressing the accelerator, not wanting the sound of a sudden, gunning engine to draw notice. She kept her speed at a residential crawl, her eyes flicking between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, watching the Colonial shrink behind her, the black Navigator becoming a glossy dot. Once she was 2 blocks over, safely out of the direct sightline of Kern Street, she pulled into the asphalt lot of a small neighborhood park. It was dotted with oak trees and had a faded plastic playground set, a yellow slide, a set of blue swings on rusting chains. A young father was pushing a toddler on a swing, the child's giggles carrying across the quiet air like birdsong. The smell of warm, sun-baked rubber and cut grass was stronger here. Katie parked facing away from the play area, toward a line of overgrown lilac shrubs whose purple blooms had long since faded to brown. She put the car in park but left it running, the air conditioner blowing cool, dry air onto her wrists where they rested on the wheel. She watched the father and child in the rearview mirror for a moment, a tableau of normalcy that felt like it existed on the other side of thick glass. She opened her contacts, scrolled past colleagues and official numbers, her thumb leaving a faint smudge on the screen, and dialed the Federal Correctional Facilities Visitation Office. The line rang 4 times, each tone sharp in the quiet car, before a clerk answered with a bored, inmate visitation. "This is Special Agent Catherine Ford, FBI," Katie said, her voice assuming the flat, authoritative tone of official business, the one that brooked no unnecessary questions. She cleared her throat slightly. "I need to schedule a follow-up visit with inmate Marin Solis, ID number 44,870-1083. Next week, any weekday you have availability." She listened to the clack of a keyboard on the other end, a slow, deliberate tapping. "We have Tuesday at 1:15 p.m. or Thursday morning at 10, the clerk said, her voice devoid of interest, slightly nasal. "Tuesday works." 1:15. Katie confirmed her badge number and the facility's protocols, reciting the numbers by rote, her eyes scanning the park. The father was lifting his child from the swing, settling the giggling boy on his hip. "Is the attorney-client room available?" "This is for case review." Another pause, more keyboard clicks, the sound of a mouse being clicked. If it's open, you'll need to submit the request form by close of business Monday. Fax or email? Email's faster. I'll have it faxed over today. Thank you. She ended the call and placed the phone face down on the passenger seat. The plastic was warm. The visit was a thread, a deliberate, documented pull on a line that led back to solace. It was a move she could justify if asked, with a shrug and a reference to procedural thoroughness. Case follow-up. Clarifying earlier statements. She needed to see the woman's face when she said Philip Kern's name, to watch the micro-expressions around her eyes, the set of her mouth. Would there be fear? Recognition? Satisfaction? She pulled back onto the street, the tires crunching over a few fallen acorns. Navigating toward the main artery that would lead her to Route 50, she felt the suburban calm begin to dissolve. The houses grew closer together, the lots smaller. The heavier traffic of late afternoon commuters heading west out of the city began to envelop her sedan, minivans, sedans with solo drivers, the occasional delivery truck. She merged onto the highway, the sedan slipping into the flow in the right lane, her speed matching the pack. The Chesapeake Bay Bridge appeared ahead in the distance, its twin spans arcing gracefully over the glittering, gray-blue water. The setting sun, hidden behind a bank of clouds on the horizon, leaked out in bands of fiery orange and muted purple, painting the underbellies of the cumulus in bruised, beautiful colors. The beauty of it felt distant, irrelevant, a postcard viewed from behind thick glass. Her mind was a closed room, running calculations on a continuous loop. A Kern. The authorization. A solace. It's the warning. It's meridian. The shell. A triangle of pressure points, and she was feeling for the weakest corner, her fingers probing in the dark. Her phone rang, vibrating against the cloth of the passenger seat before tumbling into the cup holder with a plastic rattle. Cole Braddock's name flashed on the screen. She reached over, her shoulder giving a faint twinge of protest, and answered via the car's Bluetooth, the system chiming softly. Ford. Katie. It's Braddock. His voice was clear, professional, with an undercurrent of focused energy, the sound of a man who had gotten a result. Good news from the judge. The warrant for Meridian's locked office suite was approved. Signed, sealed, delivered. We can execute first thing tomorrow morning. I'll meet you and Shaw at the field office at 7. We'll convoy over. And copy that. 7, a concrete step forward. The office was a physical space, a place that could hold things, ledgers, hard drives, a paper trail, a forgotten sticky note with a phone number. It was a box to be opened, and she needed to see inside it. She adjusted her grip on the wheel. Did the judge place any restrictions? Media blackout. Any pushback from the corporate counsel? Standard gag order on the specifics until we've cleared the scene. No leaks to press. The warrant covers all digital and physical media, financial records, the works. It's a good sweep. Broad. Judge Lansing didn't even blink, just asked if we had the server cluster correlation. I showed him the cyber unit's affidavit, he skimmed it, signed. Took 20 minutes. Good, she changed lanes, passing a slow-moving truck hauling landscaping equipment. The bridge was closer now, the scale of it becoming imposing, the girders rising like steel bones against the colored sky. The wind picked up, buffeting the car with a sudden cross-gust. There's something else, Braddock said, and his tone shifted slightly, becoming lower, more deliberate, the way someone speaks when they're choosing words with care, when they're not sure who might be listening. Director Vance stopped by my desk today. Just after lunch. Wanted an informal update on the financial tracing from the cyber unit. Standard oversight stuff, or so it seemed at first. He asked about the flow charts, the shell companies, nodded along, asked a few technical questions about nominee officers. Katie's grip on the steering wheel tightened, her knuckles paling against the black leather. She could picture it, Vance's calm, assessing presence looming over Braddock's workstation, his shadow falling across the monitor, his hands clasped behind his back. Braddock continued, his voice dropping another notch. But then, on his way out, casually, you know how he does, like an afterthought, one hand already on the doorframe, he mentioned that I should keep an eye on travel logs and expense reports for the field team. Said to make sure all the paperwork was squared away, that everything was by the book. Administrative hygiene, he called it. Said it prevents headaches down the line. The car hummed over the first expansion joints of the bridge approach. Thump thump. Thump thump. The sound echoed the sudden, heavy pulse in her temples, a rhythmic counterpoint to her thoughts. She felt a cold trickle down her spine, despite the warm air from the vents. Did he say why? She asked, keeping her voice flat, neutral, the voice of an agent receiving operational information. She stared straight ahead at the rising roadway. Any specific concern? A budget audit coming. No. Just that it was a good practice, especially with interagency cooperation. Keeps everyone's hands clean, but it wasn't a suggestion, Katie. It was an instruction. His eyes, he made sure I was looking at him when he said it. Held my gaze for a second longer than was comfortable. It was pointed. Understood, the word was dry in her mouth. She took a sip from a lukewarm water bottle in the cup holder, the plastic crinkling loudly in the quiet car. Just be mindful, Braddock said, and she could hear the unspoken warning in the slight pause before the words. Paper trails. They have a way of appearing when you least expect them. Or being requested. I always am. Thanks for the heads up, Tony. She used his first name deliberately, a small token of acknowledgement for the risk he'd taken in passing the message. See you at 7, he said, and the line went dead. They hung up. The silence in the car was immediately filled with the roar of the wind, buffeting the sedan as she reached the apex of the bridge, a hollow, rushing sound that pressed against the windows. Below, the water stretched vast and cold, dotted with white caps, the surface a dark sheet of hammered metal under the dying light. The implications of Braddock's call settled over her like a fine, cold mist, seeping into the seams of her jacket, chilling her skin. Vance was tightening the institutional surveillance. Travel logs didn't mean expense reports for gas and tolls. It meant he was looking for movements outside the official investigative perimeter, for deviations from the sanctioned map. Movements like a solo, unlogged drive to Annapolis, with no 302 report to justify it. It was a warning, deftly delivered through a subordinate, a classic Vance maneuver. A reminder of the architecture of oversight. I am watching. The institution is watching. Your leash is shorter than you think, and I am holding the other end. She drove the rest of the way in a heavy silence, the radio off, the only sounds the road noise and the steady rush of air, the occasional groan of the car's frame as it crossed another seam in the bridge. The brilliant sunset faded into a deep twilight, the colors bleeding away into gray, then into a velvety indigo night that swallowed the horizon. Headlights from oncoming traffic swept through the interior of the car in blinding waves, illuminating her hands on the wheel, her set profile, the tight line of her mouth, then plunging her back into darkness. She replayed the afternoon in crisp, clinical segments. The quiet street, the man at the mailbox, the click of the camera, the weight of the phone in her hand. A clean operation. No one had seen her. No curtains had moved. But Vance's warning reframed it, pulled it out of the realm of physical stealth and into the digital panopticon. It wasn't just about being seen, it was about leaving a digital footprint she hadn't covered. Her phone's location data, pinging off towers along Route 2. Her EZ-Pass transponder crossing the Bay Bridge, logging a time and date. The institution could trace those ghosts if it decided to look, could reconstruct her afternoon from electronic breadcrumbs. Administrative hygiene meant ensuring those breadcrumbs led only to sanctioned places. By the time she turned off the highway toward the barracks, night had fully fallen, a moonless dark broken only by the sodium vapor glow of streetlights. The familiar, poorly lit barracks parking lot opened before her. The building squatted under the darkness, a block of yellow, fluorescent-lit windows punched into the gloom like missing teeth. A few state police cruisers were parked at angles near the back entrance, their light bars dark and inert. She pulled into a spot away from the overhead lamps, in a pool of shadow between two cones of light, the headlights sweeping across cracked asphalt and glittering fragments of safety glass before she killed them. She left the engine idling for a moment, staring at the bright rectangle of the main entrance, at the figure of the duty officer, visible through the glass, head bent. The dashboard clock glowed 8:17 p.m. Inside, Nina would be waiting, likely having finished the preliminary report on Ray Gilmore's debrief, her desk a nest of coffee cups and typed pages, the smell of her exhaustion almost tangible. Braddock would be deep in data, cross-referencing the warrant details with the cyber findings, his desk neat, his focus absolute. They were her team, her cover, her legitimacy. They were also, potentially, her watchers. Braddock had passed the warning, but his allegiance was ultimately to the Bureau, to the chain of command that ended with Vance. He was a good agent, and good agents reported anomalies. Nina was a friend, but she was also a by-the-book supervisor fighting her own demons, clinging to procedure as a lifeline. Katie's solo foray had placed a fault line between them, one only she could see, a crack running beneath their shared workspace. She took a slow, deliberate breath, inhaling through her nose until her lungs were full, the air cool, holding it for a 3 count, feeling her heart knock against her ribs, then releasing it through her mouth in a controlled, silent stream. She did it again, focusing on the expansion of her diaphragm, the slow release. The tension was a physical armor across her shoulders and jaw, a band of iron. She consciously relaxed the muscles, rolling her shoulders back, letting them drop from their hike near her ears. She worked her jaw side to side, feeling the pop. She smoothed her expression, using her fingers to press at the tightness in her temples, then running a hand over her hair, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. She pictured her face in the dark windshield, becoming a placid, professional mask, the kind worn after a long but productive day in the field. The slight weariness around the eyes was acceptable, the sharp glint of suspicion was not. The agent returning, tired but focused on the next day's warrant, not carrying the ghost of a retired deputy director in her pocket like a stolen stone. The agent who had been running down leads, not trespassing in the past. Only when the mask felt settled, when her breathing was even and her hands were steady on her knees, did she kill the engine. The sudden quiet was a presence in itself, the ticking of the cooling engine the only sound. She grabbed her worn leather bag from the passenger seat, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the seatbelt buckle, feeling the familiar scuff marks on the bag's leather. She stepped out into the cool evening air, which smelled of damp asphalt, distant pine, and the faint, oily scent of the parking lot itself. The concrete was cold through the soles of her shoes. She hit the lock button on her key fob, the chirp sounding abnormally loud in the quiet lot, a sharp, electronic declaration of her presence. She walked toward the lit entrance, her footsteps measured and even on the pavement, each step a conscious act of normalcy. The light from the doorway spilled out, casting her long shadow behind her. She pushed through the heavy glass door into the blast of fluorescent light, and the familiar, stale bouquet of industrial cleaner, stale coffee, old paper, and faint body odor. The hum of the lights was a high-pitched whine. The duty officer at the front desk, a trooper with a close-shaved head and a thick mustache, glanced up from his computer, gave her a nod of recognition, his eyes lingering for a half-second to confirm her identity, and looked back at his screen without a word. Her face was composed, her movements purposeful, the bag hanging from her shoulder with a casual weight. She carried the grainy photograph on her phone and the heavy, cold weight of a director's suspicion with her through the doors, down the scuffed linoleum hallway that smelled of wax and dust, and into the heart of the investigation, where she would have to set both down carefully, out of sight, and become part of the team once more. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The air in the locked back office of Meridian Logistics was still and smelled of dust, ozone, and the faint, acrid scent of overheated electronics. The forensic team, 3 agents in blue nylon jackets with FBI evidence stenciled on the back, moved with a quiet, grim efficiency that only amplified the room's emptiness. Their gloved hands opened, probed, and cataloged the nothingness, the soft rustle of their movements the only sound beyond the hum of the overhead fluorescents. One tech, a woman with a severe ponytail, was meticulously photographing the open, yawning mouth of the wall safe, her camera flash popping in the sterile light. From behind the single, cheap desk, a male tech with a tablet cradled in his arm let out a low, disgusted sigh. He looked up, his eyes finding Nina Shaw. "Wiped," he announced, his voice flat and final. "The drive's been scoured with a multi-pass algorithm. Military-grade software, something like Blanco or Killdisk. Zero recovery. We might as well be looking at a paperweight." Nina Shaw stood in the center of the small room, hands planted on her hips, her shoulders a tight line of tension. Her jaw was clenched so tightly, a small muscle flickered just below her ear. She breathed in sharply through her nose, her gaze sweeping the room like a physical force. The desktop computer was a hollow shell, its tower casing open to reveal a naked hard drive bay. The wall-mounted safe hung open, its interior a dark, empty rectangle. Beside the desk, the paper shredder's clear bin was packed to the brim with fresh, unbleached confetti, a snowdrift of destroyed information. "They knew we were coming," she said, the words clipped and hard. "Someone tipped them. This cleanup is fresh. 48 hours ago, max." Harwick leaned heavily against the doorframe, arms crossed, his expression sour. He kicked lightly at the base of the frame with the heel of his boot. "Clean as a goddamn whistle. We're not getting a damn thing from this place. It's a stage set." Katie moved slowly along the periphery, her own latex gloves snapping taut against her wrists as she flexed her fingers. She consciously ignored the obvious, screaming voids, the gutted safe, the dead computer, the shredder's bounty. They were traps for attention, designed to scream nothing here. Instead, she focused on the edges, the forgotten spaces. The desk was cheap, made of particle board with a wood-grain laminate peeling at the corners. The carpet under her feet was a thin, industrial gray, gritty with dust that puffed up with each step. She pulled open the top drawer. It slid out with a raspy squeak. Empty, not even a stray staple. The side drawer. Same hollow emptiness, the bare-pressed wood bottom staring back. She knelt, the ache in her shoulder a dull background thrum, and ran her fingers along the underside of the drawer's bottom panel, her touch light, searching for any irregularity, any thickness that shouldn't be there. The wood was smooth, slightly rough with factory finish. She moved to the second side drawer, repeating the process, her focus narrowing to the sensory input in her fingertips. Then her nail caught. Not on the wood, but on a small, square edge of something adhered just inside the front lip of the drawer, near the left-hand corner. A slight resistance, then the give of weak adhesive. She glanced up, a quick peripheral scan of the room. Nina was now in a low, tense argument with the lead forensic tech by the shredder. "I don't care about standard protocol, I want that bagged by the inch," Nina was saying, her voice a sharp whisper. "We can reconstruct." "Ma'am, it's crosscut. It's confetti. The time investment is what I'm authorizing. Bag it." Harwick had his phone to his ear, turned halfway toward the hallway, muttering about a coffee run. The other techs were focused on their own tasks, one dusting the door handle for prints, another scanning the room with a thermal camera for hidden compartments. No one was looking at her. Katie shifted her body slightly, blocking the drawer with her knee. She worked her fingernail under the square edge, peeling it free with careful, deliberate pressure. It came away silently, a pale yellow sticky note, 1 inch by 1 inch, the adhesive on the back now gummy and weak. She brought her hand up casually, as if to adjust her collar, and looked at it. On it, in a precise, angular script of blue ballpoint ink, was a 10-digit number. No dashes. Below it, 2 cleanly written initials, PK. Her pulse kicked hard against her ribs, a single jarring thud that felt like a misstep. The air in her lungs seemed to thin. Philip Kern. This was it. The physical connection, the tangible thread Marin Solis had promised from a prison visiting room. It wasn't just a name in a sealed file or a ghost in a financial ledger anymore. It was a phone number someone in this room had needed to remember, had stuck in a hiding place. A direct line. She palmed the note, the paper sticking slightly to her sweaty skin inside the glove. Her mind raced, options flickering and dying. She couldn't declare it not here. It would be seized, logged, become part of the official record, a record she now deeply distrusted. Kern's name would trigger protocols, notifications, layers of scrutiny that would bury this lead before it could be pulled. She needed to own it, if only for a moment. She reached for her personal phone in her jacket pocket with her other hand, her movements slow, deliberate. She pretended to check a message, her thumb swiping the screen to wake it, opening the camera app. She angled the device low, over her gloved hand which now lay flat on her thigh, the yellow square centered on her palm. The camera focused. She tapped the screen to capture the image, the silent click a tiny, secret affirmation. The action, from retrieval to photograph, took 2 seconds. Her eyes lifted again. Nina was now watching the ponytailed tech bag the shredder bin, her back to Katie. Harwick was still on his phone. With a casual sweep of her hand, Katie reached over and dropped the sticky note into an open evidence bag on the desk that already contained a handful of paper clips, a dried-out ballpoint pen, and a few flecks of eraser debris. The yellow square fluttered down, landed on the pen, and was instantly obscured. It disappeared into the sterile debris of a dead end. "Anything?" Nina asked, turning to her, the frustration etching lines around her eyes. Katie closed the empty drawer with a soft thud and straightened up, meeting Nina's gaze. She kept her face neutral, a mask of professional disappointment. "Nothing," she said, her voice even. "It's sterile." She held the look for a half-second longer than necessary, willing no telltale flicker into her own eyes, hoping the lie was buried beneath layers of shared frustration. Nina stared at her for a beat, then gave a sharp, tight nod, accepting the report. She turned back to the room, her hands returning to her hips. All right. Document everything. I mean everything. The dust bunnies. The dead flies on the windowsill. I want this room turned inside out. They spent another hour in the warehouse, the frustration settling over them like a palpable fog. It manifested in the small things. The way Harwick slammed a cabinet door a little too hard in the main bay, the metallic bang echoing in the vast, empty space. The way Nina's voice grew, increasingly clipped on her calls to the field office. The way the forensic techs packed their gear with a kind of resigned lethargy, the cases clicking shut with definitive finality. Katie moved through the motions, helping where directed, but her mind was a locked box containing a single, burning image, the photograph on her phone. The warehouse itself was a cavern of shadows beyond the pool of light from the office. High ceilings supported by steel girders, the air cooler and smelling faintly of diesel and old, damp cardboard from the few abandoned pallets stacked near a silent forklift. Their footsteps echoed, a lonely sound that emphasized the emptiness of the lead. Back at the Washington field office, the atmosphere was no warmer. The late afternoon sun slanted through the blinds, cutting the bullpen into bars of light and shadow. Nina, her coat still on, stormed off towards the elevators, her stride telegraphing her intent to brief Director Vance on the dead-end raid. "I'll handle the post-mortem," she threw over her shoulder, not breaking stride. The words were a dismissal. Katie went straight to her desk, a small island of controlled chaos in the near-empty room. A cold coffee mug sat beside a stack of case files, her computer monitor glowing with a screensaver of the FBI seal. The ambient sounds were the distant hum of the building's HVAC and the muffled conversation of agents 2 rows over. She sat down, pulled out her phone, and brought up the photograph. The image was clear, the 10 digits, the initials PK. She attached it to a new email to Braddock, her fingers tapping the keys with focused intensity. The subject line was blank. In the body, she wrote only trace. Urgent. And discreet. She hovered over the send button for a second, then clicked it. The whoosh sound was inaudible, but she felt it, a tiny release of tension. The number was now in play, outside of her, a digital thread cast into the dark. Then she waited. The initials PK. Burned in her mind, not as letters but as a presence. Philip Kern. Deputy Director, retired. The phone number was a direct line, however temporary, from that cleaned-out office to him. It was proof he wasn't just a name on an organizational chart or a signature on a budget approval. He was involved in the operational layer of Meridian logistics. He was a player, not a bureaucrat. The note hadn't been in a file. It had been hidden, within easy reach of someone sitting at that desk, needing to make a call. On the other side of the bullpen, she could see Harwick at his desk, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his eyes. A forensic tech from the warehouse raid walked past, carrying an evidence transfer box, his face set in a tired scowl. The ordinary rhythms of the office felt surreal, a thin veneer over the secret she was carrying. Braddock's reply hit her inbox 30 minutes later. The notification chime was soft, but it sounded like a gunshot in the quiet. As she opened it, the message was terse, professional, and utterly deflating. Prepaid burner. Purchased with cash at a big box mart in Arlington, Virginia. Activated for a 30-day period. Deactivated 3 weeks ago. Carrier has no retained activity logs for that tier of service. Number is a dead end. Katie read it twice, the cold, hard facts settling in her gut. Officially, it was another ghost in the machine. A phone that no longer existed, used by a person who didn't want to be found. She could almost hear the shrug in Braddock's digital voice. But as she stared at the screen, the initial disappointment hardened into something else, a cold, clear certainty. The dead end of the number wasn't the point. Its existence was. She now had two corroborating data points, where before she had only suspicion and the word of a convicted felon. Marin Solis's testimony, given in a soundproofed room, pointing a finger at the quiet men. And now, a handwritten note from a cleaned-out office, a note so incriminating someone had taken the time to hide it, and then someone else had taken the time to wipe an entire office but had missed it. The conspiracy had a name, and it had, however fleetingly, left a fingerprint. She closed the email and opened the photograph on her phone again, zooming in on the crisp blue ink. The number was useless now for a wiretap or a trace. But it was a token. A piece of evidence that proved the structure was real. It meant the walls around this thing had seams. It meant they were close enough for someone, Kern, or someone working for him, to panic and order a scorched earth cleanup. It meant Kern was not an abstract power, but a man who could be reached, however carefully, by a prepaid phone. And most of all, it meant the next move was hers. The official investigation had just hit a wall. But she had just found a crack in it, wide enough to slip a knife through. She saved the photograph to a secure, encrypted folder, then powered her phone off. She sat in the quiet of the office, the glow of her monitor the only light on her face, and planned.